set for baseball. Here are the starting lineups for the Cincinnati Reds against Jerry Royce, who on the season beat them 3 times and lost once. Lifetime has a record of 9-8 against the Reds, and this season his winningest year ever, 18 wins, 11 defeats, and a 5 earned run average, too, and around 230 or so. Here's the lineup for the Reds. Keith Rose will lead it off. He'll be at third base. Joe Morgan will bat second and play at second. The catcher, Johnny Bench, will hit third. In the cleanup spot at first base, Tony Perez. George Foster will be in left field. He'll bat fifth. The shortstop, Dave Concepcion, will hit sixth. Ken Griffey will be in right field and bat seventh. The center fielder will be Cesar Geronimo. He'll be hitting eighth. In the pitcher, Don Gullett, who has won 15 and lost 4 this year. Lifetime against the Pirates hasn't fared that well, winning 1 and he's lost 3. His overall record in the major leagues, he's only 24 years of age. The best winning percentage of anybody currently in the major leagues at that tender age. 80 wins and 41 defeats. And as I said, he missed 2 months of the season with a fractured thumb. Randy Stanton will lead it off against Don Gullett. He'll be at second base. Manny Sanguillen will do the catching and bat second. In the number 3 slot in center field, it'll be Al Oliver. In the cleanup spot at first base, Woody Stargell. Richie Zisk will be in left field and bat fifth. Dave Parker comes back home to Cincinnati. He'll be in right field batting sixth. Richie Hebner will bat seventh against the left-hander Gullett. He'll be at third base. The shortstop, Frank Tavares, will hit eighth. And the pitcher will be left-hander Jerry Royce with a record of 18 wins and 11 defeats. Final score out of Fenway Park, in case you're just joining our broadcast, the Boston Red Sox beat Oakland handily behind Louis Tiant, who had 9 strikeouts and a 3-hitter, 7-1. Boston 7 runs, 8 hits, and 3 errors. And Oakland 1 run on 3 hits. They committed 4 errors, 7 errors in the ball game, and the jitters, I guess, getting both ball clubs. Holtzman started. Todd in the 6th, Lindblad in the 7th, Bosman in the 7th, and Abbott in the 8th inning. Tiant the winner, and the losing pitcher, Kenny Holtzman. A football final. The Pitt Panthers, a tough ball game in their home opener, or not their home opener, but their second game of the season. Last week they opened at home. They beat Duke by the score of 14-0. I think what I was trying to say, I think it's homecoming at Pitt this weekend. Bob Moose is sitting along with us for a while, and Bobby, you look at the lineup and you try to pick out guys that may be the big sticks in this lineup. I picked out 2 that could be carrying the load, and that would be for the Pirates. Richie Zisk could be a very important bat, and I think Tony Perez for Cincinnati, because left-handers seem to dominate this series.
Yes, Kelly, I think if Richie can pick up some of the slack, I know with Golick pitching, and they got him hitting in front of Parker today, maybe if they throw a right-hander, it's going to be reversed, but if we can get some of the left-handers on base, it's going to be, I think, really going to be up to Richie to drive him in, and Tony's in, I think, about the same spot with guys that are going to be able to get on base, and then for him to try to pick them up, you're going to have to watch a lot from those 2.
I would guess Johnny Bench has had some ailments during the season, a bad shoulder or something. He's supposed to have a groin pull, but it didn't seem to be affecting him swinging in batting practice at all.
No, I think it's one of them things that you may have something maybe bothering you a little during the season. I think when it comes down to games like this, you just about almost completely forget about anything that's bothering you.
The shadows here, you may recall in 72. Right now, the batting, the mound and the home plate area completely covered in shadows, but there'll be some daylight creeping up behind as the sun filters through between the roof and the seating arrangements here in the ballpark. And that created some problems, as I recall, in 72.
Yes, it does. It makes it very hard for the hitter to pick up the ball sometime, and also the outfielder to pick up the ball, because it's going from the dark and then into the light, bright sunlight, which is going to be around home plate area pretty soon. And it's hard for the outfielder to pick the ball up off the bat real quick.
Well, do you have any predictions on this series? A 5-game set, or?
I'd like to predict 3 for us. I think it might be maybe a 4-game series. I don't think it'll have to go 5. I think it's probably going to end up a 4-game series.
Well, I think both of these ball clubs have the ability to keep bouncing back, or they wouldn't be here. And I think the Pirates maybe more than the Reds. They had an easier season of it. But this is a rather kind of a stormy year for the Pirates, but they seem to have that one ability to come back and win ball games.
I know the ball club, I've been there with them for 8 years, and they just love to be able to have to battle back, because I know we've done it year in, year out, and beginning of the year, after coming off a good year a couple years ago, the whole ball club, they pick us for second, they pick us for third, and we're always right back where we're supposed to be, up on top. And a lot of people say that we shouldn't have the ball club, but they keep on coming back.
There's a lot of pride here, and I talked to Stennett about that in the pregame show, and I guess it's kind of a legacy that Clemente and Nazarowski left here.
I think it's a lot of the younger ball players, and I consider myself young, but I've been here a little bit longer, and it's just something that goes along with the Pirate organization when you're playing baseball. It's just you're always coming back and you're always battling to get first place, to get back up on top and then stay there and have somebody else come and get you.
Well, you spent an entire career in the organization, and I know you had some doubts about what your future was, but you had to be pleased with the way you pitched in September, and the future's got to look a bit brighter for you now.
Oh, yes. I had some doubts myself, and then I went down and got them straightened out, and I think the ball club had more doubts than what I had myself, and I come back, and I think I proved to them that I am capable of throwing again, and I think I enlightened them on the rest of my career if it's going to be with Pirates, and that would like it to be.
Well, I get the feeling it is, talking to a lot of people, that I'm sure you do too. And we're so happy for you. All right, we're set for baseball here. We'll fill you in on the dimensions. 330 down the left and right field lines, 375 in the power alleys, and 404 to straightaway center field, and the 75 Championship Series is ready to start. Don Gullett to face Rennie Stennett, and we're ready to go. Stennett wound up the year hitting at 286, 7 home runs. He drove in 62, and at age 24 has become one of the top players in the National League. He hit 388 against the Reds this year. 1 home run, he drove in 4. He had 19 hits in 49 at-bats against Reds pitching. Fastball from Gullett up high, ball 1. Gullett in previous games against the Pirates in championship play, when he started, hasn't fared too well. The pitch to Rennie, in there, taking strike 1. And the general feeling is that he is so fast that he tries to overthrow, and his fastball doesn't seem to move as much. He's quick. The 1-1 pitch. Foul, back out of play, and Stennett was right on top of that pitch. It's got to take you about an inning or 2 or 3, Bob Moose, to get through all these things in your mind pitching a big game like this, doesn't it? To get
same motion and the way you're thinking.
The 1-2 pitch, swing on and strike 3, and Stennett goes down swinging as Gullett just overpowered him with a good fastball. It used to be an old omen in pitching years ago, anyway, that it didn't seem to be good luck to strike out the first guy, but I don't think that matters a whole lot. The best strikeout you get is the last one in the 9th inning. St. Ian hitting at 328, or he hit at 328 on the year with 9 home runs, 2 of them off Red pitching. Drove in 58, and then he wound up hitting 304 this year against Cincinnati pitching. Reds play him just a little bit to right field. Sange takes the pitch down low from Gullett, ball 1. Gullett is 6 foot, 190 pounds, solidly built, and just 24 years of age. He's already won 80 ball games in the major leagues and has lost only 41. High pop-up and fouled out of play off the first base side. And he wound up the season hitting at 328. Third leading hitter in the league behind Bill Madlock and Ted Simmons. And that's quite a tribute, Bob Moose, to a catcher or 2 of them to wind up 2nd and 3rd in this league. That's a demanding job.
If you have a catcher that hits over 300 for you, you have one heck of a catcher on your ball club.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Sanguin. High fly to shallow center field. Geronimo will make the grab. 2 down. A big old hot air balloon floating over the stadium. Those things always look nice from down here, but I don't think I'd like that view from up on top. If somebody sticks a pin in that thing, it's got to descend rather rapidly, I would guess. Now 2 down and nobody on. Oliver, the batter, hit 280 on the season. Led the club, tied with Stennett, 176 hits on the year. Led the club in doubles and also runs scored. Here's the pitch by Gullett. Fastball up and in, backs him off the plate, ball 1. This is hometown country for Oliver from Portsmouth, Ohio, just a bit up the Ohio River. The 1-0 pitch, up high, ball 2, and Gullett is smoking. You can hear that ball popping in the big mid of Johnny Bench all the way up here on the 3rd deck. The count is 2-0. And the pitch is in there, taken by Oliver, strike 1. Home plate umpire Kibler at first base, Andy Olson. Frank Pulley's at second. Billy Williams at third. Tommy Gorman down the left field line. Art Williams, the right field line umpire. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Oliver. Foul, back out of play. And the count 2-2. The sun field is a very strong one in left field, and it gets worse as the afternoon wears on. The shadows now covering half of the infield between the mound and 3rd base and 2nd. The 2-2 pitch, down low, ball 3. Full count of 3-2, and the Pirates would like to get somebody on with big number 8 waiting on deck. Willie Starchel. Gullett doing a bit of Alan Raboski meditating on the front side of the mound, revving up a baseball, looking back towards center field, now climbing up the hill and going to the rosin bag. But I'm sure he knows who's on deck, too. He needs a strike. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Fouled out of play by Oliver, spoiling the pitch. This is the 5th championship series for the Pirates. The Reds have been here 3 previous times. This is their 4th. And this is the 3rd time we've met Cincinnati. They've beaten us 2 previous times. Here's a payout pitch to Al. Fouled again back out of play. But the games have usually been well-pitched ball games. Both previous series, nobody has really bombarded anybody despite all the good offensive power in both lineups. The payoff pitch again to Oliver. Ground ball right back to the mound, and Gullit got it off the bare hand, but he's all right. He's taken out of first base. He almost got his thumb stuck that time with the ball. Sharply hit ball right back to the mound, and the Bucks are down in order in the 1st inning. We'll go to the Reds first. No score.
You know, if I were to say to you, close your eyes and picture in your mind a bottle of beer, what would that bottle look like? For most of you, it would probably be brown, tall, and sort of slender with a long, narrow neck, right? Well, if your imaginary bottle doesn't look like that, my friend, you're probably one of the growing number of people who prefer returnable Steiny bottles of Iron City beer. A Steiny is a broad-shouldered, barrel-chested, bull-neck bottle of beer that really feels substantial in your hand. And some Steiny drinkers even claim that this bottle makes the beer taste a little better somehow. Now, that may be just an overactive imagination, but there is only one thing that is a fact. A case of 12-ounce returnable Steinys will not disappoint you. First, because they're filled with the rich, hearty goodness of Iron City beer. And second, because they're returnable, which means they're economical. So try a case of Steinys. Get down to your distributors and rally around returnable Steinys. You might find it your favorite way to pour on the iron.
Well, the Bucks went down 1-2-3 in the 1st inning against Don Gullit. Jerry Royce will face Rose, Morgan, and Bench, 3 solid sticks in the 1st inning. The Pirates defensively have sagged in behind the plate. Hefner's at 3rd, Tavares at short. Stannard at 2nd, Willie Stargell at first base. Zisk is in left field, fighting the sun out there. Al Oliver in center, and Dave Parker in right field. Royce, of course, the pitcher. He beat the Reds 2-1 in Pittsburgh on June the 4th. He had to leave the game. A line drive off the bat of Concepcion hit him on the leg. But Justin Hernandez closed it out. He beat them 9-2 here in a complete game outing on June the 9th. And on the 24th of August, he beat the Pirates and beat the Reds in Pittsburgh. A complete game outing 5-1. The only loss came in this ballpark on the 14th of August when the Reds beat him 6-1. George Foster hitting a pair of home runs. Now Rose steps in, getting a big hand. He had a whale of a season. Hit .317, 210 hits, 7 home runs. He drove in 74. And here's the opening pitch by Jerry Royce. Fastball up high, ball 1. Rose is 34 years of age, and he came up in 1963. 13 years in the major leagues and a lifetime batting average of .309. One of the game's great ball players and great competitors. He's batting right-handed. He pitches up high, ball 2. Royce trying to get comfortable, kicking some dirt away from in front of the pitching rubber. The 2-0 pitch. He's into the strike. Royce's ability this year has been one of throwing strikes, not just with the fastball, but the slider and the curveball. The 2-1 pitch to Rose. He is in there, strike 2, good fastball. Rose didn't have a whole lot of success this year against the Pirates, hitting just .217. He drove in 4 runs, drew 6 walks, however. Here's a 2-2 pitch from Jerry Royce to Pete Rose. Chopping ball back to the mound. Royce, an easy play. He's got him at first base. Now Jerry, falling behind 2-0, came right back to get Rose. Rose got to be a tough guy to pitch to, Bobby. He makes you throw strikes.
Yes, he does. He's very conscious of the strike zone, and you can put the bat on the ball. He doesn't strike out a lot. You have to throw him strikes. He'll wait for the walk to get on base, knowing who he has, the hitters he has following him.
Speaking about a guy that knows the strike zone, I guess this guy knows it as well as anybody. Impatient Joe Morgan. He drew 132 walks this year. And that's an all-time Cincinnati record. He wound up hitting .327 and talking to everybody. I guess he's going to be the National League MVP this year. At least that's the talk you hear with the writers who make those selections. Fastball taken, strike one. He hit .333 against the Bucks, but his strong suit, of course, he's a great offensive ball player. Good power, 17 home runs, drove in 94, stole 67 bases. He's just a complete player. Curve right there, strike two. Ray Jerry broke off a beautiful curveball that time. And you can get out in front of Joe Morgan 0-2. You've done something. No score. Reds at bat in the first inning. Pirates went down 1-2-3. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Morgan. Up high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Royce at 6'5", 210, 215 pounds, 26 years of age. Good, strong power pitcher. The 1-2 pitch. Check swing, and he didn't get the strike. Pretty good pitch that time. A little bit of noise in the Pirate dugout. Pretty hard to get a strike above the belt in this league, isn't it, Bob?
Yes, it is, Elliot. Anything, I think, maybe 2 or 3 inches above the belt, you may get once a week.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. Check swing, or a weakly hit ball anyway. It looked like he wanted to stop swing, couldn't do it, fouled it out of play. And the count is 2-2. Boston beat Oakland 7-1 in the American League playoff ball game at Fenway Park. Louis Tiant all the way, and a 3-hitter. He struck out 9. The 2-2 pitch to Morgan. Swing, strike 3. Did he go around? They wanted a field play at third base, and the umpire says no, he didn't go around. I got to tell you, he took a pretty good cut at that ball.
I'm glad he didn't hit it.
Third base umpire is Billy Williams. And Royce now has gone full 3-2. Bench waiting on deck. Royce needs his strike. The pitch. He lost it. Well, he had him no balls and 2 strikes and wound up walking him. And Royce asking Kibler where that pitch was. Is it low or high or what? He didn't like the call at all. Skinner arguing too on the pitch. He wanted to know where the pitch was. Was it too low? You remember John Kibler in the World Series, Bob Moose, and I think Murtaugh does too.
They're not real fond memories that I have of that game.
Well, they've got a guy at first base that likes to run, and he'll be going. He has stolen 67 bases, been caught stealing. Just can't the crowd comes alive. And this is something the Pirates didn't want to have happen. So look at first, the pitch. Swing and a foul. Back out of play, strike 1. There's no doubt that your concentration is spoiled a bit when you get a guy like Joe Morgan at first base. And you're limited, I guess, to your selection of pitches, Bob.
You're conscious of them. You want to give your catcher a shot of throwing a guy out, and you don't want to be trying to jam the hitters up and making it hard for him to throw over a bat. It makes you very conscious on the placement of your pitches.
Morgan at first. He's going. Ball is hit foul. Back out of play, and the count is 0-2. He had the big jump. The bench was swinging away. Now Royce is throwing strikes here. Bench on the year hit .283, 28 home runs. That was high for the Reds. 110 RBIs, also high. He just one ahead of Tony Perez, who's waiting on deck. But against the Bucks, hit .250, 2 home runs, 9 RBIs. He's only 27 years of age, Bench. This is his 8th year in the major leagues, his 11th year in baseball. Morgan at first. The throw over by Royce. He's back in time. The ball gets away from Struggle. And not far enough to make any advance. People probably wondering how Struggle would miss that toss, but Royce is throwing. That is some bright sunlight behind third base and some white shirts, and it's tough to pick up the ball. The shadows deepening the home plate area, kind of getting some sun now. Fastball down low. Might have been the slider. The count of 1-2. The shadow from the roof covering the infield, but the sunlight now coming between the roof and the seating portion of the stands. Just about a 5-foot area and some sunlight sprinkling the home plate area. The look at first base. Morgan back in time to throw over there by Royce. No score. The Reds' first inning, 1 down. Morgan at first base, and a count of 1-2 on Johnny Bench. The look at first. The pitch. The runner goes. The ball is fouled again back into the screen, and the count holds at 1-2. And Morgan for the 3rd time stealing and has to come back. Morgan had been hitting 3rd in the Reds lineup during the regular season, but into the playoff. They moved him into number 2 and put Bench in that number 3 slot. '72 series, championship playoff series. Morgan had a bruised heel, but he's healthy now. Count of 1 and 2 on Bench. The runner goes again, swing and a miss to throw to second base. He is safe at second base. And Bench, I think, swung and missed. They wanted the field play first. They said, no, he didn't go around. This umpiring here is, I'll be quite honest with you, atrocious right now. Bench swung and missed that pitch. And the first base umpire says, no, he didn't go around. That's the second one that's occurred like that on Morgan and now on Johnny Bench. They got 6 umpires here, and they might try to find 8. Bench swung and missed. There's no doubt about it at all. But there certainly is in the mind of Andy Olson and home-plate umpire John Kibler. Well, they've got a runner at second base. The pitch. Fly ball, the left field, just spotting the sun. He can't make the play. Yes, he does! A miraculous grab, and he took a base hit away from Bench. What a play by Richie Zisk. That had double written all over it. That's the toughest play for the left fielder to make in this wicked sun field. A line drive shot, and Zisk was trying to pick it up. How he found it, I don't know, and how he caught it is even a bigger question mark, but he sure did. A fine grab by Zisk in left field, saving extra bases, and more important, a run. A runner at second base, and Morgan still holding, and Perez the batter, hitting at .283, 20 home runs, 2 of them off Pirate pitching. He drove in 109 on the year, and he's been carrying a hot bat. The pitch by Royce. Swing and a miss, and he blistered a fastball right by him. Strike 1. I'll tell you, Perez looked like he was on top of that pitch, Bobby.
I think he was, might have been geared for the fastball that time.
He sure was looking. Morgan at second base. Bobby Moose sitting alongside of us. No score. Royce in trouble a bit here with the runner at second base. And tough to Tony Perez up. Ground ball, foul off his foot. Royce that time looked like he jammed him with a slider, and a count of 0-2. You're pitching guys like this, Bobby, with a slider, you got to make sure you're right in tight, don't you?
You can't make a mistake and let it out over the plate. You have to get it in bad off the plate and hope they swing at it for the strike, and don't worry about it if they're going to call the ball, because you have to get it in. You can't make a mistake out over the plate.
2 down. Morgan still at second base, and a fine fielding play by Richie Zisk in left field, preventing a run from scoring. The 0-2 pitch. Pop foul, and I believe out of play. It is. First base up. Well, there'd have been some second guessing had that ball by Bench been a base hit following what looked like a strikeout to everybody else, but Kibler and Andy Olson. Count is 0-2. The pitch to Perez, bounced off the right side, sent it way to his left, makes the play. He's got him at first base, and Royce gets out. Ballpark office open until 6 p.m. World Series tickets will be available Sunday on sale at Three Rivers at the advanced sale window under Gate A from 1 o'clock till 6 p.m. Admission tickets, by the way, are $3 for adults, $2 for children 16 and under. They're available for all 3 games, and some reserve seats at $5 available for games 4 and also game 5. Stargell leads off the second inning against Don Gillett. He takes a curve, and it's taken, strike 1. Kibler called that a strike, and it bounced under the glove of the catcher, Johnny Bench, and Stargell looks up at the scoreboard, and he's questioning the call again. Feeling they're believing Kibler's missing a whale of a ball game.
I think the umpires take more pressure than we do.
Ground ball hit weakly to second base, and Morgan will make the play at first. Stargell doesn't have much to say. Well, he's kind of a quiet guy, but when he just looks back, there seems to be a message there.
When he looks back, it's usually a bad call, but I think he knows the strike zone real well. That's why you never see him arguing. If he takes a pitch that he knows the strike, he just walks away. But if he looks back, there's something wrong.
NLCS steps in. His fielding play has kept this ball game a scoreless contest. Richie hit at 290, 20 home runs, 75 RBIs. First ball hitting, fouls, back out of play, strike one. He had a good swing that time. After the Bucks got off that horrible road trip, the 19th of August, from that time on, Zisk hit 368 to close out the season, hitting at 290. And Gullett's in with the strike. Count of 0-2. He had 20 home runs this year, career high for him. And he led the club with 12 game-winning RBIs. Pitch up high by Gullett. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's a lifetime Major League batting average of .303. He was the most productive Pirate against the Reds. He hit 4 home runs off Red Leg pitching. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A curveball hung outside from Gullett. Gullett is not a good breaking ball pitcher, is he?
No, I think he's primarily what you call a Pirate pitcher. He's going to go with his fastball.
And he's got a fork ball, I believe. He throws for a changeup now.
Yes, but I don't think he's going to really be relying on it today. I think he's going to just be strictly Pirate today.
The 2-2 pitch is this. Line foul, and not line foul, but pop foul, back out of play. The shadow's getting me here. That ball looked like it was lined down the left field line. It came right back off the top of the bat behind home plate. Sunlight now right on the home plate area, right on the top of this batting helmet. The rest of the portion in shadow. Fastball away, and the count to full, 3-2. This, the batter with 1 down in the Pirates' second inning, no score. Red Sox beat Oakland 7-1. Here's a 3-2 pitch by Gullett. Foul, back out of play, and the count holds full, 3-2. Parker waiting on deck. Big Dave Parker. Pirates hit 138 home runs this year to lead the National League. 16 against Cincinnati pitching. The windup and the payoff pitch to Zisk. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Foul tip, 12 by Vince. That's the second strikeout by Don Gullett. Gullett moving along. He's retired 5 in a row, and that'll bring up Dave Parker. Led the National League in slugging percentage with a .541 percentage. Had 35 doubles. He was tied for was second in the league in triples with 10, and he was 5th in the league with home runs, 25, 70 extra base hits of his 172 hits. Penn State beat Kentucky in a very tight ball game, 10-3. Here's a pitch by Gullett to Dave Parker. Swings and misses, strike 1, and he just whooshed that one right by him. Parker saying that his swing got a bit nappy toward the end of the season, and he just didn't like the way he's swinging the bat the last couple of weeks. Boy, he sure carried this ball club most of the year. Fastball inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. You talk about good young ball players. Stenich 24, Parker 24, and both of them outstanding athletes. Reds starting to show a bit of age in their lineup. The 1-1 pitch. Strike right there. The count is 1-2, and Gullett continuing to pitch masterfully here. Shadows creeping along the third baseline. Rose now in the shadows. Parker hit with a pitch, and he'll go down to first base. Yeah, the fastball by Gullett came tight on Parker. They tried to pitch him tight, but they got too tight that time. He was hit in the rib cage. He'll go down to first base. Here the Bucks get their first base runner. That'll bring up Richie Hebner, hitting at .246 on the year, 15 home runs, driven in 57. He's had an off season, but Bob, watching him in batting practice, and maybe that doesn't say a whole lot, but he's starting to hit the ball for distance now. It's something he hadn't been doing.
He's starting to get his stroke down. He was lunging at the ball and not hitting, making good contact on the ball. I think now within the last week and a half, just a week of workouts we had, he's been hitting the ball a lot more solidly.
Fastball from Gullett down low, and he's working from the stretch for the first time. That's always a bit of a problem, the first couple of pitches, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You know, you get into a groove of throwing from the regular straight windup, and then you have to go into the stretch. And it's going to take you maybe 1 or 2 pitches to get accustomed to it, maybe just for the first hitter.
Big thing, trying to throw strikes from that position, get something on. Parker at first, 2 down, no score. Pirates second. Fly ball, right center field. There's a base hit into the gap. They'll get through. It does, no, it's picked off by Griffey. They're going to wave Parker on. There's a play at the plate. Here's a throw. He is safe. The Pirates lead 1-0 on a double by Richie Hebner to right center field. And the speed of Parker made it happen. The play was pulled off very effectively by Griffey. He prevented the ball from getting through. He hit the cutoff man, Joe Morgan, but the throw did not have enough steam on it, and Parker beat the play at the plate. And the Pirates with a 2-out Lightning here. Parker hit by a pitch and a quick double by Richie Hebner, and Bob Moose, we were talking about Hebner, and looks like he's got the stroke.
Yeah, I think he has a stroke back now. He has a double now. He's going to be hitting the ball. I think he's made more contact recently than he has in, I would say, maybe the last 2.5, 3 weeks of the season.
Now Tavares will step in. Well, there's a guy that everybody was on earlier in the season, but down the stretch when you had to have shortstop play and get some hitting, he gave it to him. This guy had 6 game-winning hits for a guy that hit 212.
He seems to come through. I don't know how sometimes the way he stands in there. He looks very unorthodox, but I think he's cut down on the strikeouts this year and trying to make some contact and just put the ball in play. But he has good speed going down the first base line.
He swung and missed on the first pitch. Pirates lead 1-0. Some 2-out Lightning here. Hebner at second. Tavares takes a pitch down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hebner had a good series in the championship series in 1971 against the San Francisco Giants, as did the redhead Bob Robertson, who kind of dominated that series. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Foul, back out of play, and Tavares had a good swing at a high fastball that time. Now, very quickly after the Reds made a bit of a threat in the first inning, and the Pirates 2 down and nobody on, very quickly the Bucks pick up the tally. Gully with a count of 1-2 on Tavares. And he pops him up, and I believe playable off the first base side. Bench, no, it's out of play. Not a whole lot of room to chase foul balls here in this ballpark. Narrows down the left and right field line. And some 60 feet from the left field wall. There's not much more than 3 feet or so. Maybe more than that. I guess about 6 feet between the foul line and the wall. But the fans in this ballpark right on top of the action. Hebner at second, 2 down, 1-0 Pirate lead. The pitch to Tavares, looping ball into center, left center field. A base hit. Hebner's coming around third. He'll score, and the Pirates lead 2-0. Now you talk about the bottom of the lineup coming through, and Tavares, Bob Moose does it again with a looping single into left center field. Gullett looks over at him and says, "Hey, you're not supposed to hit like that."
All he has to do is make the contact. Everybody's moving.
No, the Bucks very quickly break through against Don Gullett. They lead 2-0, and Royce will be the batter. This is something I think the Pirates wanted to have happen, to get out in front of the Reds to take some of their running away, maybe, Bob Moose.
It has to slow them down. It has to keep them a little bit tighter to the base if they slow them down a little bit. Just hold them a little bit tighter.
Here's a pitch to Royce, swinging and a miss, strike 1. All of this occurring with 2 down and nobody on base. The hit batsman, a double and a single, 2-0 Pirate lead. Royce swings and misses, strike 2. Tavares at first base, with Royce up, not much of a threat to run. Count of 0-2. High fly to left center field. Rather deep, drifting back as Foster. Still going, and he makes the grab on the warning track in deep left center field. That ball was well hit by Royce and almost misplayed by Foster, who didn't think he was going to hit it that far. Well, the Pirates come through with a big inning, scoring 2 runs after 2 are out, nobody on base, on 2 hits, no errors, and stranding 1. And we'll go to the second inning. Pirates leading 2-0.
You know, when you think about beer in returnable bottles, not everybody thinks of the same thing. Some people think of taste, that beer tastes a little better out of a bottle. Others think of economy, that beer costs less in returnable bottles. Now, as far as the taste goes, well, that is a matter of taste. But the economy is a matter of fact. And when you get a case of Iron City beer in 7, 12, or 16-ounce returnable bottles, you are really getting a great buy. Because the deposit you pay on your first case of Iron City returnables goes toward your next case when you bring back the empties. And every case after that, too. just as long as you bring the empties back to your distributor. You get great taste, certainly, but that's more the beer than the bottle. Iron City beer is specially brewed to give you rich, rewarding, robust flavor, no matter how you buy it. So buy it in returnable bottles. And, my friends, when you do that, you get economy too. Start now. Rally around returnables. Pour on the iron.
George Foster leads off the second inning. He'll be followed by Dave Concepcion and Ken Griffey. And Jerry Royce now finds himself with a 2-0 lead here against the Redlegs into the second inning. Boston beat Oakland 7-1 on a 3-hitter by Louis Tiant. He'll play again tomorrow in Fenway Park. Vida Blue, I believe, and Reggie Cleveland slated to go there. And as Radio Rich informs, Tiant struck out 9 in a very big performance. Reminder again, some football scores. Penn State beat Kentucky 10-3, and Pitt knocked off Duke 14-0. Tickets available for games number 3, 4, and 5 of the championship series in Pittsburgh. Ticket office still open. It'll be open for another hour and 15 minutes down at Three Rivers if you're driving around, and also at G.C. Murphy's downtown until 9 o'clock tonight. Some general admission tickets still available for the number 3 ball game. That'll be Tuesday night. And some reserved and general admission tickets available for Wednesday's night game and also Thursday's day game if they're necessary. Foster hit 2 home runs off Royce the last time we were in town here. He hit the 23 on the season. The pitch by Royce is up high, ball 1. The shadows now directly between. The mound is in shadows, home plate is in shadows, but there's a slither of sunshine right between the mound and home plate. That's what makes it difficult right now to pick up the ball if you're a hitter. Fastball outside, ball 2. The odd starting time of 4 o'clock in the afternoon for national television commitments. The 2-0 pitch to Foster. Swing and a miss, strike 1. When Pete Rose was asked to play third base, it made the Reds a championship ball club without any doubt. They were going to win it, I believe, anyway, but it made them an awesome attack because it gave this guy the opportunity to play every day in left field, and it tightened them up defensively with Rose a regular third and Foster a regular in left field. They won 108 games. Foul back out of play as Royce got in tight that time. And the count is 2-2. Here's a halftime score. West Virginia in the top 20 ratings, leading SMU at the half 14-10. 2-0 Pirate lead, second inning. Leadoff batter Foster. And the count of 2-2 on him. Here's a pitch by Royce. Line drive, left field to base hit. Reds come right back with a line drive off the bat of Foster. For a single. Now to bring up the shortstop, Dave Concepcion. He missed most of the season when the Pirates played them. He only played in 5 games of the 12 that the Bucks played with them. And hit .214. But he and the guy on deck, Griffey, and also Joe Morgan, are the fellas that like their own when they get on the base paths. Time call. First base umpire, Eddie Olson, asking for time. Now we're set to go. Concepcion hit .276, and he's regarded the premier shortstop in this game. Right-handed batter takes a curveball for a strike. Hit 5 home runs, drove in 49. This guy has become physically a strong ball player, Bobby. A couple of years ago, kind of spindly.
Yes, he was. A couple of years ago, you could almost knock the bat out of his hands. Not anymore. I think he's got a little bit broader shoulder and everything, got a little bit stronger.
Here's a pitch to Concepcion. Foul on a breaking ball into the crowd, third base side. And the count is 0-2. Hired Wives are, I believe, over along the third base side. Unable to locate them in the Loads level, I believe they are. Count of 0-2 on Concepcion. Fastball in on him, backs him off the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. now 1-2. Swing and a foul as he was jammed with a slider that ran in on the fist in the count holes at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Race this year, Bobby Moose is throwing the ball harder. Last year he kind of finessed a little bit.
Yeah, I think this year he finally decided he's going to go out and just be a Pirate pitcher. He's big enough and he throws hard enough to be a Pirate pitcher, and disregarded some of his finesse and had an outstanding year with just his fastball and a good hard breaking ball.
Foster at first. He's going. The pitch is foul, back out of play, and the Reds are going. And they had a big jump that time on Royce. Foster not that much of a threat to run. He hasn't stolen that many bases. But the Reds with Concepcion up there, figuring he wouldn't strike out and maybe find a gap someplace and get something going. Royce checking Foster, not much of a lead. The pitch to Concepcion up high, gets away from Sankey, and the ball is dropped, and Foster moves on into second base. He's safe. That'll be a pass ball, Charles to Manny Sankey. Sankey just dropped the pitch, and it bounced out in front of the plate, and Foster took advantage of it and moved on into second base. So the double play possibility is gone. Reds get a runner into scoring position. Nobody out, and the count is 2-2. And Concepcion, 2-0 Pirate lead, second inning. Curve is just inside. He thought he had strike 3, and Royce didn't get that one either. And he angrily grabs at the ball. And the count is full, 3-2. Griffey, the on-deck hitter. The bottom part of the Bucks lineup hurt Gullett, and the Reds trying to do the same thing here. He lost him, ball 4. Royce getting himself into trouble here. A single and a walk. Royce asking where that pitch was, and Sankey in 2, and Kibler says they are inside.
Those are pitches, Nelly, that when you're out there pitching, you got a guy in second, nobody out. Those are pitches that you have to get. If they're close enough, you have to get him to get yourself in charge of the game again.
Well, he didn't get them, and he's in trouble. The Reds have runners at first and second. Nobody out. Ken Griffey, the batter. Geronimo waiting on deck. And Royce now has got to do some pitching. Pirates up for a possible bunch. Stargell at first and Hebner at third, likewise, both up. He's a tough guy to double up. A look at second base. The pitch, he's not bunting, and it's down low, ball 1. Sanguin and Royce questioning that call, time call. This can be a frustrating thing for a pitcher to maintain your poise and not let this bother you, but I imagine it has to.
It's very hard, Nelly. I mean, you're out there and you're doing everything you can to...
For a pitcher to maintain your poise and not let this bother you, but I imagine it has to.
It's very hard, Nelly. I mean, you're out there and you're doing everything you can to get ahead of somebody, and you throw a pitch which you think is close enough to the strike zone, or even catching some of the plate, and then you get a call to ball, and it puts you behind and gets you in a hole.
Well, Royce becoming a bit concerned about things. The count of 1-0. He's outside, ball 2. And he is now struggling. Tony Botternell feeling a bit anxious. He's up and walking around.
Tony might get through about 7 sweatshirts this game.
Well, Jerry Royce has got to find a strike here someplace. A look at second base. And no pickout play. Foster back in time. Griffey wound up hitting at 305 on the year. The count of 2-0. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. That's the toughest thing about pitching. When you start missing and you've got to throw strikes. Nothing happens till you throw one. Runners lead, first and second. Nobody out, Reds second inning. Strike right on the corner, taken, strike 2. Griffey caught looking. Royce come back and pick up a strikeout here. It'd be a very big out. Griffey had 38 infield hits this year. He has amazing speed. The count 2-2. Foul back onto the screen. He stays alive. And the shadows now moving out toward the outfield, and the sunlight interspersed between the shadow, now moving across the front of the mound. Roy's still in shadows, and the batter's still in shadows, but a bit of sunlight between them both. Nobody out in the Reds' second inning, but the Pirates leading 2-0. Runners lead from first and second. The pitch to Griffey, up high, ball 2. And the count is full, 3-2. And Royce now has to come through with a strike. Foster's at second base. Concepcion is at first. Left-handed hitting Griffey against the left-handed Rice, and waiting on deck, left-handed hitting Cesar Geronimo. Here's a payoff pitch. Foul back onto the screen. The runner's not going. There was a big Pirate sign up, but it had, the sign said, hit one up here, Willie, way up in about the fourth deck, but that's no longer there. I guess it was so big it was blocking out the view of everybody. It was a king-size bedsheet. Willie said it cost me $40 for that. Here's a payoff pitch to Griffey. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And holding at second base is Foster. The ball dropped by Sanguine. Griffey's a strikeout victim. And a big strikeout. Geronimo, who hit 6 home runs, but 2 of them came off Pirate pitching, will be the batter. He wound up with 53 RBIs, and on the season hit 257. Had 25 doubles this year, a career high, but regarded, I guess, as the best center fielder in the game. Maybe Cedeno might be ahead of him, but a very consistent ball player, Geronimo. Pickoff play at second. Foster dives back in time, no play. Royce wisely not throwing. You don't have to throw the ball. There's not much sense in throwing it, Bob Miss.
If you throw it and don't in your mind know that you have about a 95% chance of getting the guy, just hold it, because if you throw it, too many things can happen to it.
Runners at first and second. Pirates back for 2 now. Here's a pitch to Geronimo. He's down low. Ball 1. Gullett waits on deck. Royce took a peek on deck to see who was sitting there, and he glanced right into the eyes of Don Gullett. Gullett not a bad hitting pitcher. The 1-0 pitch. Curve is up high. Ball 2, and he asked where was that pitch. Royce is really perplexed now and arguing with home plate umpire John Kibler. He hasn't seemingly gotten the pitch that he wanted yet.
I don't think, you never see Jerry even question the umpire. Maybe 1 or 2 times the whole game. I think he's done it about 4 or 5 times just this inning.
Kibler's getting some flack from the Pirate dugout. Looking over there. Royce now doing some meditating. Has gone off the mound to rev up a new baseball. But he's behind 2-0 on Geronimo. He's walked one and given up a single in this inning. The 2-0 pitch. Foul back out of play. Strike 1. Bucks get 2 in the second inning after 2 are out, nobody on base. Parker was hit by a pitch. Hebner doubled him home, and then Tavares singled home Hebner. The Reds haven't scored, but they're threatening here in the second inning. The 2-1 pitch to Geronimo. He is right there, strike 2. Royce this year won 18 ball games. Last year won 16 in a good trade for the Bucks, sending Milt May down to Houston. They got a guy that has gone every 5 days, never misses a turn. The look at second. Foster leads. The 2-2 pitch to Geronimo. Fouled out of play on a curveball. Count holds 2-2. The entire infield now is in the shadows, with the exception of that ray of sunlight that filters through from the upper deck. Royce checking up Foster at second base. The 2-2 pitch. Foul back onto the screen. And the count holds 2-2. Leo for station identification. We'll grab it here shortly. He's being very determined here and taking his time. The 2-2 pitch. Curveball line to left field. Just going over. Can he make the play? He does. A good running catch by Ziz. And he again had to sort his way through the brilliant sunshine here to make a backhanded grab of the ball going toward the line in left field. And that's the most difficult part of the sun field. A great catch again by Ziz down the left field line.
That's a ball right there. The second one today that Richie's had. He don't pick up the ball until it's about halfway through the infield, and it's very hard for him to move over.
That was a bad pitch by Royce. He got away with a hanging curveball.
Yes, he did. Anytime you can get somebody to fly out or something on a hanger, you're going to have some good luck.
You got to give Geronimo credit. He went to left field with that pitch instead of trying to pull it and almost got himself a base hit. Gullett, the batter, takes the pitch down. Low ball one. Royce now contends with sunshine. As he starts to pitch, the sun hits him full flush in the eyes when he comes to the plate, and that's a difficult thing now to try and pick up the batter. It doesn't affect a right-handed pitcher, but it does a left-hander in these situations. We'll look at second base. Here's the pitch. Ground ball weakly in the hole in left field, and it's through to the base. One to the score, and the Reds get on the board. 2-1 the Pirates lead. Not a well-hit ball at all. It was hit off the fifth, and just got by the diving Frank Tavares in the left field. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Pirates Baseball Network.
Babushka Power, Pittsburgh.
Well, the Reds get on the board with a weakly hit single by Don Gullett, who just found the hole between third and short, and the Reds are really alive now. At the top of the lineup, Pete Rose in. He drove in 74 runs this year in the leadoff spot. The tying run at second. Slider inside, ball one, and the Pirates have activity with Ken Brett, a left-hander, Larry Demery, a right-hander throwing. Pirates bullpen down the left field line. Well, that was a big hit by Don Gullett. The pitch. Ground ball, right side, and Stinnett makes the play at first base. He retires Rose, and the Reds pick up one run on a couple of hits, a walk, no errors, and strand two. Well, we've completed two, and the Pirates lead 2-1.
You've probably been hearing a lot lately about light beer. You know, the ones that are less filling, have less calories, and less carbohydrates. It's a good idea, especially for those of us who have to watch these things. The problem is, if you've tried a light beer, you've probably found something else missing besides calories and carbohydrates. Taste. Unless, of course, you've tried a Mark V. Now there's a light beer for you. It's less filling, has 1/3 the calories of regular beer, and a lot less carbohydrates. But the big difference is rich, sparkling, honest-to-goodness beer flavor. And after all, that's why you drink beer in the first place. So if you want to drink a light beer, why not drink a light beer that tastes like beer? Mark V. It's at your distributors now. Pick up a case. Mark V, the light beer that tastes like beer.
Well, the Bucks are at the top of the lineup in the third inning. 2-1 ball game. The Pirates out in front. Stinnett, Sagdian, and Oliver will take their second look at Don Gullett, who is drenched in kind of a spotlight of sunshine right on the mound, and that sun popping him right in the eyes as he comes forward. Pretty soon, that will be all a thing of the past, and it'll drift out farther into the playing field and around second base. But it no longer seems to be of any importance to the hitters now. It has gone, the sunshine portion has gone behind the mound. Gullett's base hit, a big one for Cincinnati and a tough one for Royce. He hit him on the fist with the ball, but just hit weakly enough to get in past Hebner and also past the diving Frank Tavares. Stannett struck out in the first inning. Gullett's pitch to him is in the dirt on a curveball. Ball one. Kind of a pleasant afternoon in the sunshine, but the shadows a bit cooler. Foul out of play by Rennie. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is the kind of weather I guess you're used to seeing when you have a World Series competition in this kind of atmosphere, and it seems to be fitting for it. Fastball way up high, got away from Gullett. 2 balls and a strike. Gullett, I guess, one of the best high school football players in the state of Kentucky back around 1969 or 70, but he chose baseball. 2-1 pitch. Looper off the fist, it's foul. Out of play. Strike 2. Rennie Stennett's had a whale of a season. Kind of a so-so first half, but the second half of the year, he has carried a hot bat. And I guess the guy that gives you 90 feet every time he goes to first base. The 2-2 pitch. Chopping ball hit weakly off the first base side, and Gullett will take it unassisted. Fine play by Gullett. Hey, that's a tough play for the pitcher to make, and we're talking about a good athlete. Gullett is that, and he went way off the first base side on a high hit ground ball, a high hopping ball, and took the play unassisted. He's the only guy that could have made the play, and he made it. Didn't see too many of those plays back in the old days when there was grass, did you?
They didn't bounce that high, Nelly, and it's a play now. I think a pitcher, that's why it's the main thing for a pitcher to be able to fill his position to get over, because if anybody but Gullett fills that ball, they're no way going to get ready in first.
Sanguin steps in, 2-1, Pirates lead, third inning. And this game kind of feels like both pitchers are sitting on powder kegs trying to keep it from blowing up in their face. Sanguin flies to center field. And he pops one up, foul, out of play, first base side, strike 1. And he had his best hitting year, batting at .328. Drew over 40 walks on the season. Make it 48 actually, 15 the intentional walks. He was hitting in front of Tavares most of the season. Chopping ball to second base, an easy play for Morgan. And Sanguin goes out, second to fifth. 2 up, 2 down in the Pirates third, 2-1 Pirate lead. Oliver, who tapped back to the mound, actually didn't tap back, hit it sharply to Gullett, who made a good fielding play to end the first inning, will be the batter. Al down a bit from last year's fine .321 average, but his other stats are about equal to what they were before. He was second in the league, tied with Johnny Bench with 39 doubles. Takes the curveball for a strike. Led the ball club in runs scored with 90. Stannett was second with 89. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Gullett. Foul out of play. Strike 2. Boston beat Oakland 7-1 in the other championship playoff series game in the American League. Louis Tion on a 3-hitter struck out 9 all the way for the win. Ground ball to first base, and Perez will shovel on to Gullett. Pirates go down 1-2. Third inning. And we'll go to the Reds third. Pirates 2, Cincinnati 1.
You know, my friends, even if you're not the one who does the food shopping in your house, you're probably very familiar with the phrase giant economy size. It means simply that when you buy more, it costs you less. Now, there are giant economy sizes of everything from soap to cereal. But did you know that there's a giant economy size in beer, too? Well, there is. Iron City Beer in big, economical 16-ounce returnable bottles. A case of 16-ounce returnable bottles of Iron City Beer gives you 1/3 more beer, but is nowhere near 1/3 more expensive. Ounce for ounce, a case of 16-ounce returnable bottles is just about the best beer buy you can find. And when it's Iron City, well, my friends, you just know that every ounce, every swallow packs the best beer pleasure you can find. Ice cold, there's a richness, a heartiness to Iron City, a real robust flavor that is unmistakably great beer. And in 16-ounce returnable bottles, it's a great buy, too. So rally around returnables, and hey, pour on the iron.
You know, a jam-packed house at Riverfront Stadium. Complete sellout for this one and tomorrow's ball game. There are still some tickets available. Some general admission for the third game of this series, the first night game in championship playoff history. Tuesday night at Three Rivers. And the ticket office at the ballpark open till 6 o'clock this afternoon. And G.C. Murphy's downtown open till 9 o'clock tonight. If you're in that area, well, you might stop by and pick up some tickets. Some box seats still available for the Tuesday night and also Thursday afternoon ball games if they're necessary. Port Authority, by the way, express bus service will operate 30 minutes later than the times indicated on the Port Authority schedule for an 8:05 ball game. The stadium shuttle service from downtown begins at Pacific Green at 6:30 and from the Hilton at 7 o'clock on Tuesday and Wednesday of this coming week. Morgan leads off the third inning. He walked in the first inning. He takes a pitch up high for a ball. Royce back again with one. Swing and a miss by Morgan. Strike one. Morgan stole second in that first inning. You talk about trading and picking up a big ball player. The Reds did it when they got this guy. Strike on the inside corner. Morgan looks at strike two. Without a doubt, the trade that made the Reds the championship ball club they are. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Curveball low, and the count is 2-2. His on-base percentage last year almost 500%, about 480, counting walks and hits. Pitch up high, ball three. Now Royce goes to a full count of 3-2. He had Morgan no balls and 2 strikes the first time he was up. He had him 1-2 here, and he's gone now full 3-2. Bench is on deck, and Perez waiting in the hole. The pitch. He is inside, ball four. He lost him. You know, Jerry's going to have his problem. This third walk, and you can't keep walking guys like Joe Morgan and not get hurt. He got away with it in the first inning, but very quickly Morgan's going to be sitting on second base. He's only been caught stealing 10 times. He has 68 steals. When you get a hitter up like that, you say, I'm not going to walk this guy, and that's generally what you wind up doing, Bob Miss.
That happens so many times now. You're trying to throw the ball. You're trying to be too fine to make him hit the ball somewhere.
Well, the crowd will come alive with Morgan at first, and he got a very big lead. Royce goes over, and back in time, he almost threw the ball away. 2-1, or Pirates lead. Bench line to left field, and Ziss made a great catch of the ball to prevent it from being a double and scoring a run. Runner goes, the pitch is up high, and Sanguin dropped the pitch. He never caught it at all. Sanguin really having trouble behind the plate. He had a pass ball in the second inning. This pitch was right up at his eyes, and somehow he didn't see it. Background or something must be difficult here, but Sanguin just looked like he boxed that one up and never saw the pitch.
I think the ball's coming out of so much sunlight coming from center field and right behind the mound. It's going to make it a little tough on Sanguin. Also makes it a little tough on the hitter.
Well, the Reds have a runner in scoring position with nobody out here. That's the tying run. That's the stolen base. No pass ball. The pitch to Bench. The runner goes to third, throw to third base, and Morgan safe there. Morgan had the chance to steal, and he took it. The Reds will do it, and they're doing their game right now. Morgan making things happen. I don't know what the record is for stolen bases in the championship series, but Joe Morgan stands a good chance of setting it here because he loves to run. He's at third base. Nobody out. The tying run there now, and a sacrifice fly will tie this game up. And a tough guy up in Bench, and the count is 2-0 on him. He is 3-0. Gary really has not settled down at any time so far in this ball game. We're going to get some throwing in the Pirate bullpen. The 3-0 pitch. He lost him, ball four, and Sanguin dropped the ball again. Four walks, 2 in this inning. Perez, the batter, will play back to give up a run. Try to get 2. Osborne's coming out. He wants to talk things over with Royce. And Sanguin and Stargell have joined the conversation too. All this is just to give the Pirate bullpen a chance to get loose. Royce really not comfortable at all so far, Bob.
I think he's had some bad calls from the home plate umpire, and now he's I think trying to do everything on his own, trying to be a little bit too fine and throwing the ball.
Overthrowing it, huh?
Overthrowing, trying to throw too much onto him, just throwing it right out of the strike zone.
Well, Don Osborne has to try and settle him down. Starger usually has some rather loosening comments to make at times like this, but Willie didn't spend too much time out there. 2-1, the Pirates lead, but the lead a precarious one here, with Morgan, who walks, stole second and third at third base, Bench at first, and the batter is Perez, who bounced out to Stennett in the first inning. We're back. We'll give up a run to get a double play here. Crowd really alive. Nobody out. Third inning. Inside, ball one. Pitch. Fly ball, center field, a base hit. One run is in it. Bench is going to come to second. He'll hold there. The throw in. He's just back in time. Safely. Try again. 2-2. Nobody out. Runners at first and second, and Foster will be the batter. No doubt that Royce's big problem has been his own of control and wildness. Walking Morgan twice, and you open up a bag of fish that you don't want to open up. Still nobody out. See how the Reds played here with Foster the batter. Bench at second, Perez at first. The pitch into the corner, taking strike one right at the knee. Foster hit 2 home runs out Pirate pitching, and both coming in one game, and both of them off Jerry Royce. 2-2 the score. The pitch up and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Demery and Brett again loosening in the Pirate bullpen. Foster taking a lot of time, doing some landscaping in the batter's box. The pitch to Foster, just outside, ball 2. Royce has not been ahead of too many batters. When he has gotten ahead, it's been ahead of Joe Morgan, and he's come back and walked him. But it's not been a good performance by Jerry. He just can't seem to get into the flow of the ball game. The look at second, the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a foul, back out of play. Fastball way up around the bill of the cap. Foster chased a very bad pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This guy's a pretty good high fastball hitter, though, isn't he?
Yes, he is. You know, if you can get him to foul that pitch off and get your back with an even kind of, it's really a plus on your side with nobody out.
You don't want to keep pitching him here, though.
No, that's not a real wise thing to do.
Bucks are back for 2, and they need one quickly here. Nita Hoover. Bench at second, Perez at first. Nobody out, 2-2 the score. The Reds third inning, and Roy's taking too much time. Foster steps out on it. They're set to go. The 2-2 pitch to Foster. Fly ball, the right center field. Parker coming up to make the grab in shallow right center. The runners hold. 2 down, or 1 down rather, and that'll bring up Dave Concepcion. Concepcion walked in the second inning. Royce has given up 3 hits and 4 walks, and the Reds have had 3 stolen bases, all of them by Joe Morgan, and a pass ball 2. But still it's tied 2-2. Concepcion, a right-handed batter, another guy with good speed. The only guys in this lineup that don't run well are Rose, Bench, and Perez. The pitch to Concepcion, foul, back out of play. Fastball was in on him. Strike one. A very long 3 innings of baseball here and still not completely through it. Well over an hour into the ball game already. The 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball inside and a count 1-1. Tie game 2-2. Pirates back for 2, looking for the double play ball. Pitch down low, and a count of 2-1. He seems to be falling off the third base side an awful lot. He doesn't look like he's gotten his rhythm at all.
I don't think he has no. I think he's trying to. Like I said before, I think he's trying to overthrow the ball, and he's got himself jerking on his follow through, and it's making his ball either tend to go up on him or stay way down.
2 balls and a strike on Concepcion. 1 down the pitch. He is way inside. Ball 3. Griffey, the on-deck batter. And the way Royce is going here, it's going to be doubtful that he'll go much longer with him. Some concern. Look down to the Pirate bullpen. They're loosening Brett and Demery, and that boy going down, I think, to tell Brett or somebody, or give him something, I believe it is, tell him he's going to be it with Griffey, the on-deck batter. Now, this possibly could be the last batter for Royce if he didn't get a decision here. The 3-1 pitch. Foul back out of play, and boy, he had a pitch to hit there.
Right there, Neil. It's one of the pitches you can't afford to walk another batter, because in this situation you might be out of the ballgame, and it's a pitch you have to say, here, hit it, and he was just lucky enough to have it fouled off.
Bobby Moose sitting in with us. Bob not eligible for the playoffs here. He's had a great month in September. Then we'll check the runners. Bench at second. Perez at first. See if they might be going with 1 down here. And Concepcion the batter. They're not going. The ball is hit to center field. Right center. Rather deep. Drifting over is Parker. Bench tags, and the throw will go to third base. Here's the throw. It is not in time. Bench moves into third base. Concepcion flying to deep right center field, and Griffey will be the batter with runners at first and third. 2 down in the tie game, 2-2. You got to figure if Royce can get through this inning and maybe get his thoughts together, Bob, that he might be able to settle down.
If Jerry can make it through this inning and only giving up just a 1 run after having 1 run scored and nobody out, he may be able to go in the dugout and collect himself again and see what his problem is. Just be able to think without being able to have to push himself trying to pitch and think at the same time out there. It gets a little bit tough now, especially in the championship series.
Yeah, I would guess the thoughts go through your mind and they're spinning a bit, and to turn them all off and just get inside yourself and be Jerry Royce again is what you got to do. Here's a pitch to Griffey. Foul back onto the screen. Strike 1. Well, he struck him out in the first inning, or the second inning rather, with runners at first and second and nobody out. Reds have been threatening in every inning. He threatened in the first, got a run in the second inning, and scored 1 here in the third. The 0-1 pitch. Curve hangs high. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Jerry now very inconsistent with that breaking ball. He hung one to Geronimo in the second inning. He hung Edlin, unfortunately, too high, and Griffey didn't offer at it. The count of 1-1. Here's the pitch. Foul back out of play. Strike 2. And the location of pitches, Royce is just annoyed with himself. He's grabbing at the ball. He's not throwing it any place he wants to.
He's not making the pitch he wants to make. I know he didn't want that pitch right there. He wanted. He's made some bad pitches. He walked people. They scored a run this inning on a walk. It's very tough.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Bench at third. Perez at first. 2 down, 2-2 score. Way outside that time. And the count is 2-2.
Come back to show you now the theory that I've always had when I've been pitching. Every time I walk somebody, they find new ways to score. And that's something that happens to pitchers. You walk somebody, they're going to score eventually.
Makes you a defensive pitcher, I guess, doesn't it?
It makes you very defensive.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Griffey. The runner's going. The ball is hit deep in the right center field. It's a base hit. 1 run is in. It may be gone. It is off the wall. Perez will score. And the Reds 4-2. For Jerry Rice. He will not pitch anymore here this afternoon. He just did not have any coordination or stuff at all today. Just not a Jerry Rice type of ball game. And he was outside himself, trying to throw too hard. He walked for the left-hander hurting him here, Griffey. And had he been able to get out of this tied 2-2, it would have been a miracle, and the miracle did not occur. That's all for Rice. He'll take a very early shower. And he's on the hook for the loss. Kenny Britt will come in and try to close the door here. He'll be facing left-handed hitting Cesar Geronimo. The Reds are of the opinion, Bob Moose and Keith Rosted, that the key game for them would be the first game. They would have to beat Jerry Rice and do it rather convincingly because he had beaten them 3 times and he's a Pirates ace, and he figured if they beat him, they'd win the series.
Yes, Nelly, but it's going to come down to the thing. This game's far from over. It's like it's been a long game so far, but it's only the 3rd inning, and the game's going to be a lot longer. I know it's going to take its toll right now on Golick just sitting there. He's going to have to go out and get loose over again. Jerry had the last pitch right there. I think it wasn't a pitch that he wanted to throw. It was a pitch to get up where Griffey could hit the ball. And you can't make pitches like that and win in a game like this.
No, he just didn't throw pitches anywhere. He had no location at all. I don't think he had any pattern of pitches he was throwing or setting hitters up. He was actually just throwing the ball.
When you go out and get behind hitters consistently, inning after inning, and it can maybe only be like for the first 2 innings, and you throw a lot of extra pitches, and it doesn't wear you down. It's not going to tire you out, but your location is going to get progressively worse and worse just because you're having to push and think on every pitch, and it's going to move you out of the strike zone.
Well, Royce goes just 2 2/3 innings, and he has faced so far 16 batters. He gave up 4 hits, 4 walks, 4 runs. All of them earned. He struck out only 1. The runner at second base, his responsibility, and that is Ken Griffey. A big double for the Denora native. He's at second base. Kenny Brett will face Cesar Geronimo. Brett's record on the year was 9-5, and he appeared in 23 ball games, 16 as a starting pitcher. And this is the kind of pitching you have to get some good, long relief pitching right now, or keep the Cincinnati Ball Club from breaking loose.
You need a guy now to come in out of the power bullpen that's going to be able to hold him for at least 4 good innings. Just keep him down. If you can pitch now, get a guy to come in and pitch maybe 4 innings without scoring. You're getting a job out of your long reliever, and that's the main job of the long reliever.
Tough job, a tough pitching test. Brett trying to close it out here. Geronimo bounces to the shortstop. Tavares fields it cleanly. He's got him at first, and that retires the Reds. But they chase the Buck chase Jerry Royce with 3 runs on only 2 hits, 2 very big walks, and 3 stolen bases. No errors and 1 left. Well, we've completed 3, and the Reds now lead 4-2.
Pirate Baseball has been brought to you by Iron City Beer. Now your host for Pirate Baseball will be Joy, nature's food for dogs. Higher in protein, it still costs less than most other brands.
Ball game in favor of Cincinnati. It's far from over, and Don Gullett has yet to win it very handily against Pittsburgh. The Buccos earned theirs, and with a double by Hebner and a single by Tavares. I got to say, pretty much the Pirates handed the Reds a couple of 3 runs, and when you hand this club a run or 2 that they shouldn't get, why, you are in trouble. And the way you win in a 3 out of 5 is not give them anything. They got to get it, and unfortunately, we gave them a couple. And by giving, I mean bases on balls, allowing the men that do their thing the best to do what they did. Morgan and Steele. Stargell a strike. All-time Pittsburgh Pirate home run hitter with 368 4-baggers. Gullett here works to Wilbur. The 1-1. Wilbur bounces a hard one down toward Perez, and he finds the ball somehow or other and throws it over to Gullett. He played that one like the proverbial monkey running around on the top of a pumpkin, and somehow or other came up with a baseball. He didn't have any more idea where it was than the man on the moon. I'll tell you, sometimes, and I mean it sincerely, I'd rather be lucky than good. And in this case of being lucky, Zisk made what I think's the outstanding play of the game in the first inning on a ball hit by Bench. There's no way Richie could have seen that ball. With that wicked sun hit right at him, and it was by him, and he reached back somehow or other as he heard it come by or whatever and caught it. Well, right then the Reds could have been off and running with a ton of runs. Gullett, 1 ball, 1 strike. And I hope Mr. Gullett stays with those fastballs. And if he does, he's going to find some longies coming around. The 1-1, a swing, the bat flies out of his hands over to the Pirate dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. What the Pirates got to try to do now is not lose their cool, just try to do their thing. You got a guy hitting 200 against you on the season and you walk him, you ain't doing your thing. You're letting them do their thing, especially when he's a guy that can steal a base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A walk to Morgan is a double, my friends. That's no single. 1 and 2 to Richie. Outfield straight away to him. Gullett delivers, and Richie pulls it toward third. Funny hop, and Rose comes up, throws. No. Richie beats it out. And there's where Rose doesn't have it. If you can get him to throw long, you got him. That's not being critical. That's just telling you that the guy's been in the league a long time, and he's not a third base arm. Here's Parker now, hit by a pitch in the second inning. The Cobra's got a sting one here, and she's out of sight, and it's a tie game. They're going to shift around a little bit in the infield. Concepcion comes in to holler something. They're not going to hold Zisk. No threat to run, really. In behind him is Perez. 4-2 score, 1 out. The Reds have the 4. And Gullett throws a strike. Pirates have been unhappy with the umpiring of one John Kibler. I'm not saying that he's been good or he's been bad. I'm just merely telling you they've been unhappy. In that first inning, it looked like they had all kinds of problems going with him. A ball, a stolen base on a fastball. A fastball, it's got to be charged to Bench. Now let's see if they're going to call it a wild pitch. All right. That's a rule. On a ball into the dirt, it's automatically a wild pitch. I'll tell you, that's a ball Bench should have handled. Now, John, for all of his great ability to catch, is not the best at hanging on to a ball, my friends. You'd be amazed the number of times I've observed him behind the plate with balls popping out of his glove. And it's been that way with Sengi. More so this year than any time I've seen. It makes a difference. 1-1. Swinging a foul back. Parker took a good rip. Now with 1 out and Zisk at second base on a wild pitch, Parker can make some kind of contact and the Bucks can get a very big run in. Don Gullett, who has trouble beating this Pirate team, leading 4-2, 1 out in the 4th inning with a long way to go. Once again, Gullett ready to look. The 1-2 delivery. Parker hits a fly ball shallow center. Geronimo in, Morgan back, and it is Geronimo that makes the grab, and holding second is this. And that'll bring up Richie Hebner. Hebner hit a double in the second inning. Richie out of the lineup 3 different times during the year, but had a lot of things going for him. I think he's made up his mind that the season that just concluded is all over and forgotten about it. You can redeem the whole doggone thing in 5 games or less. And he hauled off and wrapped a double in the second inning, driving in a very big run. Johnny Bench out to talk to Gullett. Gullett, a very fine all-around athlete. No ands, ifs, or buts about that. Now the shadows are all over the place, and it's the right fielder that's got trouble a little bit on a ball hit right to him. The shadows are all around him, but one little area is a bright patch of sunlight. Here's a look back to second, the pitch, and it's high ball on. To be perfectly honest with you, for both ball clubs, it's a lousy time to be playing a game of baseball, 4 o'clock. I don't care if you get $1 million for it, and they do. 1 ball, no strikes. From the ball player's standpoint, I'm telling you, it's a bad time to be playing. Now Hebner checking. Zisk off second. Here's the pitch from Gullett. Hebner swings a foul out of play to the left. Pirates 2 runs on 3 hits. The Reds 4 runs on 4 hits. If it should stay this way, the story tomorrow will be all Morgan. But lost in that will be the great catch by Zisk and a couple of other plays that occurred that'll all be overlooked by the front-running media that'll go to the man that stole 3. Ball 1 and strike 1. Pitt beat Duke 14-0. Ball 2, strike 2. Over to my left, a very nervous young man. His name is Marty Brenneman. And I'll tell you why he's extremely nervous. Ken Coleman is broadcasting with Woody Woodward, not that nervous. Here's the 2-2. High for I've lost it. It's out into where? Right field, and now it's gone by Griffey. I just had to keep looking until I saw an outfielder make a move. I knew the ball was high, but nobody moved, and I lost the ball in the lights, and I couldn't see it. And then the right fielder, Griffey, got it. So that retires the side. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 4th. The Reds are on top 4-2. Talking about a very nervous young man. Ken Coleman, former announcer for the Boston Red Sox for many years, a veteran announcer with Woody Woodward. They wouldn't figure in broadcasting in the World Series under the setup. The voice of the Reds is Marty Brenneman, and he would. And whether he gets into the World Series depends on whether his ball club gets in the World Series. So it is a great thought for him, and I wouldn't blame the young man because it would be his very first effort in that endeavor. We've had the pleasure of being in 5 and 2 with our own club. Don't get me wrong, I'd dearly love to be in another one. Thought for him, and I wouldn't blame the young man because it would be his very first effort in that endeavor. We've had the pleasure of being in 5 and 2 with our own club. Don't get me wrong, I'd dearly love to be in another one this year. I'll get there only if the Buccos win it. Gullett singled to drive in a run in the 2nd inning. Got a little sizzler off the left side of the bat. When I say sizzler, just dribbled through, ball 1. Sort of looked at me like he had been jammed a little bit on the pitch. And in the older days, and the guy got a hit like that, the next time up, they'd have thrown it right through his body. Say, don't you ever do that to me again. He lined a foul off the first base side. 1 ball, 1 strike. Those are little no-nos now. You're not allowed to do things like that anymore. You mustn't do that. 1-1 pitch from Brett. Weekly foul, a curve off the left side. Gullett's a fine all-around athlete and a great pitcher. The fact the Reds won 108 games doesn't mean they're necessarily the best team in the National League. They won 108, a lot of them against a team that everybody beat. And they played them more because they're in the same division, a ball inside. Everybody beat on Houston and San Diego, my friends. And they played them a lot of games. We didn't. We only got to play them 12 times. That's where they build up their big edge. There's a high fly, right field. The Cobra should wrap him up. Boy, would it be funny. I'd like to see them leading 4-2 in the top of the 9th bases loaded and jerk one. And watch the balloon go out. The air go flying around. Here's Pete Rose. I'd like to, but they'd like it the other way. I don't blame them. Boston beat Oakland 7-1. There were 7 errors in that first game. A well-played contest. Luis Tiant threw a 3-hitter at the Oaklanders, beating Holtzman. Penn State beat Kentucky. Pitt beat Duke. And the last we heard, West Virginia was on top of SMU by 5 points, like 21-16. Pitch to Rose, ball 2, and it passes out of Sanguin's end. There have been a ton of balls bouncing out of Sanguin's mitt. It's almost as though he's got a goat horns in there. I don't know what that's from, but I've never seen it happen so much this year. Here's a 2-out to Rose. There's a strike from Kimmer. They made one ruling of an error today in that Boston-Oakland game I want to tell you about, a swing and a miss. First time I've seen it made, and I got to say I thought it was a great call. The outfielder for Oakland missed the cutoff man on the throw to the trying to cut down a runner. Foul back. In the opinion of the official score, if he hits the cutoff man, the runner's out easily. He charged the man with an error for making a bad throw to his cutoff man. And you know what? It's a good ruling, because a Major League ball player is supposed to be able to make that play. Rose takes high, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Rose is, for the year, batting at .317. He's 0-2 here this afternoon. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and he lines it towards center. It's a base hit. That's hit number 5. Morgan, who's walked twice. Well, one thing, if you walk Morgan now, at least he can't steal second without running over Rose. Joe Morgan has set 3 records today. First player ever to steal 3 bases in a championship series. First in the National League to steal 2 bases in 1 inning, and has 4 career stolen bases for another record. Foul. And there's a ball getting away from Sanguin on a strike swing, and it wasn't a foul. Now let's see what they're going to rule here. Another pass ball charged to Sanguin. It was swung on a miss by Morgan. Morgan has walked twice, stolen 3 bases. Missing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he goes down swinging. Now that's how you keep the Reds from winning. You pitch to him. And you get him out. Keep him off the base. You walk him and you got him in trouble. If you do walk him, you got to have a Bobby Moose pickoff play. And he's the best we got. Bobby Moose is right here. I'm sure Nellie has told you that strikeout is number 2. And this year I thought they tried to figure out that Bobby Moose had an illegal pickoff play, and that began to burn me up a little too. There's Bench on a fly ball to left. It's playable. Zisk and Oliver. Oliver makes the grab. That retires the side. We go now to the 5th inning, 4-2 Cincinnati.
The next portion of Pirate Baseball will be brought to you by Z-Bark Rust Proofing. Z-Bark says it's us or rust.
Beginning to warm up here. 20 seconds for our local stations.
Hi, this is Warren Mann. Sickle cell anemia is an inherited disease that affects the black community. There is no cure, but there is a place to turn. The Sickle Cell Society of Pittsburgh sponsors counseling, free blood tests, and medical research. To find out how you can help fight sickle cell anemia, call the Society today at 441-6116.
Bobby Moose is here with us, and Bobby, great thing about picking off a guy like Morgan or any base stealer is to have a good move, and you had a great one, and it seemed to me sometime this year they started to say you weren't making a proper pivot.
Yes, well, they wanted me to completely turn when I threw him. I mean, by that I mean completely turn my whole body around, because I use my feet real quick, and they said my feet weren't coming all the way around, and I mean a left-hander can get away with about anything they want, and this was sort of disturbing me, so I didn't change it at all. I just kept on doing it the same way, and they have to think, after they saw that it was consistently the same all the time, I don't think they can really say that much about it.
Oh, that's right. You've been doing it ever since you've been in the big leagues, and all of a sudden why they would start it, I don't know. Well, right now we go to Tavares, and the Spider is 2-0. Knocked in a big run for us. Gullett, 2 balls, no strikes. It's amazing how sometimes in championship series, unbelievable, where all of a sudden something breaks out where you least expect it. And here's ball 3 to Tavares, and it might be right here. If he gets on now, we got a threat to run on Mr. Bench, because I'll tell you, John can fire, there's no doubt about it. But the 3-0, and a strike, 3-1. But he can only throw so well. You got to have the guy that's the pitcher getting it up there to you where you can do something with it. Tavares has had a look to Skinner. 4-2 Reds in the 5th. And here comes the 3-1 delivery. He's walked him. Nope. The pitch was inside, and on the inside corner, Tavares thought the pitch, no question about it. I'll tell you, from the way it looked from here, I'm not going to say it wasn't a strike, but it sure had to back up a good piece there to get the plate, Bobby Moose.
It's one of those pitches that I think from here, I've never set up here before. It's a little bit hard for me to tell, but the ball could have been inside. It could have went either way.
3-2 delivery. Now there it is, ball 4, and he was inside again with it. So that is Gullett's first walk, and that's the first chink in his armor, as far as I'm concerned. We're now loosening Larry Demery for the second time, and Billy Robinson's going to bat. Demery does not need that much time to warm up. So Billy Robinson, who on the year played some great baseball for us, batted at .280, had 6 home runs and 33 runs batted in, will bat for Kemmerer Brett. Bobby Moose, I didn't get a chance, but Nelly, I'm sure, probably asked you. If he didn't, I want to ask you again. You came back, you finished strong, and it had to give you a lot of hope and help and thoughts about next season.
Yes, it did, Bob. You know, there for a while, I think the whole organization had given up on me that I couldn't throw. And I wanted to come back in the last month and show everybody that, in the organization, that I could still throw, and I'm still able to win up here.
Well, you did all of that, and I just wish, gosh darn it, you were eligible to go. Right now, Robinson up and a strike to him. However, things will come along, and Bobby Moose, before you know, will be back down there with a little sunshine girl called April. You bring Mother along, too, and they'll be going. Robinson a swing. Acquired at spring training from the Philadelphia Phillies. Here's an upset that's going to knock you for a loop. Here's a look, the 0-2, swing, struck him out. Well, I'll say one thing you forgot up there, Bob Moose. He just came with some heat.
3 high fastballs. That's what a pitcher going to have to lay off when you're pitching, when you're hitting against Gullett. The high fastball that's out of the strike zone.
Michigan State beat Notre Dame 10-3. 10-3, Michigan State over Notre Dame. Ooh. Well, we got our own troubles. Ain't going to worry about theirs. Now the batter, Ronaldo Stennett. Light him up, Rennie, right in the gap. Need a bug in the rug, a curve away, good layoff pitch. Stennett struck out, went out on a little chopper off the right side that Gullett grabbed and took him unassisted. Foul back. 1 ball, 1 strike, runner first, Tavares. Down low, we got 1 out, the Reds lead 4-2. On 5 hits to our 3. Stennett struck out and went out unassisted to the pitcher. Now they got a guy warming. It's like Eastwick out checking. 2 balls and a strike. Foul tip, a good swing. That's Dillingham. Yeah, he just Dillingham. Gee, his pitch will look like it's floating up there on a gravy train after looking at Gullett. Those are the guys that bother me more, watching our guys swing at it. The junkers bother me more than anybody. What I mean when I say they affect me watching our guys swing, I don't think you can smoke our 9 out of the park too often for any great length of time.
Not consistently.
No way. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rennie Stennett. The check, the pitch, and there's a ball hit out into right center, not deep enough. Geronimo coming up into the sunlight, got it. Now Sanguin fly to center and bounced out to second base. Rose saying something down there to Gullett. First base, Tavares. 2 out. Bucks need a bug on the rug. We get a bug on the rug, we got to run.
I'd settle for a home run maker.
Yeah, I would too. Here's a look, step off the mound. 2 best teams in the National League are going at it. The Reds from the west, the Buccos from the east. And the Reds on top here, 4-2 in the 5th inning with 2 outs. Tavares, who led off with a walk. There at first base, time called. One of the things that is rather perplexing, and of course there's not an awful lot you can do about it now, is the fact you don't have, in the minds of many, the 6 best umpires here working. They got a little rule they put in, somehow or other. You want to call it a union or whatever you want to call it, I don't know. But they got it set up so that they rotate it. Now, we got a 1st or 2nd year umpire working here right now, and you're not going to tell me he's as good as a Shag Crawford or Eddie Vargo. No way. Pitch inside. And it just seems like kind of a funny thing. I myself would be in favor of putting in the 6 best umpires in the National League East and the 6 for the World Series, 3 from each league. And if you want to give everybody a shot, put the money in the pot. The pitch. Swing and a foul tip, 1-1. So you ask an umpire and they all say, no, we're all as good as the other. Well, that's a bunch of baloney. If that were the case, then every baseball player is as good as anybody else, and statistics, won and lost records, they don't mean anything. That is not true at all. But that's the way they work it, and it doesn't make any sense to me. Ball 1 and strike 1. The pitch. Hard line drive, right side, diving Morgan, can't get it, skips off, dives in the shallow right, coming up forward is Tavares. Now I'm going to say something, and Morgan is the MVP player. There isn't any question in the book. Stennett sticks that ball in his back pocket and throws him out a mile. He has more range than any second baseman I've ever seen. The greatest second baseman I've seen is Mazeroski. Range-wise, anybody I've seen can go with Stennett, Bobby.
No, I don't think there's anybody. I've been around the league now 8 years, and I haven't seen anybody with the range going both to his right and his left as Rennie has.
He can do it. Now, do you suppose Mr. Oliver can give us one out there where it says 114.30 meters?
That sounds like a good place to put one.
That's stinging. There's a ball loose from the dugout down the line. Dillingham threw a pumpkin, and it dazzled his catcher, Plummer, with such velocity it had died 15 feet from his legs and fell in between the plate and went on out into the infield. Threw him a changeup on his changeup. Right now, the Bucks need a base hit badly. There's Oliver hitting a ball very deep into right center, going way back, and it's caught at the wall by Geronimo. You lucky rascal. The wind blowing to left. He got it up high in the air. And he can walk off the mound, and he is lucky. Believe you me, that baby took Geronimo right to the wall. That means if he pulls it just a fraction, it's a 3-run homer. It's no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left, and the 4.5. It's 4-2, Cincinnati. All right, it's, I'll tell you right now, I said if he can hit it where it says 114.30 meters, he just pulls the ball about 7 more feet to the right. Oliver's got a 3-run homer. Well, he didn't quite get it there. Let's take 20 seconds for our local stations.
In the morning, John Springnuts and 90s to Fritz. When it's on sports, Pittsburgh. Sports.
The batter's going to be Perez. We owe for station identification, and we'll get it in a moment. Larry Demery is on the pitch in place of Brett. Brett went 1 in the 3rd inning. The losing pitcher thus far is Royce. Demery won 7, lost 5. He's been a fine right-hand pitcher. Goes to Perez. A swing and a miss, and we'll pause for station identification. It's the Pirate Baseball Network. Up inside to Perez. Perez bounced out to second, singled softly into center field in the 3rd to drive in a run. Just a foul out of play. We had walked Morgan, and then he stole a couple of bases, and Perez singled. When Morgan stole, he stole that third base at 3rd. That was the 3rd he'd stolen 1 game. That's a new playoff record. 2 in 1 inning is a playoff record, and 4 for the playoff championship series is a record. And, oh, what was wrong with that pitch? A ball, 2 strikes. I couldn't have asked for a guy to hit a ball to where I wanted it hit any better than I asked for Oliver, the 114.30 meter mark. And the darn thing was just to the left of that, about 10 feet. And it was where it was catchable, right at smack up against the boards by Geronimo. If it's right where I'd asked for it, it's a 3-run homer. That's the difference, my friends, in this game right now. And it would have been 5-4 Pittsburgh. Just that simple. Now the 3-2 count to Perez. And he walked him, and there's where we're killing ourselves. 5 walks. We have given the Reds 2 of their runs on these walks. And I said earlier in my analysis, for whatever it meant, that you cannot give the Reds runs. And when you give them runs, you are in some trouble. Here now is Foster. He singled, and we gave him a run when he moved into second on a pass ball. Charged the same again. Fly to right field in the 3rd. Pitch is a strike. No balls, 1 strike. Look over to first now, the pitch. Underneath with his fastball, and a count of 1-1. Boston whacked into Oakland today, and I mean clobbered them. They were charged with 3 errors in the 1st inning. Stretch and the look in the 1-1 here to the batter, Foster. And he slams it to the right side of Tavares, who couldn't make the play, and he has a base hit. I tell you right now, the walks by our pitching is bad. You got to make them hit it. They hit it, they hit it. Walks terrible. Here's Concepcion. He walked and he flied out to right field. Now we're going to be playing up here as though we look for a bunt. Hebner up tight at third a little bit, way up inside Starchel. Larry Damry. Here's a look now, the pitch, and he takes a strike. He squared as though he was going to bunt. Hopefully our flagship station, KDKA, can let us know what happened to the West Virginia Southern Methodist ball game. West Virginia was leading 21-16 in the fourth period. One of the really great powerhouse ball clubs of the country. Notre Dame's been upset. West Virginia, they can hang on there in a whale of a spot. Here's a look in the 0-1, and he bunts a pop-up. And Sanguillen diving doesn't get it. Demry diving doesn't get it. Sanguillen's the man that had to get it and didn't. Hebner cannot get the ball. Hebner's got to play back at third in the event of a play there. Sanguillen tried to get to it and should have, but didn't pick it up right away. Demry, coming like the wind, dived for the ball and slid on his tummy and couldn't hold it. So the count now to Concepcion, no balls, 2 strikes. Everything thus far in this game has broken right for Cincinnati. But that is not the story of the game. The story of the game are 5 walks. And Cincinnati's taking advantage of those walks. And then Griffey getting a 2-out double that broke the back for the moment of the Buccos in the third inning. Here's the look, and now the pitch. And it's a foul to the right out of play. When he slapped the double off Royce with the runners going on a 2-2 pitch, it just hit in the gap and they got it. And that many times is what's this game of baseball. Just as though when it was in the gap, the ball hit by Oliver just missed. If he has the ball down, he's got a double. If he gets it up, which he did, and pulls it just about 4 more feet to the right, he's got a 3-run homer. That's why the game of baseball is such a charming game, and one that delights some and kills others. There's a ball hit on a weak chop up to third. Hebner bare hands and can't get it. He's got a base hit. So he fails to bunt, butchers 2 of them, and then gets a high bouncing chop for a base hit, and there's nobody out. That makes you want to just turn around and what, Bob Moose?
I saw the turn out there a few times. It's a thing to keep the guy from bunting, and he gets a high chop, and he gets both guys over, and he gets a base hit out of the ball. It's just a ball that's just too hard to field with his speed. It's just a tough, really tough play for Rich to make on third base to be able to throw him out.
No way he can do anything about it. Now he pops up a bunt that Rich can't catch because he's got to play back in the event of a play there. If anybody's going to get it, it has to be Sanguillen off to the left, and Demry came like the wind diving and couldn't get it. So when you have a guy try to bunt and fail and pop one up and get away with it, and then hollow up and hit a Baltimore chop base hit, you got to almost say your snake business just ain't your day yet.
That's one of those things I think has happened here a couple times already.
That's about all you can say, and that's all there is to it. And the Reds now have the bases loaded on Demry, and the batter is Griffey, and we're listening Kent DeCaldy. So Griffey with a double and 2 runs driven in, and here's where the Reds can break it open and make it a chariot race. They get a shot right here, they can wide open. Here's where the game hangs right now. If he gets a pop, Buccos have had it, I'll tell you right now. If they can get out of the inning, it's an altogether different thing. It can swing the momentum the other way. Makes a great game to second guess, to say if, and all sorts of things, depending on just how objective you are when you watch the contest itself and look back on all the plays. A bluff throw to second and not made as Foster slid back in. Well, West Virginia remains undefeated. They beat SMU 28-22. They got to be ranked in the front 7 or 8 now of the nation. So Bobby Bowden's Mountaineers continue to roll. Pitch to Griffey high for a ball, and the count is 1-1. Royce went 2 2/3 innings, and the thing that killed him were 4 bases on balls, plus a pass ball and 3 stolen bases. That's the thing that you'll look at that. It'll really tell you the story. And it's given the Reds too many chances to get up there and bat with their big men. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch, a curve, a swing, and a foul back. You just can't let Rose, Morgan, Bench, and Perez, and Foster, and Griffey, and guys like that get up more than 4 times in a ball game. And that's all they should get up, Bob, if you're playing right. They're getting up for their 4th time, and we're only in the 5th.
They get up 4 times, and it's just this early in the game. I mean, the score right then would be very deceiving. It's just 4-2.
You better believe it. We are fortunate to only be behind a pair. 1 ball, 2 strike, bases loaded, nobody out. Demery looking for the sign. And here comes the pitch now to Griffey. And he slams a drive deep right, hooking on the ball. Parker has got the ball foul, but he didn't catch it. The ball went in the corner foul, and I can't see it, and Parker didn't get it. That could be a big break there if we can get him out now.
If he catches the ball, the guy's going to tag up and score.
Easy.
It might have been a wise thing that he couldn't catch it.
I'll tell you one thing we got to say about Parker, Bob Moose. He certainly has come along. He looked like a fellow that was having all kinds of trouble defensively. And all of a sudden, he's turned into a very, very fine right fielder.
I think over last year to this year, I think he's improved himself about 100% in the outfield as a defensive player.
Just keeps that up for about another year or 2, and he'll be a superstar. He's so close to it now. A 1 ball, 2 strike count to Denora's Ken Griffey. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. Just outside, 2-2. One Cincinnati player, and I won't name him, who always keeps on saying, we play you in the championship series, we'll beat you easy, there's nothing to beating you. There's one guy who keeps telling me that. And he gloats when he does it. Ball 2, strike 2. Hard wrap right side, up comes Smith. Second base 1, no play elsewhere. Slight bobble. We had a double play if he can make it. But this guy, Griffey, can fly. We were playing back, and he had no play on Perez coming home. So he'll get a run batted in. Griffey at first on a force out. Concepcion is out, 4-6. Foster has moved to 3rd. Perez has scored the 5th run. Charged a run to Demery. Well, in any event, he always delighted in giving it to me like that until finally I said to him, it's a funny thing how when you apparently feel that we choke. He says, that's right. I said, well, if that's the case, how come I got all the World Series rings and you ain't got a 1? You've been there twice and you really choked. Fly ball into center field is going to get another run. Now the score, 6-2, and the Reds have the Pirates by the throat score-wise, but let me tell you something. You'd be amazed how many times when they're going around that all of a sudden a couple of men are on and somebody goes ding-a-ling-a-lang and it's 6-5.
It doesn't take the Pirates long to score 2 and 3 runs.
It sure doesn't, and this game is far from over. Now here is Don Gullett. Now let's see what Demery does with him. Now, he did a wrong thing. He didn't throw it in high enough in and up. The time you really buzz him, you flatten him, and knock him off the plate in a hurry. Bad pitch. No balls and 1 strike. I didn't say hit him. I said you just knock him down.
Just show him a little bit of respect.
That's right. Nothing in 1. He took a rip. He'll take another rip, too. There it is, and there's a ball hit a mile to center home run to left field. you'll believe me when I tell you how he should have fixed the gullet. That's his first home run. Now it's an 8-2 ball game. That could be his first ever for all I know. Wait till I look. I'm talking about as a major leaguer. Pretty hard to hear the PA announcer here. I don't blame them the way these people are screaming. And are they having fun here in Cincinnati in this the first game? First home run he ever hit, even if he played in Williamsport. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I wouldn't do another thing but just play this game out and have the laughs from here on in. Left side base hit, up come no. Severus throws him out. End of 5 innings. They knocked Gemry for a loop on 1, 2, 3, 4 base hits. At the end of 5, they lead 8-2.
Talking here with Dave Justy, who makes a habit of retiring batters, I wonder one thing, though, Dave. What about the time that lies ahead when you have to retire?
Bob, my wife Ginny and I have kept our eyes open for an investment retirement home down in Bradenton where we train. You know, after all, the old pond ball can't go on forever.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Tell me, did you find anything yet?
I'll say we have. It's a great place called Meadowcroft, located in the beautiful Bradenton countryside. Better yet, it's a development of Pittsburgh's own National Development Corporation. And I want to tell you that Meadowcroft really offers an ideal Florida lifestyle.
Hey, I know where Meadowcroft is, just minutes away from our Pirate winter quarters, close by some great golf courses and all the fishing you ever want in that beautiful Gulf of Mexico. Bet you and Jimmy were enthused when we found out the low density of state condominiums were selling from the mid-20s to the mid-30s.
So much so, Bob, that I'd like to tell the folks all about it. Write to me, Dave Justy, KDKA, Gateway Center, Pittsburgh 15222. I will reply with a personal letter giving you all the details.
Well, it certainly has swung very heavily in favor of Cincinnati here. They're now in the top on an 8-2 ball game. You had to bet every dime you had in the world on who had hit the home run for the Reds. You wouldn't pick any pitcher they got. When you got Bench and Morgan and Perez and Foster and Griffey and even Rose, and for that matter, even Geronimo, you wouldn't say Griffey, would you?
Hey, any guys that can hit the home run out there that you expected from them. If they hit the home run, it's not, it's no surprise. You get the pitcher to come in and hit one.
Well, he just laid one. He did not brush him back off the plate, and the tip-off was when he let him swing that first one. Now, the next one, he's got to come back and really ding him. And he didn't. And down he went. Stargell foul back. Downtown he went. And they are enjoying this little fanny kicking they're giving us. As we play here in the 6th inning, Stargell's Iskin Parker. But make no mistake, it's not over. There's a slop curve. That one popped out of Bench's mitt. Now, he has a lot of those happen to him, too. I don't ask you what it is, but he's had about 6 or 7 a day. 1 ball, 1 strike. Stargell fly ball left field, and Foster. There's one out. There are 1 or 2 catchers. Simmons is not a good catcher for the Cardinals, that is, as far as holding the ball. It's tough, but there are 1 or 2. A guy like Brody.
Duffy Dyer does a good job.
Duffy Dyer's, he corrals him. Darn fine job. There's this going to pop foul off the right side, slicing over the dugout. No, not by Perez. Parker, hit by a pitch and flied out to center. They should, Bob Moose, by any chance beat us this year and then lose the World Series. The first time we play them, I'll identify the player to you that said what he said to me, and you come along with me, will you? Because I want to tell him if he loses the series what happened, and I may need some help.
I'll be glad. I'll walk right beside you.
All right. You might need some help. But I won't wait getting to him. I'll tell you if they beat us and if they don't win that series. Parker hits it out here to left center deep, but Geronimo's back on the warning track. Holy Toledo. 3 up, 3 down, and we go to the bottom of the 6th. And Cincinnati leading 6-2. Well, in the 6th inning now, Morgan benching Perez. We've given him 2 walks. He had 132 walks. He's without a doubt the most valuable player in the National League. There's just no way you can deny it. Can't do what he did and not be the most valuable player. Foul back. Well, I'll tell you what he did, in case you're wondering. He batted .327 in 146 games. Scored 107 runs, had 163 hits, 27 doubles, 6 triples, 17 home runs. 94 runs driven in. He walked 132 times. He only struck out 52 times. And he stole 16 bases. And he only made 67 bases. There's a one hopper to Stennett. They throw him out. And he only committed 11 errors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not looking at the complete player, I quit. That's the MVP.
That's my choice right there. I mean, his on-base percentage and everything. He's constantly on a base. He's a threat to steal. Steals almost 70 bases a year.
He's not MVP. It's fixed. And the broadcasters don't have that choice to make the selections. Here's Bench now. He lined out to left on what had to be the most difficult catch of the game. Richie Zisk really made a great play at a crucial moment in the ball game. He walked. Going to run, fly to center, and Demery throws a strike. And John isn't going to argue at this point on that call. Not leading 8-2. If this had meant something, he might still be there, turning around, looking at the gentleman behind the plate, and asking him, in the event you ever regain your eyesight, would you take another look at that ball? 1 no ball, 2 strike on a foul back. This is the umpire. He's a good friend of mine, too. And he cost Bobby Moose, who's sitting right here with me, as far as I'm concerned, the game. And I say he cost. Sure as heck didn't help you any. Man, I thought we had that thing all locked up. I was so mad at NBC. They were all over me in 1971. They said, your club is lousy. We lost 2. And I said, well, all right, I'll tell you guys, we're going to go home, and I'm going to start broadcasting the coast to coast the way I want to broadcast, and that's all there is to it. Now we win 3 in a row. And I said, we'll wrap it in 6. They're pitching Palmer, a high ball pitcher. My man's Moose, a low ball pitcher. The umpire's Kibler, low ball strikes. Foul down the left line. Would you believe it, in that ball game, every pitch above the shoulders was a strike, and everything down at the knees was a ball?
Yeah, I can believe I was there.
His entire call from what he'd done all season long, and Bobby Moose, the pitches you threw, which had been strikes all year long, were balls, and the pitches Palmer threw, which had been balls all year long, became strikes. We lose the game by a run, and Murtaugh got fined a ton, because when he told Kibler what he thought of him going up the runway when the game was over, he forgot he had been wired for sound, and it was all recorded what he said. And what he said, I guarantee even the Supreme Court couldn't pass today as language befitting a king or queen.
I had a few remarks after that game myself.
Don't blame you. I couldn't understand why John switched. I just couldn't. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he's a very good friend of mine. And I like him very much. But that game, I couldn't believe. 1-2 pitch. High. Boy, if ever there was what was the final on that one? They finally tied up. We lost it in 10 innings.
We lost it in 10, yes.
Oh, Robert. Boy, you had that thing won so easy. Well, easy if you could call a 1-run decision easy. We've been all over in 6. There's Mr. Bench striking out. Now, that's what Mr. Demery's got to learn to do more often. Come at him with that pitch and strike him out.
He has an excellent fastball, and he doesn't use it, I don't think, to his full ability, because he has a well above average fastball, and he just doesn't use enough of it. In the days when he is effective, he uses it constantly, and it's a very good pitch.
And it moves, doesn't it?
It's smooth. It's not a straight fastball. He's going to move on. He's going to, I wouldn't say sink, but he'll still only run on him a little bit, which makes it that more effective.
Now, here's Perez, and I'd buzz him right now. I mean, I'd come running in tight. He didn't. He threw him a breaking ball away. Perez bounced to second, singled out the middle, and drove in a run, later scored, and walked and scored. You can't let this guy, the way he crowds the plate and swings, stand in there with any great reckless abandon. There's a foul back. He took a curveball, and he hung it a little outside and ripped and missed it. We're getting Doc Ellis up now. Into a glorious record. We allowed Mr. Gullett to hit a home run, his first ever in the major leagues, and the only other one ever hit in the championship series, Mike Cuellar hit it, who's a pretty good hitter, against Minnesota at Minnesota, where the balls, Cuellar hit it, who's a pretty good hitter, against Minnesota at Minnesota, where the balls fly out of that park, by the way, in the left center. I'm not diminishing the fact that Cuellar, if you just remember that Harmon Killebrew hit a ton of home runs up there to become one of the most prolific all-time home run hitters. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down to Perez. 8-2 score, Cincinnati. First game of 5. Ball 3. They were going to trade this guy, or at least they said they were. Maybe they just said they were to make him angry and make him play. You ever think of that?
I think that's what happened, because they made him angry and made him play.
Yeah. Ball 3 and strike 2, and here comes the pitch. There's a base hit up the middle. It wasn't too sharply hit, but he got it there. Here's Foster. If it weren't for Rose being good enough to come in and say, yes, I'll play third unselfishly, and coming in and play the game, Foster wouldn't be in left field playing all the time, and the Reds might not have won the National League West.
This is always a fact you have to look back on, and it was a move that they found out. And Rose, they said, was sufficient enough, and I guess he's done a good job for him at third base, and let Foster play.
The big thing, too, is he did it without griping. Say, right. You want me to play there? I'll play. Right. Look at Bench. He's played third base, played first base, played left field, played right field. Foster hit a can of corn out to the Cobra. 210 pounds of Golden Bantam, and that puts him away. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 left. I take your leave at the end of 6 with the Reds on top 8-2.
Well, we move into the final 3 innings, and Don Gullett with an easy 8-2 lead here goes to Ebner, Tavares, and a pinch hitter for Larry Demery. Pirates offensively almost pulled one out in the 5th inning in that long fly ball by Oliver deep to right center field. It just missed the home run. Defense has been good, but pitching today just not there. And Royce or Larry Demery. Hebner, first ball hitting, pops it up third base side in foul territory. Concepcion will make the play. No, nobody does. Rose and Concepcion both had the play, but neither one of them made the catch. Kind of an Alphonse Gaston act there. I got it, you take it, and nobody did.
I got it, you take it, and watch it bounce.
Well, the Reds have done something wrong. Leading 8-2, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. You can get away with it.
Especially if it's a foul ball.
Yep. Don Gullett having a big afternoon. Go to first base and back on the ground ball to Tony Perez. Covering at first base is Don Gullett. That's about the 5th out he's had at first base. He's kind of dominated things here this afternoon. Don Gullett. Well, Tavares, who's had a good afternoon, single a drive and a run, walked in the fifth, steps in, takes a strike from Gullett. Tavares taps the shortstop. Concepcion hurries the throw, and he got him at first base. He just got it, too. When Tavares moves down that line, you could see him looking at Concepcion, and he just got him.
He made the routine hit ball, but he made it pretty close over there.
You know who the fast runners are, and you know how much time you have to make a play. You don't have much on a guy like that. Log on Larry Demery. Not a very good afternoon for Larry. 4 runs on 4 hits, all earned, 2 innings. He struck out 1, and he walked 1. Pinch hitter is Willie Randolph for Demery. The count is 2-0 on him. He was up to hit in the 5th inning when he's going to pinch hit for Ken Gratt, but when Tavares drew the walk, they went to Bill Robinson, hopeful of getting a long ball and the home run to tie the game. But Gullett quickly punched him out on 3 fastballs. Willie gets a look here. His first championship in play appearance. Takes a strike. 2 balls and a strike. He blew a fastball by him. Strike 2. Gullett's windup in 2-2 pitch. Fastball foul back out of play, and he's just reaching back and humping.
He's just throwing now. When you got a 6-run lead and you're going into the 7th inning, it's one of the things. You're just throwing the ball in and say hit it. If you get a couple of guys on base, then you're going to step back and try to regroup yourself and start pitching again. You're out there now just throwing the ball. Just telling them to hit the ball.
Here's a 2-2 pitch to Randolph way outside, ball 3, and if Gullett has lost anything, it's not apparent because he looks quicker now than he did earlier.
He lost it. It's not on his fastball.
I guess you can pitch nice and relaxed now and just, you don't have to overthrow. He blew him out of there, strike 2. Just ate him right up. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. Now we go to the Reds, 7th inning, and the Reds lead 8-2. Doc Ellis comes on to work. This is his, this is the 4th pitcher of the afternoon. Royce started. He's on the hook for it. He gave up 4 runs in 2 2/3. 4 walks really hurt him. Kenny Brett, the only one who pitched well so far. An inning and a third, gave up only 1 hit. Struck out 1. Emery punched for 4 runs on 4 hits in 2 innings. He struck out 1 and walked 1, and Doc Ellis now replaces him. Ellis, I'm sure, will be greeted here as he is some places, and he's been announced as the pitcher, and that's what you hear in the background. And a funny year for Doc Ellis. Bob Moose, he looked like he was going to win 30 games this year in Florida.
I've never seen anybody pitch as well as Doc pitched in spring training this year.
You've known him pretty well. What's the story?
I have no idea, Nelly. I was away down in the minor leagues when he left the ball club, and I didn't get to.
I'm just talking about his year. He just looked like he was going to be a good pitcher, but he just lost his fastball.
I think he lost everything. All of a sudden, I don't know if it was his arm or what it was.
Unusual. Concepcion leads off the inning, and the count on him is 1 ball and 1 strike.
He threw so well in the spring, he just overmatched everybody he pitched against all spring training.
Curveball low and away. 2 balls and a strike. Doc in the 70 championship series lost the first game of that series. Pitched well in the 10th inning. They got to him for 3 runs. He won 1 game in the 71 championship series and lost 1 in the 72. Fastball and a foul out of play as Concepcion just couldn't get around on a tight fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I would imagine Doc's in the situation here of having to almost impress somebody.
I think so, Nelly. Since I've been back, he hasn't thrown that much, and what he has is not the Doc Ellis that I know.
Slider right on the corner, taken by Concepcion, strike 3. Well, he starts off with a strikeout, getting Concepcion. That'll bring up Ken Griffey, who has really been the big stick here, along with Don Gullett. They both have driven in 3 runs apiece of the 8 that have come in. These two guys, Gullett and Griffey, have driven in 6 of them. Griffey's big double off Royce chased him in the 3rd inning and broke open what was in a 2-2 ball game. He drove in 2 runs. Curveball inside, ball 1. Ellis has all the experience, and if his arm is sound, he's going to be a good pitcher. Curveball down low, ball 2. Doc came up in 1968. In his first full year, 69. He's been around for all the big seasons. And this one, I'm sure he'd classify as a very disappointing one. Foul out of play. 2 balls and a strike. I don't want to sound like I'm defending him in any way, but I think a lot of people misunderstand Doc, and he was pretty well thought of on this ball club, and I don't know what he was thinking of when we were in here in August, but whatever he was thinking of, he botched whatever he was trying to do, and it was unfortunate. The 2-1 pitch. Right there, taken by Griffey, and the count is 2-2. You agree with those sentiments? You know him, I guess, as well as anybody.
Yes, Neil, I can agree with him. Like I said before, I wasn't here, and I don't know none of the circumstances or what was going on, and I think it's Doc may be able to look back at it and regret it. It's something that happened. It's over. I have no idea what was going on.
The 2-2 pitch. Ground ball to second base. Then it has to hurry. Throws. He got him at first base. Good play by Rennie. And the Doc isn't quite the controversial figure that he makes himself out to be. I think a lot of people do too.
No, Doc he's one of the first to come up and tell you threw a good game, or the first to come up and tell you a nice hitter.
Sensitive
good
sort
play,
of a guy.
right? But it's something that I don't think convey to the public.
I don't think he likes to let people know he is that way. For what reason, I don't know. Geronimo, 0 for 2, hit a sacrifice fly in the 5th inning of Demery. He's driven in a run. Ball 1 to him, 8-2. The Reds lead, and they have an easy ball game going here. Rooker and Norman go tomorrow. Foul back into play. 1 ball to 1 strike. Well, the inability of Rice to throw strikes and be the Jerry Rice that he can be, and the inability of Demery to keep the game close has made it a rough afternoon. Pitch way outside. And high. 2 balls and a strike on Geronimo. Pitching keeps you close. The 2-1 pitch. Foul back onto the screen. Strike 2. Bucks have not had a 1-2-3 inning against Cincinnati so far. Had a chance in the 6th inning, but Perez with a 2-out single spoiled it. Ellis trying to get the first one here with a count of 2-2 on Geronimo. Fastball just missed, and he thought he had strike 3, but he didn't get the call. Full count of 3-2. Ellis is just 30 years of age, so he is by no means an old-timer. 3-2 pitch. Foul ball out of play. I mean, let's confess, his fastball today looks better than I've seen it since spring training.
From the viewpoint I have here, it looks like he's throwing pretty good out there.
Full count of 3-2 on Geronimo. 8-2 score. Red Sox won easily this afternoon. 7-1 up in Fenway Park. Fastball and a foul into the crowd.
Just about had that ball by him.
Continues to foul off 2-strike pitches. Geronimo does. Game time tomorrow, same time, 4 o'clock. We will contend with the sunlight and shadows early. And a late dinner. Swing and a foul tip held by Sankey. So for the first time this afternoon, the Reds go down order. Ellis retiring them. They go to the top of the 8th inning. Cincinnati leads 8-2. 2-run shot at Wood. And he was so overjoyed, he jumped way up in the air, looked like Mazeroski when he hit the home run against the New York Yankees in 1960. In fact, he jumped so high, he came down, it looked like he almost turned his ankle. Yeah, it'd been a shame that he turned his ankle and had to leave the game hitting a home run. Wouldn't that have been something? Al Stennett, who is 0 for 3, will lead it off. Seguin and Oliver will follow. Bob Moose is sitting alongside us, Pirate pitcher. Not enjoying the game any more than we are you?
This is my cup of tea.
Put you in that tea commercial I have. Stennett takes the curve down low, and I mean real low, ball one. Will McEnany listens in the Reds bullpen. These are tough games to broadcast.
Tough for me to watch. They asked me this afternoon, they told me I could sit on a bench. I said, no, I'd rather go upstairs and sit. I said, if I sit down here, I'm going to have to put on a different shirt and go out and throw.
2 balls and no strikes on Stennett. Well, let's see if we can get something going here. Maybe score 3 or 4 runs, make it interesting. Who knows? Gullett in with a strike. 2 balls and a strike. Yeah, you come back tomorrow, regroup your forces. I guess that's the best way you can look at things right now. Line drive foul down the right field line. 2-2, the count on running. There's not much doubt that the Pirates have to win tomorrow if they don't win today, because there ain't nobody coming back from losing the first 2 and winning in a 5-game series. You might be able to do that in 7. But in 5,
In 5, it makes it real tough.
Makes it tough. Rennie lines one up the middle. He got a base hit, almost got Gullett on the shin. So Rennie's on base. That's the way to start things anyway. Well, I said, if there's one thing about a Pirate ball club that I've been watching since 1970 is the ability to maybe look bad and stumble and fall and ridiculous, I guess, at times, but the next day it looks like a different ball club.
Just completely. I think once they walk off the field and give them about 10 minutes in the clubhouse and it's over.
How do you do
completely forgot. I don't know. I think it's something that just I've done it a few times myself, and it's been done a few times in a ball club here, just with the whole ball club. It's just something I think just an atmosphere that runs through the clubhouse. Everybody forgets it, I think, just about the same time.
That last loss we had here in '72, that had to be the toughest defeat any ball club could go through. And I know you were right there. I guess Clemente had a big impact there.
He had an impact on it. It was.
What did he say after that game? He just went around and told everybody.
He just went around and told everybody, you know, we were here. They know they played somebody. We just didn't come out and lay down for 5 games.
Yeah. Don't hang your head, I guess.
No, once you make it to the playoffs, and if you lose, there's nothing to be ashamed of. You were still the best in the East.
Well, he was quite a guy, and of course that was the last game he played right in this ballpark. Sankey in the batter was Stennett at first base. Fly ball deep to center field, but if it's going things, it'll be in the ballpark. It is back on the warning track. Geronimo's got it. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow those things will be going out of here. But certainly today there have been a couple of near misses, and one by Oliver back in the 5th inning with 2-1 would have given the Pirates the lead at that time 5-4, and might have changed pitchers and everything else.
That could have changed the whole game around, but it's one of those things you can say you didn't pull it, hit too high. It's baseball, they say, is a game of inches, and that just happens to be one of them right there.
8-2, the Reds lead the 8th inning. Stennett at first, Oliver the batter, he's 0 for 3. Ground ball, first base side, a base hit into right field. Stennett will come around second and chip, and he falls, and he's going to be out at second base. He's out. Can you believe that? Bad base running by Stennett. I don't know that he thought he was going to go or not, but he sure didn't run hard going around second base, and he stumbled and fell, and he tried to get back into second, and he was out. Well, that's something shouldn't happen, but it sure did. They said, I mean, no way you get thrown out of second base on a play like that. You're on 8-2, but we did. The out goes 9-6-4. 2 down. A runner at first and starts with a bat. That was kind of uncalled for, I guess the best way to say it. Stennett stumbled going around second base. Lost his footing, never got back in. Ball 1. Biggest crowd ever to see a championship series, 54,633. and they're Red fans, and they're enjoying it. Stargell fouls out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. This has not been a sterling performance this afternoon by any means. Oliver at first, 2 down. The pitch to Stargell, fly ball right field. Not deep enough. Now to retire the Pirates. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 run. Well, we'll go to the Reds, 8th inning. Cincinnati leads 8-2. Well, the hero of the afternoon, Don Geller, gets a standing ovation as he steps in against Doc Ellis. And everybody, I guess, except Pirate fans, are up giving Don Geller a standing ovation, and for a very obvious reason. He's given him 3 runs with a single and a home run. A 2-run homer off Demery in the 5th inning that broke this game wide open. And he's allowed the Pirates only 6 hits and only 2 runs, and he leads 8-2. And it's the biggest crowd ever to see a championship series game at Riverfront, 54,633. Here's a pitch by Ellis. Fastball at the knees, taken strike 1. Rice started. He's the pitcher of record. Brett came on in the 3rd. He worked an inning in the 3rd. Demery worked 2, was pounded for 4 runs. Ellis got them out in order in the 7th inning. Chopping bunt off the plate. Sanguin, a tough play at first. He got him. Gullett's out. Sanguin's quick throw to Stargell, nailing him at first base. Now that'll bring up Pete Rose, who's had a single before his bats.
Series like this and get your pitcher to have 3 RBIs in the opening game, it's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, it sure is. I guess that hurts more than anything when guys like that beat you, doesn't it? You do a job on the benches and the Roses and the Fosters, I guess. But their RBI guys have been Griffey. The number 7 and number 9 men have dominated this game. Number 7, 8, 9 actually have driven in 7 of the 8 runs. Strike 1 to Rose. And the pitch up high. Ball 1. This is the first time Rose has batted left-handed. Correct me. No, he batted left-handed against Demery in the 5th inning. Ground at the shortstop. Fastball by Ellis up high. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 balls and a strike. Ellis' fastball looks like the old Doc Ellis fastball. Kind of a sneaky fast.
Looks like he's throwing good right now.
The 2-1 pitch, fouled out of play down the left field line. Count 2-2. That'll be frustrating for a guy of Ellis's major league career to be a mop-up pitcher in a game like this.
Yes, it is. Now it's coming off a bad year. It's hard, you know. You got to learn to expect just about anything. I know that's what I was doing the first part of the year, and it took me a while to regroup and realize that I was doing things like that.
It's hard on the old pride, I guess.
Yes, it is, and especially when I come back up from Charleston. That's mainly what I was coming up for, and it took a couple games for me to go out and throw well before they would put me in a game, which was going to mean anything.
2-2 the count on Rose, and he's up to high, ball 3. On deck, Joe Morgan. Pirates' last hope in the 9th inning. This Parker and Hebner. Ground ball off the glove of Ellis, and Hebner makes a play. No, he can't do it. He kicks it away, and Sanguin will finally get the ball somewhere over near the on-deck circle on the Reds territory, in foul territory on the first base side. Ellis had an easy play, but it went off his glove. They ruled it a base hit, but I think if you talk to Doc, he'd say I should have caught that ball.
Anytime I think a ball would hit you like that in the pocket of your glove or something, and you lose it trying to be quick to go to first base, I think that's when he lost the ball.
Now Morgan's the batter. He's had a couple of walks, scored a run, 3 stolen bases, but 0 for 2 on the afternoon. But actually, his running in the 3rd inning is what turned this game around for Cincinnati against Rice. He walked, stole 2nd, and then very quickly stole 3rd while Bench was still at bat. And Royce came completely unglued, walking bench, getting a single to Perez, and finally got Foster and Concepcion to fly to right field. The 0-1 pitch to Morgan. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Now we're hopeful of talking with Ken Griffey, if we can get to him following the ball game on our post-game show. Unless we have an eruption of 7 runs in the 9th inning. And I can't see Sparky Anderson letting anything like that occur. Captain Hook would be out there quite a few times. Morgan lines into the crowd, first base side, strike 2. Reds are quite confident about this series. Sparky Anderson was not out here during batting practice. He suddenly quickly came out onto the field to get Ray Shore. He said, I'm watching the American League playoffs. They've got something for the World Series for us. You're kind of measuring things rather quickly here.
I don't think you can measure anything that quickly, especially when the first game isn't completely over.
Reds have never won a World Championship. I don't think they have. I can't recall what recent years they haven't. 40, I know they were in it, and I think the Tigers beat them. And the Yankees beat them in 62 or 63, I guess it was. No, 61. The count on Morgan. Ground ball to third. Hebner gets the out at second. The throw to first base. Not in time. They don't make the play. Really didn't have that much of an opportunity. Morgan just tried to punch the ball off that side. So the throw's out at second base, and Morgan at first. We'll see if he wants to do some running. Leading 8-2. Not likely that he will with bench up there, but who knows. Force play going third to second on Pedro. 8-2 the score. The Reds lead, in case you're just joining the broadcast. Griffey broke open the ball game in the third, a 2-2 game with a double off Gary Rice to chase him and hand him the loss, so he's on the hook for it. And then they pounded Demery for 4 runs in the 5th inning. A 2-run homer by John Gullett, putting the icing on the cake. Ellis now the pitcher. Strike 1 to bench. He swung and missed. Morgan showing no sign of running. The ball is looped into left field off the bat of the bench. It's a base hit in front of Zest. And the Reds now have runners at first and second. Tony Perez, the batter, leading 8-2. 2 down, 8th inning. Everybody in the Reds lineup, with the exception of Geronimo, who hit a sacrifice fly, and Morgan, who has walked twice, has had a base hit. And Geronimo's been the only guy that hasn't been on base. 11 hits and 5 walks. And they have made good 8 runs. Fastball inside, ball 1 on Perez. Swing and a miss by Perez. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch. Fly ball to center field. Oliver makes the grab. Not too well hit at all. No, Ellis gets out of it. Pitches 2 good innings, no runs on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. And the Pirates' last hope in the 9th inning will be Zest, Parker, and Hebner as we go to the top of the 9th. The Reds lead easily 8-2. Now Don Gullett with an easy 8-2 lead in the 9th inning will face Zest, Parker, and Hebner. And a lot of people now have started to file out of here. The crowd of 54,633 have certainly enjoyed the Reds' success here this afternoon. A 3-run third and a 4-run fifth has been the big story. Gary Royce will be the losing pitcher, and Gullett the winner. Unless we can come up with 7 runs here in the 9th inning. Actually needs 6.
I'll set it for 6 right now.
Zisk is 1 for 3. Ball 1 for Gellert. 4 o'clock starting time, and this game just about 3 hours old. Actually started at 4:10. A 1-0 pitch by Gellert. Fly ball to right center field. And Griffey will make the grab. No, Geronimo runs him off. 1 down. That'll bring up Parker 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch in the second inning. Scored our first run on a 2-out double by Hebner, and Tavares followed with a single, and that's been it. We've had only 4 hits since then, and Gellert has stranded all 4. Gellert peering in the twilight here for a sign. Pitches up high to Parker. Ball 1. Inside. Ball 2. Reds won the opening game of the championship series against the New York Mets in '73 and wound up losing. Well, it's happened before. Fastball inside, ball 3 on Parker. But the Mets came back with some excellent pitching, and we got to get that tomorrow from Jim Rooker. 3-0 pitch. He's in there. Gellert is. Strike 1. Inside. Ball 4. Let's pause 10 seconds on the Pirate Baseball Network. Well, the crowd booing as Larry Shepard makes an appearance out on the mound to talk to Don Gellert. I don't know what the major concern could be here, leading 8-2 and walking a batter, but we sure do get a little bit concerned rather quickly. The crowd thought they were going to yank him. They're listening. Will McEnany and Raleigh Easter. Larry wanted to make an appearance on television.
Wanted to make an appearance. Wanted to wave to everybody at home.
Yeah, you played for him in '69. I guess he was a well-respected pitching coach, wasn't he, for years?
Yes, he was in L.A.
Hebner lines one to left field. He'd get a base hit. And the Bucks have runners at first and second. That's Hebner's second hit and 4 at-bats. Parker starting at second, and Tavares will be the batter. Yankees gone 1 for 2. The only time they got him out was a bang-bang play in the 7th on a ground out to shortstop Concepcion. This guy's only bounced into 2 double plays all season long. Much underrated ball player, Frank Tavares. He looks at his strike. Bob Robertson has moved into the on-deck circle. Well, you look at that 4-run 5th, and that's been the ball game, really. It put the game completely out of reach. Emery came in and just couldn't get unglued at all. Foul out of play by Frankie. But that was it. It was a 4-2 contest up until then. And you start thinking about things like that in the 9th inning, Bob.
Yeah, really, it makes it a different ballgame. It's 4-2 and you got 2 guys on, only 1 guy out. I'm sure Larry Shepard wouldn't have been walking out there for a courtesy that time.
We might have made a change in the 8th inning when we had runners that instead nailed it second baseman each up. Pitching is long relief is an important part of this game, and people overlook it.
Well, coming out of the bullpen, everybody looks to your short man, but if you have a good long reliever that can come in for you consistently and do a job, it takes a lot of a burden off your short men out there.
Yeah, with a ball club that scores runs like both of these clubs do, that's what really is the key factor. It keeps you in the ballgame.
You have to have somebody come in and stop in the middle innings, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th innings.
Count of 0-2 on Tavares. He just fouled out of play. Gellert walking off the back of the mound like Ravatsky here, doing meditating. You ever think of doing that?
I really can't knock it because I haven't tried it, but I don't know.
Well, must have some purpose. It certainly hasn't hurt Ravatsky at all.
It hasn't hurt him a bit.
Yeah. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Tavares. foul back out of play. And the count holds 0-2.
I might go back there and forget what I'm supposed to be meditating about.
I'd have to think that one over again. Little Dorsey's got it, but push guy. Huh? Better clean that act up a bit, Bill. Tavares pops foul, and it's again out of play. This guy's done a whale of a job the last 2 months of just putting the ball in play. It's something he didn't do earlier. And it's not an easy thing for him.
No, it's not, because he's not strong. He's just, with the speed he has, if he hits the ball anywhere in a hole in the infield, he has a real good chance of beating it out.
One down, runners at first and second, 8-2. The Reds lead ninth inning. Tavares started to go, but checks off, and they won a field play. And if they get a straight call, you got to be kidding me. Oh, what a push call that was at first base. Randy Olson called him out, and Tavares wants to get down and argue with him. They missed 2 of those before, and Skinner hauls him right back. I got to tell you, earlier in this ball game, Ben struck out. Morgan struck out on swings, and they never called them. And Tavares did not swing. And I'll tell you, when you're losing 8-2, those things really hurt.
They hurt, especially on something that I don't think was close.
It sure wasn't. Crowd not enjoying it all. And I'll tell you, this umpiring here today has been nondescript at best, I would guess. He hasn't played well at all either, but somebody's missing a whale of a game. Yeah. I'll tell you, the umpires they picked for this series aren't the best in the league. And if I sound critical, I am. But they don't pick the best umpires. They just rotate them around. Robertson, the batter. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. I understand why umpires behind home plate can't call that pitch anymore. They used to. Foul back out of play. I've seen more calls at first base or third base in the last couple of years. Do you notice that?
It's like you say, within the last 2 years, they're always
because the catchers are always asking.
I think it comes down to where they're making an appeal play, and they say that the guy on the line can see it better.
I guess so. That's good.
I've seen a few today that haven't been viewed the same way. I don't think anybody else has viewed them.
Robertson pops it up, and that'll do it, I believe. No, it's going to drift out of play, just out of play, into the box seats behind the Reds dugout. Hey, Robbie has life. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bob Robertson pinch hitting for Doc Ellis. Andy Olson will be behind the plate tomorrow. Foley will be at first. Williams, Billy Williams, will move into second. Kibler, I guess, go down the right field line. Art Williams will go to left field, and Gorman will be at third. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 down. Runners lead, first and second, and ball 2. Or ball 2, rather. Gullett wanted the strike. He didn't get it. He stares in. Bench didn't agree with the call either. Count of 2-2 on Bob Robertson. Reds have game number 1 pretty securely locked away. One more pitch could do it. Foul by Robbie. I don't know how Andy Olson thought Tavares swung on that pitch.
I don't think it wasn't. I don't think it was even close.
Sure didn't mean the ball game. I'll say that. There's a line drive to left field. It's going to be a base hit. Reynolds score. 8-3 the score, but it doesn't mean a whole lot right now. But it does keep it going anyway. Base hit by Bob Robertson. A pinch hit drives in our 3rd run. Parker scoring from second base. Hebner moved into second on the play. And the batter will be Ernie Stennett with a single in 4 at bats. 3, the score. And that 4-run fifth. Looks bad. Go take that one off the scoreboard. Time called as I think they might have a pinch runner or something. I don't know what's going on. Something in the dugout. I don't know whether they're going to chase Tavares out of the dugout or what they're trying to do. Maybe that's what happened. Tavares might have been run out of the game. He's still in the dugout.
I think Danny's trying to find a pinch runner for Roberts.
Trying to find somebody, I think, to run for Bob Roberts. And he's taking his time. He wants the umpires to come over and talk to him because he wants to say something. That's exactly what it is. The Irishman wants them to come over so he can talk to them. Look at this. That's all he's doing. He finally got somebody. And Murtaugh is letting Kibler know exactly how he feels, and Billy Williams, too. Murtaugh lost some money to Kibler in the 1971 World Series in a game you pitched.
Yes, he did.
He met him in the runway following that game.
For some of the things I said, I could have lost some too, but I think he must have known he was wrong a few times.
Well, Craig Reynolds will pinch run, and that's simply all Murtaugh was doing. He wanted to make sure that Kibler or somebody came over there because he wanted to tell them.
He wanted to let something be known to somebody right there.
Well, the afternoon does wear on. It's over 3 hours old. The Reds lead 8-3, and this game pretty well socked away, but still fun to look at it here in the ninth inning. Stennett with a single in 4 at-bats. Fouls back out of play. Strike one. Neither ball club has committed an error here this afternoon. Ground ball was short. That'll do it. Concepcion goes to first, and they got stuck. Well, the Reds win the opening game of the championship series easily by the score of 8-3.
Here's something really special.
75 National League Western Division champion Cincinnati Reds are on the air. The 75 League Championship Series with Marty Brenneman and Joe Nuxall. Reds baseball is brought to you by Stroh's Beer for 200 years, from one beer lover to another. And by the Marathon Oil Company, people who believe in people.
And by Right Rug, with 4 convenient locations in Columbus. Taylor Rental, renting anything except white elephants. Swellens on East Main Street and in North Columbus on Cleveland Avenue. Heathkit at 2500 Morris Road. By Dog & Sons in Grove City and in Westerville with the world's creamiest root beer. And by Jack Maxton Chevrolet in Worthington, where people believe the deals they receive.
Now, for all the play-by-play action of the Cincinnati Reds Championship Series, we go to Marty Brenneman and Joe Nuxall.
Good afternoon, everybody. From Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, Joe Nuxall and yours truly, Marty Brenneman, welcoming you to Reds baseball. Today, the second game of the 1975 National League Championship Series. The Reds go out in front yesterday 8-3 behind the pitching and hitting of one Don Gullett. And today they'll go with another left-hander in their quest to go to Pittsburgh out in front of the series 2-0. Freddie Norman, a 12-game winner during 1975, will battle another Pittsburgh Pirate left-hander in Jim Rooker, who was 13-11 during the season. We'll be back to take a look at the starting lineups in just a moment.
Buy now from Right Rug. Don't put off till tomorrow what will make your home more beautiful today. Buy now from people who are experts, specialists in their field. Buy now from Right Rug, where the selection is the greatest. Thousands of rolls of carpet in stock. Right here in Columbus, ready to be delivered and installed on your floors. Make your selection now from Right Rug's huge selection of quality brands of famous carpet. Be sure to see Bigelow's beautiful line. Bigelow, America's most experienced carpet maker since 1825. People who know buy Bigelow. Buy now. Right Rug will measure it, pat it, and carpet it with carpet you can choose from Right Rug's super stock. Right Rug has assured their customers of tremendous selection, huge savings, and outstanding service for years. Buy now from one of the Right Rug's 4 locations, north, east, west, and downtown. There is convenient credit, and Bank AmeriCard or MasterCharge. Let one of Right Rug's experts help you.
at one of the Wright Rug stores or call Mr. Edwards, 261-6060.
If you're ready now, here's the way they'll line up this afternoon, and we might add to the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds. They're both going with the same lineups as we saw here in game number 1. For Pittsburgh, leading off and playing second base is Rennie Stinnett. Batting number 2, the catcher, Manny Sanguillen. Al Oliver will be in center field. He'll be batting third. Hitting fourth at first base, Willie Stargell. Batting number 5 in left field, Richie Zipp. Dave Parker will be in right field, batting number 6. Hitting seventh at third base, Richie Hebner. The eighth batter for Pittsburgh will be the shortstop, Frank Tavares. And batting ninth and pitching, left-hander Jim Rooker. Again for the Pirates, it's Stinnett at second base, Sanguillen catching, and Oliver in center field. Stargell at first, Zisk in left, Parker in right. With Hebner at third base, Tavares at shortstop, and Jim Rooker pitching. For the Cincinnati Reds, the leadoff batter, as always, third baseman Pete Rose. Batting second, at second base, Joe Morgan. Johnny Bench will be hitting third and catching. The cleanup batter, first baseman Tony Perez. George Foster will be in left field, batting fifth. Hitting number 6 at shortstop, Davey Concepcion. Ken Griffey is the right fielder and batting seventh. Number 8 in the lineup in center field, Cesar Geronimo. And hitting ninth and pitching for Cincinnati, left-hander Fred Norman. Once more for the Reds this afternoon, it's Rose at third base, Morgan at second, Bench catching, Perez at first, Foster in left field, Concepcion at shortstop. With Griffey in right, Geronimo in center, and Fred Norman pitching. Well, Joe, the Reds are trying to make it 2 straight over Pittsburgh this afternoon, and, well, I'm sure it was somewhat of a down Danny Murtaugh, as we heard in the post-game news conference yesterday, pretty much of a one-sided Cincinnati win, and I would imagine that, well, the Pirates view this game as pretty much of a must game this afternoon.
Well, I'm quite sure they do, because if we can go into their place 2 games up, why, we're in mighty good shape. But, of course, Jim Rooker is a guy that as Joe Morgan pointed out, quite different than Jerry Royce. Royce, a power pitcher, where Rooker's a slider and a sinker ball pitcher, and if he keeps the ball down, he can give you problems. We faced him just once this year and really roughed him up pretty good. In fact, he pitched just 2/3 of an inning, and the Reds, well, got to him for 6 runs, 5 hits, and an ERA against the Reds this year, if you would believe it, 81.80. So that's one game, though. Jim Rooker's a fine pitcher. He's had a good year for the Pirates, 13 wins, and a fine 297 earned run average. And Freddie Norman has really done quite well against the Pirates this year, although his record isn't that great, but yet he's pitched some good baseball against Pittsburgh. But it's a big game for both ball clubs, and particularly, as you say, the Pirates. But I just think yesterday's ball game, the way things went for us, the way we played the game, has to be prying on the minds of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and particularly, as Don Gullis pointed out on the Star of the Game show, the reaction of the fans here at Riverfront. And I tell you, as you asked yesterday, Marty, has to pry on the minds of the Pirates, because these people were just, well, they went out of their mind when Don hit the home run and gave him a couple of standing ovations, and I think this is very, very important to the Cincinnati Reds.
Joe, so much has been said over the course of the season, and rightly so, and I know we have talked about it as much or more than anybody, and that is that at times the Reds have not fared well against left-handed pitching. Now, we got Jerry Royce out in less than 3 innings yesterday, but coming from an ex-pitcher like yourself, is it not true that for the most part the problems that we have had with left-handed pitching have come from left-handers who are sinker ball pitchers such as Jim Rooker?
Well, of course, that's absolutely right, because Randy Jones, who is a sinker ball pitcher, gave us an awful lot of trouble this year. But I think really the guys have really made up their minds, though. You know, we've always did real well against left-handed pitching up until this year, and here of late we've really gotten to a few of them. And of course, yesterday's ball game, I guess the one thing that created Jerry Royce's problem was his wildness, but on the other hand, Joe Morgan helped it along too, because of Royce's concentration on Morgan, knowing he was going to steal. And of course, we get Joe on, the same thing will hold true with Jim Rooker, because Joe is going to go if he gets on. Same with Dave Concepcion, Ken Griffey. We're not going to step back at all, I guess you might say. But I think the guys have really gotten their thing together against left-handers, and I think they welcome the opportunity of facing 3 left-handers. And certainly, if we should win today, I would almost bet that Jerry Royce will be on the mound Tuesday night in Pittsburgh.
Joe, you touched on Joe Morgan in a day yesterday that had a lot of frontliners for Cincinnati. Don Gillett with a home run and 3 RBIs, and Ken Griffey knocking in 3 runs. Morgan, after all, as Sparky pointed out, was the man who really seemed to key things and open the way for Cincinnati. And I guess that if there's any doubt in anybody's mind what importance this man holds with this ball club, it was certainly shown up well yesterday.
Well, that's absolutely true, and as Marty, as we pointed out, and again asking Joe about it on the start of the pregame show today, Royce really changed his delivery with Joe on base. And one time he didn't raise his right leg at all and coming to the plate. The next time he did, and really Joe had him pretty well messed up as far as what he wanted to do, simply because, as I point out, he was aware that Joe Morgan was on first base and Joe Morgan was going to steal. And I tell you, when you get on that mound, so you know he's going to steal, but you can't take away from your abilities in order to protect that much against it. You still have to get the man out of the plate, and this is what Jerry didn't do yesterday. He really let Joe Morgan get to him.
Right now, we've got a color guard coming out back behind second base, and in just a moment or two, Miss Gwen Conley will be singing our national anthem, and the band under the direction of Mr. Stan Fyatt.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so glory we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, who so bright and bright through the perilous night. For the records we won were so gallantly driven, but the Rogers will win the bombers singing.
And the broadcasting rights granted by Cincinnati Reds Incorporated solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of Cincinnati Reds Incorporated is prohibited. The announcers on this broadcast are employed by the Cincinnati Reds Incorporated. Well, the umpires are meeting down at home plate. Willie Stargell presenting the Pittsburgh Pirate lineup. Pete Rose representing the Cincinnati Reds, and another standing room only overflow crowd at Riverfront Stadium today on a day that, if anything, will be better temperature-wise than that which we experienced yesterday. The temperatures right now in the low 70s, expected to get up close to 80 degrees before the end of the day. And as we mentioned, a crowd yet today of, well, mammoth proportions. Yesterday, 54,633, the largest crowd ever to see a championship series game here at Riverfront, and the second largest crowd ever to witness a baseball game since the stadium opened back in 1970. Right now, of course, the pressure is on the Pittsburgh Pirates. They dropped at 8-3 yesterday. Almost mandatory that they win here this afternoon. And, well, if they are able to do that, and, Joe, again, we talk about the 2 games here. If the Pirates are able to win with Rooker or whoever today, you have to feel that they'll be going home with being able to accomplish what they set out to do, and that's to split these 2 games.
Well, I think this is the thing that if we were playing there, why, we'd won a split at least. And we might mention also, Marty, the conditions are a little different than they were yesterday at game time. The sun is not out. It's overcast and thus no shadows at this particular moment. And we've certainly talked enough about the problems that the shadows cause for the batter and for the catcher, too. Manny Sanguillen having a lot of problems yesterday, I would imagine, partly because of Joe Morgan and partly because of the problems of picking the ball up from his pitchers. But to split the series, I'm sure the Pirates would be more than happy to get out of here that way, and certainly we hope that it doesn't happen that way, and I really don't think it will. I think the Reds are really charged up now after the big game yesterday, the exploits of Joe Morgan and certainly Don Gullett's home run. It had to really excite our ball club and excited 54,000 plus fans also. So I think we'll have a pretty good scoring ball game again this afternoon.
Two pitchers that are working against each other today, Freddie Norman and Jim Rooker, each have appeared in League Championship Series games before. Jim Rooker started a game last year against the Los Angeles Dodgers, did not get a win or a defeat, but pitched very well, going 7 innings, giving up 6 hits and 2 runs, while Fred Norman has had 1 appearance in League Championship competition, and that was 2 years ago against the New York Mets when he started the game and lasted 5 innings, giving up only 1 hit and 1 run while striking out 3, walking 3, and did not gain the decision. Cincinnati Reds are just now taking the field after we have had the ceremonial first pitch thrown out by the president of the National League, Charles Sciaffini, throwing out the ball to our catcher, Johnny Bench, and the Reds are on the field. Freddie Norman now making his way toward the Riverfront Stadium mound. And this is a man, of course, who has had great success in his career, not only with the Cincinnati Reds, but, before that even, with the San Diego Padres, pitching in this particular ballpark. And as Joe mentioned, even though his record would not indicate it, he has pitched well at times against Pittsburgh this season, and at times they have hit him like he was throwing batting practice. On June the 4th, he started a game, went 7 innings, giving up 5 hits and 2 runs. That was a game that the Reds were held hitless until Davey Concepcion led off the 7th inning with a line drive off the leg of Jerry Royce that forced Royce's ouster in that game, in a game that Pittsburgh won 2-1. Richie Hebner had a home run. And then on the 9th of June, Norman started here at Riverfront, lasted only a third of an inning. Pirates scoring 5 runs on 4 hits, and 3 of those 5 runs coming on a home run by Dave Parker. He then faced him on the 10th of June, going 4 1/3 innings. The next night, coming back in relief, and again they hit him and hit him hard. 5 hits, 4 runs, including a home run by Manny Sanguillen. Did not get a decision there, and beat him in his last outing that took place on the 15th of August, when he went all the way to ring up a victory over Pittsburgh, allowing him 7 hits and 2 earned runs while fanning 6, walking 2, and again gave up homers in that game to Rennie Stennett and Ed Kirkpatrick. Overall, the Pirates have hit 5 home runs off Fred Norman, and we're talking about a man who gave up a bunch of home runs during the course of the 1975 season. Freddie Norman, to be exact, gave up a total of 23 to lead the Reds pitching staff. And, Joe, this has got to be of some concern to Sparky Anderson.
Well, it certainly is, Marty, but as we've pointed out so many times about Freddie, he just becomes too fine and thus works behind a lot, and we've talked about that also, and getting behind the Pittsburgh Pirates ball club. If you are pitching 2 balls, no strikes, 2-1, 3-1, well, you're asking for trouble, and we just hope that Freddie goes along with the way he's been pitching his last, 5 or 6 times out. He's really been challenging the hitters on the first pitch and not particularly worrying about exact location. When I say exact, the black part on the outside or the inside or this, that, and the other. I hope Freddie will work from try to get ahead of these hitters and not be quite so careful until he does get ahead. I think we'll see a good ball game from Fred.
Well, let's hope so. Rennie Stennett, the Pittsburgh second baseman, is stepping in to lead this game off. Right-handed batter, Norman into his windup, and the pitch to the plate is on the way, and it's up high, a fastball, and this game is underway. Stennett hitting .286 on the year with 7 homers and 62 RBIs. Yesterday, had a hit and 5 times up as the Pirates came up with 8 hits off of Don Gullett. The 1-0 delivery swung on and fouled back and out of play as the count evens to Stennett at 1 ball and 1 strike. Manny Sanguillen, he's on deck. He'll be batting next, and then center fielder Al Oliver. Norman was 12-4 on the year, made 26 starts, had 2 complete games, with 1 against Pittsburgh, as we mentioned, and an earned run average of 3.73. Thanks to sign from bench, the 1-1 pitch to Sinnott. Swung on and hit to third. Rose comes up with it, throwing on to Tony, and there's 1 down. Sinnott bouncing on 5-3, the first out in the game, and here's Manny Sanguillen as we check out the Cincinnati Reds on defense. First base, Tony Perez. At second base, Joe Morgan. The shortstop, Davey Concepcion. At third base, Pete Rose. In left field, George Foster. In center, Cesar Geronimo. And right, Ken Griffey. Again, the Cincinnati battery, Johnny Bench catching them, Freddie Norman pitching them. Sanguillen taking his time, setting up. He was 1 hit and 4 times yesterday. Top hitter on the Pirates club average-wise during the year with a .328 batting average. Had 9 homers and 58 runs batted in. Also a right-handed batter, Sanguillen. He swings and hits one by the mound. Morgan on a hop. He delivers the first, 2 down. Too quickly out is Sinnott 5-3, Sanguillen 4-3, and here's Al Oliver now with 2 out and nobody on. Oliver, a .280 batter. 18 homers and 84 runs batted in. He, like the other 2 before him, had a hit yesterday and 4 times to the plate. Left-hander against left-handed batter, pitch is taken outside. Set the umpires for you. Andy Olson behind the plate, Frank Pulley at first base, Billy Williams second, Tom Gorman at third, Art Williams along the left field foul line, and John Kibler on the right field line. 1-0 to Oliver, taken high, it's ball 2. 2-0. Oakland A's and the Boston Red Sox just now getting their game underway at Fenway Park. The Red Sox beating them 7-1 yesterday. It'll be Reggie Cleveland for Boston and 20-game winner Vida Blue going for Oakland in their bid to try and even that series at a game apiece. Norman behind to Oliver, 2 balls and no strikes. Stargell is on deck. Here comes the left-hander's next pitch, and that's taken for a ball low, and the count goes to 3-0. So Freddie experiencing no trouble at all, retiring Stennett and Sanguillen, a pitch away now from walking Al Oliver. And the 3-0 is in there for strike 1 call. Reds outfield giving Oliver room in left center as Geronimo shades him toward right. Griffey straight away and deep in right field. Swing and a miss and a full count. As it was yesterday, the base coaches for Pittsburgh, Jose Pagan at first, Bob Skinner at third. Norman has run the count full on Oliver after falling behind 3-0. Here's the payoff pitch, and it's a foul ball off to the left and out of play. Tomorrow, the 2 teams will be off a travel day. The Reds will be leaving the greater Cincinnati airport at 10 o'clock. We'll work out tomorrow afternoon at Three River Stadium. And then on Tuesday night, Gary Nolan will pitch for Cincinnati. And the scheduled starter for the Pirates is rookie John Candelaria, another left-hander. Speculation that should the Reds win today, Danny Murtaugh may come with right-hander Bruce Keeson. Norman cranking again with a 3-2 pitch. Check swing and ball 4, and Al Oliver is on with 2 down. Norman issuing a 2-out walk to Oliver that extends the Pittsburgh first inning for Willie Stargell. Stargell yesterday went hitless and 4 times up. During the year with the Pirates at .295 with 22 homers and 90 runs batted in. 5 for 15 in brief appearances against Cincinnati. It seemed as if every time the Reds played the Pirates, Stargell was out with an injury. Strong left-handed batter. Norman working to him, a ball low and outside. Morgan playing a couple of steps behind the back white line at second base. Concepcion pulled a well around toward the second base bag and rose well off the line at third. Norman behind, a ball, no strikes to Stargell. We're in the top of the first. Oliver at first base. He had a 2-out walk. Here's a check of the runner. The 1-0 pitch. Stargell takes high and away, and it's ball 2. Moving on deck for Pittsburgh, left fielder Richie Zisk. Norman has the sign as he stretches and delivers a 2-0 pitch. Stargell swings and grounds outside of third base. On down to the Pittsburgh bullpen. Count of 2 balls and 1 strike. Norman, of course, is always taking a lot of time. Gullett beating him 8-3 yesterday afternoon, giving him 8 hits and keeping the Pirates in the ballpark. No Pittsburgh home run. Stargell takes it away from him. It's ball 3. Well, Freddie Norman, 3 balls and a strike with Willie Stargell after losing Al Oliver on a 3-2 pitch. Norman needs a strike, and the 3-1 pitch to Stargell is taken for ball 4, low and outside, and Freddie has issued back-to-back 2-out walks to Oliver, who heads to second, and now to Willie Stargell, who goes on to first base. The batter will be Richie Zisk.
Marty, I think what Freddie has done here with both Oliver and Stargell, just what we were talking about, he's trying to be too careful with them, and, well, he's walked 2 now, and you don't like to see this guy come up in this situation at all, Richie Zisk.
Zisk yesterday in the opening game had a hit and 4 times up. Knocked in 75 runs during the year with 20 homers and a .290 batting average. So 2 Pirate runners on with 2 down, and Norman delivers to the plate. Zisk swings at the very high fly ball into left field. Going back is Foster on the warning track, and he will make the catch a step or 2 away from the fence. In the first inning for Pittsburgh. No runs, no hits, 2 men left on. Scoreless after a half inning of play, with the Cincinnati Reds just now coming into bat.
Traveling through a lonely town. Sometimes you want to stop and lay the microphone down. But the music makes it all right. Takes the loneliness out of the night. Let's do a song for the people out there. Music's got a way of making friends everywhere. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Later we'll go for the great taste of shows. 200 years of brewing care, let the man know that shows, yeah. Make it right. From one lover to another, shows, yeah.
Blood, sweat, and tears for the Stroh Brewing Company, Detroit, Michigan. Family brewers for 200 years.
Well, we go to the bottom of the first inning as the Reds try to hit off of left-hander Jim Rooker, a man who down the stretch, the final month of the season, was pretty much money in the bank for Danny Murtaugh's Pirates. He won 7 out of 9 decisions in the month of September, finished 13-11 with an earned run average of .297 in the 2 games in which he lost. Both very close games. 1-0 the final score in one of them, and 2-1 the other final. So Jim Rooker has pitched excellent baseball for Pittsburgh, and he's going to be working here in the bottom of the first inning to Pete Rose, Joe Morgan, and Johnny Bench. Rooker 0-3 lifetime against the Cincinnati Reds, and as we mentioned, he was a starter 1 time against the Reds this season, losing 8-3 and working only 2/3 of an inning, giving up 5 hits and 6 runs. Rose with 2 hits among the 11 the Reds had yesterday. The pitch to him is swung on and fouled off the first baseline and on down to the Reds bullpen. Rose hit .317 during the season with 7 homers and 74 runs batted in, the leader in the National League in doubles and also in runs scored. Ebner playing pretty much even with a bag at third. The 0-1 pitch is in there for strike 2 call. Jim Rooker made 28 starts during the season at 7 complete games. 196 2/3 innings, was touched for 177 hits with 102 strikeouts and 76 walks. He's in front, 2 strikes on Pete Rose. Rose swings at the slow chopper, third base side. Rooker cannot handle a base hit. Slow chopper, high chopper along the third base line. Rooker came off the mound quickly, trying to barehand the ball, coming off the AstroTurf, and could not come up with it cleanly, and Rose gets credit for an infield hit.
Well, Marty, all Jim Rooker could do was just gamble, which he did, trying to grab it barehanded and get a throw off. And I doubt very much that he feel of the ball. He had a shot at Pete, but, those things even up. We'll take it.
That'll bring up Joe Morgan now as the crowd starts to get into the swing of things. Rooker delivers. Morgan takes it high and inside a ball. Pittsburgh's defense on the infield. Willie Stargell at first base. Rennie Stennett at second. Frank Tavares short. Richie Hebner playing well in the third. Outfield of Zisk, Oliver, and Parker. Left center and right Sanguian catching. Morgan swings. A popper in back of third. Tavares going back in foul ground to make the catch, and that's one man down. Morgan popping out in foul ground to shortstop Frank Tavares back of third base, and here's Johnny Bench. Bench in the opening game of the series, 1 for 4, and we talked about that rough outing that Rooker had in his only start against Cincinnati. Bench hit a 2-run homer off of him in that first inning. Pirate infield looking for the ground ball as Rooker goes into his stretch, glances at Rose, delivers to Bench, and he misses high with it, ball 1. Bench finishing second in the National League and runs batted in with 110 behind Philadelphia's Greg Luzinski, batted .283 and had 28 home runs. Tony Perez on deck. With one out, we're scoreless in the first. Rose goes, pitch is swung on, loop down the right field line, a foul ball. Rose running on the pitch, and Bench with an opposite field foul to even the count at 1-1. Joe mentioned the 4 o'clock starting time and the normal problems that pitcher, batter, and catcher expects to have, non-existent today because somewhat overcast. Right now, no sun at all is out. Okay, Bench ready again as Rose is at first base and leading against the holding Willie Stargell. A ball and a strike, the pitch from Rooker. Bench takes it high and inside at ball 2. 2-1. Jim Rooker taking his time as he's behind a Johnny Bench. 2 balls and a strike. Rose had an infield hit to begin the inning. Morgan has popped out. Here comes the next pitch, and that is strike 2 call, the breaking pitch. So Jim Rooker, even with Johnny Bench at 2-2. Rooker, as you probably know, has been somewhat critical of late about the defense behind him. In fact, very critical about the Pittsburgh Pirate defense. Now the 2-2 pitch, no field throw on to first base, and Rose steps back. In Boston, at the end of 1 inning of play, the A's lead the Red Sox 2-0. 2-run homer in the first inning by Reggie Jackson off Reggie Cleveland has given the A's the lead. 2-2 the count. Rooker against Bench. John checks his swing, and strike 3 it is on a breaking ball that got the inside part of the plate. First strikeout for the Pittsburgh Pirate left-hander, and the batter will be Tony Perez now with 2 down.
Marty, that looked like a slider. Got the inside corner and had to be a perfect pitch right on the corner, and John didn't say much with plate umpire Andy Olson or question it hardly at all.
So Rooker has gotten the second out on a call third strike by Bench. Here's Perez, who had 2 hits and an RBI and 4 times up yesterday. He takes the first pitch up from Rooker, a ball. Tony, during the season, hit .282 with 20 home runs and 103 runs batted in. Rooker, after allowing Rose first base on a chop along the third base foul line, has popped Morgan up. He struck Bench out, and he's throwing 1-0 to Perez. It is there for a strike call, 1-1. Good acquisition, Jim Rooker, from the Kansas City Royal organization. In fact, they picked him up in 1973 from the Kansas City AAA Farm Club at Omaha. Perez with a fly ball, deep left field. Back is this, and it's gone, a home run. Tony Perez hammers a 1-1 pitch out of here to give the Reds a 2-0 lead. And a no-doubter it was, as that baby landed in the green seats in left field. So Perez has taken Rooker downtown And the Reds have bolted out in front very quickly here in the first inning. Second Cincinnati home run in as many days in this series. Don Gullett, of course, hit his first ever professional home run yesterday off of right-hander Larry Demery, and now Perez has taken Rooker deep here in the first inning with Rose aboard to send the Reds out in front 2-0. That'll bring up George Foster. Also a good first game with a couple of singles and 4 times. He takes the fastball high. Rooker dealing the 1-0 pitch. Foster with a number into right field. That'll fall for a base hit. Dave Parker up with the ball, and that's the third hit in the first inning for Cincinnati. As Foster follows the homer by Perez with a single the other way, and now Davey Concepcion will come on to hit. Davey 1 for 3 in the opening game, hit .274 during the year with 49 RBIs, 5 homers.
Marty, we noticed the sun has popped out here all of a sudden with David at the plate, and the shadow is right at home plate. The sun is, rather.
Rooker delivers. David swings and fouls to the screen, and Jim Rooker finding the third out in the first inning most elusive indeed. Rose got on with the infield hit. He got the next 2 men out, Morgan and Bench. Perez homered to left field off a 1-1 pitch, and now Foster with a single out of the wrong barrel and a 1-strike count on Concepcion. Rooker looking to first. There goes the runner. Pitch is swung on and missed. Van Gien's throw to second. It is not in time, and Rennie Stennett not happy about the call from second base umpire Billy Williams. Pittsburgh, the members of the Pirate Ball Club in the dugout also upset over the call. The Reds continue to run and run successfully against the Pirates. Joe Morgan with 3 stolen bases yesterday, and now Foster with a steal here. Manny Sanguin has not yet been able to throw anybody out. Had all sorts of trouble behind the plate in the first game here. So a base hit now would get another run home, as Foster is stolen second, and a 2-strike count on the waiting Concepcion. Here's the pitch. It's taken low, a ball. The Reds with 2 runs, 3 hits so far in the first inning, and Concepcion trying to make it a 3-0 score. Foster with a big lead at second. Rooker with a pause sends the next pitch to the plate. That's low, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Danny Murtaugh going to his bullpen and going to it often yesterday. Royce, of course, the Reds getting him out in 2 2/3 innings. Kenny Brett, Larry Demery, and Doc Ellis also worked. Rooker with a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes on Concepcion. He pitches, and David swings and hits a high pop off to the right, and that ball will be out of play. It was Pittsburgh, of course, yesterday who jumped out in front 2-0 with a couple of runs in the second inning off of Don Gullett after 2 men had been retired when Parker was hit by a pitch, and that started it off. A double by Hebner, a single by Taveras. But today the Reds have done it on a home run here in the first inning by Tony Perez. And Foster now at second with 2 outs and a 2-2 count on the Red shortstop Dave Concepcion. Rooker kicks and deals. Davey swings at the ground ball. Base hit to center field. Wait a minute. Backhanded by Stennett. Throw to first. Not in time. An infield hit by Concepcion, and Foster goes to third. Well, if nothing else, Rennie Stennett certainly saved the run as he backhanded that ball behind second. Foster stopping at third, and Davey getting an infield hit.
Well, Marty, I tell you this. Now, I'm not so sure they might not have had David, because Stennett got for the ball in a hurry, got something on the ball, and Starzl, I think, had that chalked up as a base hit. He was going for the cutoff, and actually was the home plate side of the bag and well off of it. Had he been on the bag, I think it would have been a very close play.
That base hit by Concepcion is going to get activity in the Pittsburgh bullpen. Right-hander Kent Tekulve will start to throw. Here's Ken Griffey, who had a 2-run double and 3 RBIs yesterday. The pitch to him is at the knees, a call strike. Right-hander Kent DeCalby loosening in the Pittsburgh Pirate bullpen. Base hits in the first by Rose, an infield hit. Perez a home run. Single to right by Foster, an infield hit by Concepcion. Now Willie Stargell goes in from first base to talk briefly with Jim Rooker. Well, we'll see what's on the mind of Davey Concepcion now, with second base open, of course. Foster down at third. Rooker looking around. David taking his lead at first base, 33 steals and 39 tries over the course of the year. The pause to pitch, missing the outside edge, and Rooker is even 1 ball and 1 strike on Ken Griffey. Foster leading at third base, Concepcion at first. Rooker throwing on to first base. Concepcion steps back. Griffey out of the batter's box, now moving back in. DeCalby loosening in the Pirate bullpen. Rooker 1-1, Concepcion goes. Pitch is swung on and missed. Throw down to second, not in time. Another steal for Cincinnati, and now we've got him at second and third. I'll tell you now, in this series so far at Riverfront, the Reds are simply running the Pirates out of the stadium. That is 5 stolen bases in 1+ games. Morgan 3 yesterday, and now here in the first inning alone, Foster and Concepcion with successful steals at second base.
You'd have to say Sparky's a man of his word.
Absolutely right. Cannot fault him for making that statement and backing it up. Now let's get a base hit out of Ken Griffey. Rooker from the windup. Griffey swings hard, ground ball, hits to second. Dennett has it, throws to first, and that's the inning. But for Cincinnati, a good beginning. 2 runs on 4 hits, 2 men left. And at the end of 1 complete in the second game of the 75 National League Championship Series, the Reds 2, the Pirates nothing.
If you ask the people at the Marathon Oil Company who the best dealers in the business are, you can bet they'd say Marathon dealers are the best. And if you ask them to prove it, they'd tell you they couldn't, but they believe it just the same. When you know somebody's good, that's how you feel, whether you can prove it or not. When you know a man does more than just do his job, when you know he puts something extra in everything he does, when you know he believes in people and treats them right, you figure he's got to be one of the best. And I guess the best way to see if a Marathon dealer is one of the best is to go prove it for yourself. Marathon people just like you, and just like me, who believe in people. Marathon Oil Company, with people who believe in people.
Before the Pirates come to bat at the top of the second, we'll pause for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
Rhapsody of the Rush Hour, Concerto of the Coffee Break, Overture of the Office, great music all day and all night from WBDY FM Stereo, Westerville, Ohio.
Well, we go to the top of the second inning with the Reds leading the Pittsburgh Pirates 2-0, and it'll be Dave Parker to stand in for openers against Freddie Norman. Norman running into 2-out control problems in the first, issuing walks to Oliver and Stargell before ending the Pirate threat on Richie Zisk's long fly ball to left field. Then in the bottom of the first inning, after Rose single, an infield hit to lead it off, it was a 2-out home run to left field by Tony Perez, his third in League Championship Series play, to give the Reds this 2-0 edge. Also, the second home run by Perez against Pittsburgh in postseason play. Hit one against him in 1970, then had one against the New York Mets in 1973. Parker, big man. The Pittsburgh Pirates' success in 75. Left-handed batter, leading it off, and swings and misses on Norman's first pitch. He batted over 300, 308 to be exact, hammered 25 out of National League parks, and led the Pirates in runs batted in with 101. He'll be followed here in the second by Hebner and Tavares. Norman's 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Breaking ball up, and Parker really went after it, but did not get it. Strike two. Oakland remaining out in front of Boston 2-0 after an inning and a half. It's Vida Blue for the A's and Reggie Cleveland for the Boston Red Sox. Norman has the sign from Johnny Bench. He's two striking to Dave Parker, and he struck him out swinging. First strikeout for Fred Norman. Here's Richie Hebner. Hebner at 246 with 15 homers and 57 runs batted in. Yesterday, drove in the first Pittsburgh Pirate run with a double to right center in the second inning. One of two hits that he had in the game and 4 times up. Breaking ball down and away from him. Tavares moving on deck for the Pirates as Norman delivers to the plate. 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed, and the count's even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, an off day tomorrow. 8:30 will be our game time on Tuesday night from Three Rivers in Pittsburgh, and we'll be on the air on most of these same stations with the pregame shows beginning at 8 o'clock. Freddie, even with Hebner, delivers. He looked like he got around on it, but apparently not. And it'll be 2 balls and 1 strike on Hebner. Well, we understand of that much talked about controversial strikeout of Frank Tavares yesterday in the 9th inning that the umpire call at first base, Andy Olson's, was entirely correct. Ball 3. Oh, I will personally, publicly on the airways, apologize to Mr. Olson for what looks to me to be a very, very bad call. Videotape showed very clearly that Tavares got around on the pitch. There's ball 4, and Norman has issued his 3rd walk. Here's the number 8 batter in the Pittsburgh lineup, Frank Tavares. Crowd getting on him just a little bit by virtue of his temper tantrum on the play we were just talking about. Put on pretty good act, I'd say that. It was an outstanding act. I don't know whether it cost him or anything, but if he did, he got his money's worth. He certainly did. He didn't get shortchanged a little bit. Like a cyclone down there at home plate. So much dust. Tavares knocked in a run. He also had a walk yesterday, 1 for 3 officially. He can run. Hebner at first. Pitch to him is on the inside part of the plate for a strike. Frank led the Pirates in stolen bases with 17, batted only .212. No homers, had 9 doubles, and knocked in 23 runs. Also had 4 3-base hits. The Reds infield at double play depth with 1 out. Parker a strikeout to begin the inning. Hebner walked. Norman has now issued 3 walks, but leading 2-0 as we play baseball in the second inning. Swung on and popped up. Should be a routine play for Perez in foul ground. It is, and they're 2 away. We get down to the pitcher, Jim Rooker. To get your copy of the official souvenir program of the Championship Series, send $2 to Championship Series program, Cincinnati Reds, Department 100, Box 1970, Cincinnati. Check out what kind of hitter Rooker was over the course of the year. Batted .095 at 6 hits and 63 times up. All singles, knocked in 2 runs. So 2 away in the top of the second. Rooker taking his time getting in. Norman waiting patiently on the mound. Hebner leading at first base. Ready with the pitch. And Rooker swings and misses. Jim, a left-handed pitcher, but a right-handed batter. Pitcher against pitcher. Second inning action. 0-1 pitch. That is strike 2 call. So Fred Norman a strike away from ending the Pirates' second inning as he's gone out in front 2 strikes on Jim Rooker. Rennie Stennett, the on-deck batter for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Norman with a pause, the check of the runner, will try to put Rooker out with this pitch. He bunts it foul off the third base line, and that's the strikeout, and that's the inning. For the Pittsburgh Pirates, no runs, no hits, one man left. We're in the middle of inning number 2, and it's Cincinnati 2 and Pittsburgh nothing.
Oh, there's a place right here in town called Dog and Suds.
Dog and Suds is at 1150 Harrisburg Pike and Eakin Road.
Called Dog and Suds.
Eating out at Dog and Suds is a sure winner.
You know, we've talked a good deal this season about the Reds gift shop and newsstand, and a lot of fans who are unable to get to Cincinnati have asked if some of the items we've mentioned are available by mail. Well, the answer to that question is a very definite yes. All the Reds gift items, like art prints and championship souvenirs, are available. For a complete mail-order price list of 580 gift items, souvenirs, and novelties, call the Reds office or write 580 Gifts and News, care of Cincinnati Reds, Riverfront Stadium, Cincinnati, Ohio. Jim Rooker hoping for better things here in the second. He's down 2-0 after Perez took him deep in the first inning. While in Boston, Carl Yastrzemski just threw out Bert Campaneris at third on a hit off the wall to end the third inning. And the A's, of course, still leading in that ball game on the Reggie Jackson first inning home run. Geronimo to open up the second for our side, and his presence at the plate immediately brings Hebner in from third base. Geronimo hit .257 with 6 homers and 53 RBIs during the year and had a sacrifice fly yesterday to knock in one of the 8 Cincinnati runs. First pitch from Rooker is a taken strike one. One strike pitch swung on and missed. Geronimo quickly behind at 2 strikes, but Freddie Norman due up next, and then we go back to the top of the Reds batting order for Pete Rose. Reds getting 4 hits in the first inning. Pirates through 2 turns at the plate have not had a hit yet off Fred Norman. Strike 3 swinging, and that's the second strikeout for Rooker. Freddie Norman will come onto the plate now with 1 down. Norman, in 1975, was up 60 times, had 7 hits, and knocked in 4 runs. In fact, in that 8-3 victory over the Pirates that Freddie chalked up here at Riverfront, the last time he faced him, he had a base hit to drive a run home. Bob Skinner setting his outfield from the Pirate dugout is bringing Dave Parker in and pretty much favoring the line, and has Oliver pull well into the gap in right center. Here's a pitch. Fastball is missing for ball 1. Rooker back with a 1-0 pitch. That swung on. It's chopped over the mound. Tavares cuts behind the bag at second. Running throw got him, and they're 2 away. Too quickly down. Here's Pete Rose for the second time in as many innings. He got an infield hit. Slow, high chopper along the third base line that Rooker could not handle in the first inning. Rose now officially has been up 6 times, has had 3 hits. Of course, as we pointed out yesterday, during the 12 games in which these 2 clubs went head-to-head, Rose batted only .217 against Pittsburgh with 10 hits and 46 times up, but has changed that considerably so far in this league championship series. Rooker bidding to get the side out in order, misses inside a ball. Pete collecting his 2,500th base hit on the 17th of August against Pittsburgh. Strike is called, and it's 1-1. Bouncing back after a 1974 season that saw him bat under 300 for the first time in 9 years. At .317 at 210 hits. To finish in a tie for second behind league leader Dave Cash with 213. Rose and Garvey of the Dodgers had 210. Swung on and fouled out of play to the right, hit the ball in 2 strikes. To the count on Pete Rose with 2 down, nobody on, and the Reds leading the Pirates 2-0 in the second inning. Rooker looks, he winds, he throws. Rose swings and fouls it straight back and over our heads. In the inning, Geronimo has struck out swinging. Freddie Norman has been thrown out 6-3. Rose reaches. Morgan will be back at the plate. Here's the pitch. Check swing, foul ball as Rose protects the plate on the 2-strike pitch, and it's a bouncer into the Cincinnati dugout. Okay, Rose waiting on Rooker, who nods his head on the sign from Sanguillen. 1-2 pitch again. Swing at a miss, and that's a strikeout, and that's the inning. Rooker sets down the Reds in order in the second, picks up a couple of strikeouts in the process, and after 2 complete, the Reds 2 and the Pirates nothing.
It's the brew you choose with that happy hour flavor. It's got a taste all its own that can't be beat. Jackson's Apple Jack, that apple flavor coming through with the juice for you.
Hi, my name is Jackson, and I'd like to make an important announcement. For a limited time, if you buy just 1 pouch of my Jackson's Apple Jack chewing tobacco and send the empty pouch back with your name and address on it, I'm going to send you 2 pouches absolutely free. Now, to me, that's important. To my sales department, it's plain crazy.
It's a brew you do with that happy hour flavor. It's got a taste all its own that can't be beat. Jackson's Apple Jack, that apple flavor coming through with the juice for you.
Try to limit it to 2 free pouches per customer.
Back at Riverfront Stadium as we go to the top of the third. In the second game of the 1975 National League Championship Series, the Reds over the Pirates 2-0 on Tony Perez's first inning home run, and Freddie Norman will be dealing with the top of the Pirate batting order here in the third inning. Here to call the action for you, Joe Nuxall.
All right, Marty, Rennie Stennett, Manny Sanguillen, and Al Oliver scheduled here in the third inning for the Pirates. Stennett led off the ball game by grounding hard to Rose at third base. Stennett in the opener of the championship playoff series was 1 for 5. Had a single to center field yesterday. On the season, Stennett a .286 batting average with 7 home runs and 62 RBI. Freddie Norman has struck out 2, has walked 3 through the first 2 innings, walking Oliver and Steisel in the first inning after getting Stennett and Sanguillen on groundouts, and then walked Hebner in the second. Well, Freddie ready to go to work to Rennie Stennett here in the third inning. Reds leading at 2-0. 2 runs coming on a home run by Tony Perez. Norman winds and delivers. Stennett checks his swing on a fastball at high. 1-0. Freddie making his second championship series start. His other coming against the New York Mets in 1973. 1-0 delivery and swung on and fouled out of play to the right. Count evens 1-1. That particular start against the Mets, Freddie worked 5 innings, allowed just 1 hit and 1 run. Was not involved in the season, a game that was won by the Reds 2-1. A home run by Pete Rose. 1-1 delivery. That's a breaking ball that bounces well in front of the plate. The count 2 balls to strike to Rennie Stennett. Manny Sanguillen kneeling on deck. Freddie on the year, 12-4. Here's his 2-1 to Stennett. That swung on and fouled straight back. Count evens 2-2. Stennett with 25 doubles this year, 7 triples along with the 7 home runs. Norman rubbing up the new baseball as Andy Olson cleans off home plate. Freddie looks into bench. Into the line, the 2-2. That's down low. Slider, full count now to Rennie Stennett. Norman, as we said, has walked 3 through the first 2 innings, and right now he is full to Rennie Stennett. Norman into the wind, and the 3-2 delivery. Swung on and fouled off the end of the bat. Yeah, the Reds feel about the top of the Pirate order, about the way the Pirates feel about the Reds' top 3, only in a different way. Stargell and Zisk and Parker shots with people on, you're going to get hurt. All right, again, the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, ground ball, rolls, knocks it down, but he can't control it, and we'll wait and see. Hard ground ball. The ball looked like it hit the crease, and he backhanded the ball, knocked it down, might have saved double. That'll go as a base hit. Hard shot off the glove of Pete Rose at third base, so Stennett has the first base hit for the Pirates off Freddie Norman. That'll bring Manny Sanguin to the plate. Manny in the first inning grounded to Joe Morgan at second base. Sanguin was 1 for 4 in the opener. Sanguin on the year, a .328 batting average. 9 homers, 58 RBIs. Stennett at first base, and then he on the year stole 5 bases. Norman the stretch and the pitch, and there he goes. Pitch is swung on, grounded to Concepcion. Steps on the bag, easy double play. Freddie Norman really got in on Manny Sanguin, jammed him severely, and really a tailor-made double play as David was covering on the play, and he picked the ball up, stepped on the bag, threw on to Tony, and that is the first double play of the championship series. The play going 6-3, so 2 away, and here's Al Oliver. Freddie really got in on Manny Sanguin. He works to Oliver, and Al takes a low and outside the ball. Oliver, a .280 batting average on the year. 1-0 delivery. That's a check swing, but it's a strike on a breaking pitch. 1-1. Al in yesterday's game had 1 hit and 4 times at the plate. Norman into the wind and delivers. Oliver swings, bounces it right back to Norman. He has it, throws on to Perez, and that's it. The Pirates are out here in the third. No runs, they get 1 hit, but no errors, no one left on base, and it's the middle of the third. The Reds 2, the Pirates nothing.
Years ago, Stroh's beer began in a little village in Germany. It was a special beer, smoothed and mellowed in small batches over a real fire. And because it was brewed in those small batches, it was like cooking for a few friends instead of an army. People came from miles around to enjoy it. Today in America, Stroh still brews beer much the same way. And it's still a smooth and mellow beer. So on our 200th anniversary, we took some Strohs back to Germany. You know what? People came from miles around to enjoy it. Golden...
In the third inning, it'll be Morgan, Bench, and Perez. Joe in the first inning popped out to Frank Taveras in foul territory behind third base. Joe created a lot of problems for the Pirates yesterday, walking twice, stealing 3 bases, and scoring 1 run. Joe walked in the first inning, stole second, and then in the third inning, leading off, walked, stole second, stole third on successive pitches, and eventually scored on a single by Tony Perez. The Reds scored 3 times in that third inning yesterday. Right now, we lead them 2-0. Reds have had 4 hits off Jim Rooker, all 4 of them coming in the 2-run first inning. The big blow at Perez home run with Pete Rose at first base. Rooker ready to go to work to Joe Morgan. Richie Hebner in shallow at third. Rooker winds and delivers. Morgan takes it up high a ball. Rooker has not walked anyone. He struck out 3. He got benched in the first. And Geronimo and Rose in the second. Morgan swings and pops it into right center field. Now Oliver and Dave Parker over. Parker calls and makes the catch, 1 away. One down, and here's Johnny Bench. John was called out on strikes in the first inning. Bench yesterday, 1 for 4, walk and a run scored. Don on the year drove in 110 runs, the second in the National League to Greg Blazinski. 1 away as Rooker delivers. Bench swings on it and fouls it straight back, and it's 0-1 to Johnny. Rooker 13-11 the year with a fine .297 earned run average. His 0-1 delivery. Bench swings and he pops it up. Might be a play. Hebner over near the Pirate dugout. He's at the railing, and now, and who gets it? Tavares and Hebner run together. The ball hits in either Tavares or Hebner's glove and pops into the seat. No play, but Richie running into the gate at the end of the dugout. Tavares was there and certainly had the play on the ball, but of course Hebner did not know that. So no play, and it's 0-2 now to Johnny Bench. So John with new life. Ball popped right out of, well, we think it was Tavares' glove and into the first row of box seats. Rooker out in front, 0-2 with 1 away. Outfield shaded to the left. Rooker winds his pitch. Swung on, that's popped behind the plate in foul territory, and that'll drop into the seats. One of the ground crew, apparently a souvenir of the championship series. Look down, you see Ray Shore and Chief Bender. 0-2 the count to Johnny Bench. Morgan led off the inning by hitting a fly ball to shallow right where Dave Parker took it in. Rooker checking in with Sand again. The line, the 0-2. Swung on, and that's pulled foul. Off to the left. Well back into the red seat. The count holding, no balls, 2 strikes to Johnny Bench. Well, the A's have taken a 3-0 lead now as they score a run in the 4th inning. Rooker again, the 0-2. Bench swings, chops it foul. The A's getting a run in the 4th on a double by Claudel Washington and a double by Joe Rudy. Oakland leading 3-0 in the 4th inning at Boston. Again, the 0-2, missing outside as Rooker turns the fastball over. A ball, 2 strikes to Bench. Tony Perez waiting on deck. Rooker back to the plate, low and outside a fastball. It's even at 2-2. Well, after 3.5 now at Fenway Park in Boston, it's Oakland 3, Boston nothing. 1 home run in that game, a 2-run shot by Reggie Jackson in the 1st inning. 2-2 delivery. Swung on and missed. And that's the 2nd time the Rooker has gotten Johnny Bench. This is a curveball. 4 strikeouts now for Jim Rooker. 2 away, and Tony Perez to the plate. Tony gets a good hand. Hit his home run in the 1st inning to give the Reds their 2 runs. Tony, in yesterday's game, had a couple of hits and 4 times up. Outfield for Tony straight away. Richie Hebner deep at 3rd. Rooker to the plate, and Perez takes high and inside as Rooker knocks him away, and it's 1-0. The 1-0, high, and it's 2 balls, no strikes to Perez. George Foster on deck with 2 out. Rooker into the line. The 2-0 delivery. swung on and missed the fastball. 2-1. The Reds scoring 2 in the first inning on a single by Rose and a 2-run homer by Perez. Well, here's the pitch. Perez swings and pops it up. Willie Stargell has a play near the bag at first base. He has it, and that's it. The Reds out in order, and that is 7-3 to Jim Rooker. Is set down, nothing across. After 3 innings, the Reds 2, the Pirates nothing.
Taylor Rental has things to rent for every event. Popular rental items this time of year include chainsaws and log splitters. Rent it by the day, week, or month from Taylor Rental with 3 convenient North End locations. For fall lawn care, Taylor Rental has all Scotch products, lawn thatchers, aerator, fertilizer spreaders, leaf blowers, and chipper mulcher shredders. When you need something just once, always think of Taylor Rental. They'll save you money every time. For your carpets, they rent Steamex and rotary brush carpet cleaners. And if you're moving this fall, Taylor Rental rents moving trucks, trailers, dollies and pads, 12 to 18-foot moving vans, and some are equipped with hydraulic lift tailgates. Yes, Taylor Rental has just about anything to rent except white elephants. See them just north of Morris Road on Cleveland Avenue and downtown Gahanna at 124 Granville Street. And for the Northwest area, Taylor Rental is on Route 161 in Limburg. By the way, who would want a white elephant?
Now the 3-inning totals here at Riverfront show the Pirates no runs hit, no errors. The Reds 2 runs, they've had 4 hits and no errors. Willie Stargell will lead it out in the 4th for Pittsburgh, and back with the action, here's Marty.
Okay, we'll pause now for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
Your most frequently frequented frequency. Stereo FM 104. WBBY, Westerville.
Okay, Freddie Norman getting ready to go to work against the Pirate batters in the 4th inning. Willie Stargell will lead it off. He walked in the 1st. One of 2 walks that Norman gave up in the 1st inning. He also issued a later one to Richie Hebner in the 2nd. And the only Pittsburgh hit an infield hit by Richie Hebner off Rose's glove in the 3rd inning. Stargell steps in. Norman looking down to get the sign from Johnny Bench, and here's his pitch to Willie Stargell on the way. It is swung on. It is hit to deep left center field. That ball is going to be in for a base hit. Geronimo picking it up on the warning track, and Stargell comes in standing up to second base with a leadoff double. Willie Stargell with a shot into the gap in left center field, a 2-base hit to begin the 4th inning for Pittsburgh. Here's Richie Zisk. Zisk with 2 on and 2 out in the 1st inning at a fly ball that Foster caught a couple of steps away from the wall and straight away left field. This drove in more runs against Cincinnati than anybody else on this Pirate club during the season. He had 13 RBIs and also hit 4 home runs. And the Pirates bidding to get on the board in the 4th inning on a leadoff double by Stargell. Norman the stretch and the pitch taken high by Zisk, ball 1. On deck is Dave Parker as Norman goes to the backside of the mound to rub up the baseball, and now it appears that Jack Billingham is going to go down to the Cincinnati bullpen to begin throwing. Sparky Anderson had Billingham up in the 5th inning yesterday working, but of course he was never needed as Don Gellert went all the way to defeat the Pirates 8-3. Now the 1-0 to Zisk. That is taken inside. It gets by Johnny Bench, and Willie Stargell will come on to third base as Fred Norman has been charged with a wild pitch. 2 balls and no strikes on Richie Zisk, and a wild pitch has moved the potential first run of the game for Pittsburgh down to third base. Now the Red Sox have knocked out Vida Blue in the 4th inning after Yastrzemski's 2-run homer, Fisk doubled, and Lynn singled. First and third with nobody out, and Jim Todd has now come on in relief for Oakland. So Boston spotting him a 3-0 lead on a 2-run homer by Jackson in the first inning, and back-to-back doubles by Rudy and Washington in the fourth. The Red Sox are going to work themselves in the fourth inning as they have knocked out Vita Blue, and they're now trying to tie it up and possibly go ahead with first and third occupied and nobody out. Jack Billingham is throwing in the Reds bullpen. Freddie Norman has Stargell at third and nobody out. He's behind 2-0 to Richie Zisk. The Reds lead in the game 2-0 in the top of the fourth. Here's the next pitch. That is a check swing, ball 3 low, 3-0. Marky Anderson, of course, pointing out very emphatically that he will not stay around very long as far as his starting pitcher is concerned if he cannot get the job done. Norman has issued still another walk as this goes to first base, and now Dave Parker will come up with runners on the corners and none out. They get 4 walks in the game against Norman. Parker a strikeout swinging as a leadoff batter in the second inning. Well, we understand now that the Red Sox have tied things up in Boston as Rico Petrocelli has hit into a double play with a runner scoring from third, fifth. Here's a ground ball hit foul at first base by Parker. Fielded down in the Reds bullpen by bullpen catcher Gary Waite. Pittsburgh posing the first bona fide threat of the game. They had first and second occupied in the first inning, but they were 2 out when Zisk hit the fly ball to left. Here in the fourth, Stargell has doubled to left center, has moved to third on Norman's wild pitch, and Zisk has followed with a walk. Infield double play depth. 0-1 pitch. Parker swings and misses. Throw to third, not in time. Stargell coming back head first, and Johnny Bench really throwing a rocket to Pete Rose. Very, very close play at third. Stargell was safe. But I'll tell you one thing, he'll think a little bit more about taking the kind of lead he just had. No balls and 2 strikes on dangerous Dave Parker. The Red outfield is deep. Geronimo playing him toward right. Stargell leading at third. Zisk at first. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and hit foul into the seats along the left field line. Billingham throwing to Bill Plummer in the Cincinnati bullpen. First time today it's been active. Norman with a long look in. Now the motion, and again the 0-2 pitch. Grounded foul again at first base. Back into the Cincinnati dugout. The Reds win this one. They'll be going to Pittsburgh leading 2-0 and needing only one more victory in the 3 games at Three Rivers Stadium to win the 1975 National League pennant. 2 in the first inning on Tony Perez's home run. And now the Pirates knocking on the door in the fourth. And Norman trying to retire the always dangerous Dave Parker. A holding count of 2 strikes. Johnny Bench hanging a sign from back behind the plate. Norman checking the runners. He kicks, he deals. Parker swings and fouls again. So Freddie Norman continuing to throw strikes, and Dave Parker continuing to foul him off to stay alive. Richie Hebner, the on-deck batter. Nobody out, 2 men on. Norman, 24-6 lifetime at Riverfront, has only lost 1 time in 6 decisions this season here. He misses away with the next pitch, and it goes to 1-2. The crowd here at Riverfront thought that pitch should have been a strike. Talking about Norman's 5-1 record in 75 in this ballpark, his only loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's bringing it Parker swings and misses. He struck him out. Strikeout number 3 for the Cincinnati left-hander, and a mighty big strikeout it was as he punches Parker out, and now he'll be working to Richie Hebner. Norman had 2 strikeouts in the second inning. Dave Parker for the first one, Jim Rooker for the second, and now gets Parker again. Hebner walked in the second inning. Well, if we can get Hebner now to hit a hard one-hopper to Joe Morgan, take our chances. Here's a pitch to him, and Hebner takes this one very high, a fastball. Interesting to note yesterday, with the crowd they had in Boston, 35,578, and what we had here, 54,633. Those combined attendance figures have made the National American League Championship Series pass the 2 million mark. The foul pops, it'll be out of play, rolls over, but watches as the ball settles well back into the seats. Reds crowd, the Red Sox strong, pushed the total to 2,028,340. Got another sellout overflow crowd here, and I'm sure that they can make the same claim at Fenway Park. Red Sox, by the way, are finally out in the bottom of the 4th, but they tied it up against the A's at 3 apiece. Here it's 2-0 Reds, 1 out, 2 on. Norman's 1-1 pitch to Hebner. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Well, we're starting to get a bit of sunlight again. Now the sun's streaming through the openings in the upper part of the stadium out near just short of second base. So the sun has certainly not been a factor today. I don't know there was really much of a factor, except maybe in Sanguillen's case and also in the left fielder case yesterday. 1-2, Norman out in front. He pitches. Hebner hits the ground ball. Tony Perez backhand throws to second. Return throw to first. Not in time. It sails into the Reds dugout. Stargell has scored as they get the 4th play at second base on Richie Ziss. And, of course, Richie Hebner will be awarded second base. Tony backhanded the ball and went quickly on to second, and Davey Concepcion to get the force out of Richie Ziss. Hebner getting credited with an RBI to make it a 2-1 score, and a throwing error has been charged against Dave Concepcion. So that error becomes the first error so far in this series. The Pirates have scored to cut the Reds' lead to 1 and have the tying run at second base in Hebner as Frank Tavares steps in. Tavares popped out to Tony Perez in the second. Norman throws to the plate. Tavares swings and fouls it out of play. Pittsburgh fans and National League fans alike saw a lot of Craig Reynolds, a young man who was called up from their AAA farm club at Charleston the latter part of the season. But here in this championship series, Danny Murtaugh going with Frank Tavares. Hebner leading at second base, a 1-strike pitch. Swung on and missed. 0-2. A wild pitch by Norman paves the way for the Pirates to score a run here in the 4th inning. After Stargell had doubled, he moved to third on Freddie's wild one and has scored as Hebner has hit a ground ball to first. Tony gets a force out at second with Stargell scoring. And on Concepcion's overthrow, Hebner awarded second base. The 0-2, Tavares just gets a piece of the ball to stay alive. So far, only 6 hits total in the game. The Reds have had 4 of them. Dillingham still throwing down the Cincinnati bullpen as Norman now has gotten to within 1 pitch of retiring the Pirates in the 4th inning. He's on the way with the 0-2. That is hit hard to the shortstop, Concepcion. Takes his time, throws to first, and that's the inning. Pittsburgh gets a run on a hit. There was an error. There was a man left on. And after 3.5, it's the Reds 2, the Pirates 1.
A lot of marathon dealers have been marathon dealers for a long time. And when a man stays in the business as tough as the service station business for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years or more, he must be doing something right. And chances are the something he's doing right is a whole lot more than pumping gas and checking oil. Chances are what he's doing is taking care of people the way they want to be taken care of. Doing all those little extra things that make people believe in him. Yeah, chances are the reason he's still in business day after day, week after week, and year after year is because he believes in people. Sounds like your kind of man, don't it? Well, he probably is.
Marathonic people just like you, and just like me, who believe in people.
Marathon Oil Company. People believe in people.
If you're looking for a truly distinctive gift item for a Cincinnati Reds baseball fan, may we suggest one of the Cincinnati Reds 4 art prints now available. Double no-hitter featuring Johnny Vandermeer and the home run highlighting Johnny Bench are 2 prints in the series of greatest moments in Reds history. The batting cage by Clint Orleman and the Big Red Machine by Willard Mullen are 2 other prints. All 4 are available in Cincinnati at 580 Gifts and News and at Clausen, in Dayton at Wrights, in Columbus at Lazarus, in Louisville at Bacon, and in Lexington at McAlpin. Or you can call or write the Reds office for mail order information. Here in the home half of the 4th inning, it'll be George Foster leading it off for Cincinnati. It's a 1-run game, 2-1 Reds. And Jim Rooker has pitched 2 fine innings of baseball since the first, when the Reds got to him for the 2 runs on all 4 of their base hits. In fact, he has retired 7 batters in a row since the infield hit by Dave Concepcion in the first inning. Foster had a hit to right in the first. He also had a stolen base. Rooker into his windup, the pitch, and that's taken below the knees, ball 1. Davey Concepcion on deck, and then Ken Griffey. The Reds try to put some more runs on the board. 1-0 pitch, swung on, a looper back behind second. Stennett going out, coming in, it falls for a base hit. And now putting on the brakes is Foster as he started to go to second, thought better of it, as Frank Tavares quickly recovered and went to the second base bag to cover. So Foster, with a number into shallow center that fell among Stennett, Oliver, and Parker, hit number 5 for Cincinnati, and here's Davey Concepcion. Foster 2 for 2 in the game, and now 4 for 6 in the series, all singles. David hit one up the middle in the first inning, and I'll tell you, Stennett made some kind of fine play going deep behind second to backhand the ball. His throw was not in time at first base, but really saved the run because Foster would have scored had the ball gotten through. Here's Rooker's throw to first and not in time. Let's see what the Reds will be doing here now as they got another man on. Foster with a leadoff hit. Rooker stretches, delivers. Davies takes just off the plate outside, ball 1. Rooker hands on knees, looking down for the sign. Foster taking his lead. Left-hander comes set, delivers. Low inside, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Davey finished very strong at the end of the year with a 9-game hitting streak. Batted .340 in the month of September to finish off at .274, and really when all was said and done as far as his batting average was concerned, he did not finish too far underneath his 74 average of .281. Rooker has yet to throw a strike to him. He deals a 2-0 pitch, and that's swung on and looped into right center field. Oliver and Parker coming together. It'll be in for a hit. Here's Foster going to second and holding there as the Reds have dumped a couple into the outfield off of Jim Rooker here in the fourth inning and have 2 men on and nobody out.
Well, I guess the old adage ain't how you hit them, it's where you hit them.
Well, if those two right there are not the best example.
I'd say you would certainly identify those two with that particular statement.
Absolutely right. Now you've got Sanguillen out to the mound. He's going to be joined there by Stinnett, and you're going to get some further activity in the Pittsburgh bullpen. Left-hander Ken Brett and right-hander Kent Tekulve will begin throwing. We saw Brett yesterday. We did not see Tekulve. So 2 on with none out, and Jack Billingham goes back to begin throwing for Cincinnati, and we know that Merv Retman has selected a bat, swinging it in the Cincinnati dugout, so maybe Sparky Anderson, if he gets a chance to play for the big inning, is going to lift Freddie Norman. Here's a pitch to Griffey. He bounces one left side. It's going to be in for a hit. Here comes Foster. Here comes this throw to the plate. It is not in time, and it's 3-1. Kenny Griffey with his 4th RBI in the series. Bouncing ball left side, and by the diving Tavares, a run is in. And the Reds have gotten their 2-run lead back on 3 consecutive hits.
Monty, that ball didn't appear to be hit too hard, but it was hit pretty good. And this got a good throw to the plate, got the ball up here in a hurry, but the ball there was hit pretty good, although it bounced a few times before it got through the infield. But if it hits in that dirt, you're not going to see the ball bounce too high anyway, and I think that's the reason it stayed down and took so many hops to get through there.
Now Cesar Geronimo will try and keep it going. He was struck out by Rooker in the 2nd inning. The pitch to the plate is low a ball. Well, Freddie Norman has moved on deck, but still Jack Billingham continues to throw. Hits by Foster, Concepcion, and Griffey has made it a 3-1 score. And now here's Stinnett sneaking in back at second base, but Davey saw him coming. Rooker in trouble in the 4th inning. The Reds have played it a run. The left-hander looks at him, delivers. Geronimo squares and bunts through it. Here's a throw back to second base. It goes into off the glove of rather shortstop Frank Tavares, but not bounding far enough away to allow Davey to try and come to third. Davey going to dusting himself off out at second as Willie Stargell takes the baseball from the second base umpire Billy Williams and returns it to Jim Rooker. 1 ball, 1 strike. Both bullpens are busy. Tekulve and Brett for Pittsburgh, Billingham for Cincinnati. Now the plate umpire Olson calls time as Geronimo backs off the plate. Reds in total 7 hits in the game, picked up 11 yesterday. Stargell playing inside, the leading Ken Griffey at first, Hebner well in at third. Here's the 1-1 pitch. There go the runners. Swung on and missed. Sanguillen's throw to third. Not in time, and a double steal. An unbelievable exhibition of running baseball in this series.
Well, Marty, I think you have to give Richie Hebner a heck of a lot of credit on that particular throw because he made a whale of a play on the ball. It was a bad throw, and Richie on the move trying to make the tag, feel the ball all at the same time, and saved the Pirates a run, and certainly Manny Sanguillen a throwing error.
Well, you got him at second and third. The Pittsburgh infield is now going to come in. A 1-2 count on Cesar Geronimo. Rooker with a pitch. Geronimo swings and grounds it foul to the Pirate dugout. Those 2 stolen bases on the double steal by Concepcion and Griffey now make it stolen bases number 6 and 7 in the 2 games, and this one not even half over yet. Infield drawn in. Pitch. Swung on and chopped foul. Alex Graham is talking with Davey Concepcion down at third base. Geronimo looking for his first hit in the series. 0 for 3 yesterday and a strikeout earlier in this one in the second inning. Hit now of any distance would make it a 5-1 ball game. Now, with Rooker taking too much time, the Chief steps away from the plate. Rooker taking a bunch of time on the mound. Okay, he sights the sign. The stretch, the pitch. That is strike 3 call, and Geronimo is punched out for the second time. First down in the inning, and Freddie Norman will come out and hit for himself. Rooker has picked up his 5th strikeout. Norman 0 for 1, grounded out short to first, hit one over the mound in the second inning. Taveras cutting across the second base bag to make the play. Pirate infield will stay in. Runners Griffey at second, Concepcion at third. Norman with a chance to help his own cause here. Rooker ready. He pitches. And Norman takes a strike away from him. Three to 1 the score. Reds out in front. A 2-run homer in the first by Perez. Pittsburgh got a run in the top of this inning. And the Reds have come back to get their 3rd run. Here's Rooker. Pitching. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. The end of 5 at Boston's Fenway Park. It's the A's 3, the Red Sox 3. Boston trying to make it 2-0 as they go west. And the Reds are trying to make it 2-0 here as they head east. No balls, 2 strikes. Rooker against Fred Norman with runners at second and third, 1 out. He pitches. Norman hits one into left field. Richie's just digging for it. He'll make the catch, but here comes Concepcion. The race is on, and it's 4-1. Well, Freddie Norman did his job. He got it up in the air and deep enough to left to get David in. Griffey holds at second base, and the Reds have their biggest lead of the game at 4-1.
Pitchers are really offensive-minded so far, aren't they?
Yes,
4 RBIs. 1/3 of the runs driven in. That's not too bad.
See some strange things in postseason competition. Dave McNally with a grand slam homer in the 70 series. Mike Cuellar has in the past had a home run in postseason competition. Gullett yesterday. Let's see if Pete can get Griffey in with 2 down. Takes a fastball outside. Rose is 1 for 2 on an infield hit in the first. Rooker struck him out swinging in the second. 2 big runs across in the 4th inning. It's a 4-1 game. Rooker delivers to Pete. Rose swings, fly ball down the right field line, heading toward the seats. Parker into the corner, but will not have a play on it. One ball and 1 strike on Pete Rose. Have to feel this is going to be the final inning of work for Rooker. He is scheduled to lead off the 5th for Pittsburgh. Okay, he checks Griffey out at second base. Here comes his 1-1 pitch. Swung on, a fly ball hit into deep right field. Parker racing back under and makes the catch to retire the side. For Cincinnati in the 4th inning, 2 runs on 3 base hits. No Pirate errors and 1 man left on. And as we go to the 5th, the Reds 4, the Pirates 1.
welcome home. You've had a long day. Sit down beside me and leave your cares away. Let's have a fun together. We deserve it, heaven knows. Put me together. Dinner for two, soft music sweet, and the good taste of love. You can't stop the good thing when it's made the right way. That's why through the mellow goes and still vibrates today. Someone beloved to another place.
That was Nancy Wilson for the Stroh Brewery Company, Detroit, Michigan. Family brewers for 200 years.
We'll pause again for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
Rhapsody of the Rush Hour, Concerto of the Coffee Break, Overture of the Office. Great music all day and all night. From WBBY FM Stereo, Westerville, Ohio.
Well, as we go to the fifth inning, Danny Murtaugh is going to go to his bench and call on the right-handed batting Bill Robinson to hit for pitcher Jim Rooker. Be Robinson's second pinch hit appearance in as many games. He hit yesterday for Kenny Brett in the fifth inning, and Don Gullett simply blew him away, striking him out on 3 pitches. Fred Norman now leading by more runs, and he has had the pleasure of leading all afternoon. 4-1 the scores. The Reds have enjoyed 2 two-run innings in the first and in the fourth. And now Bill Robinson will come onto the plate to lead off the fifth for Pittsburgh. During the year, Robbie hit .280 with 6 homers and 33 runs batted in. That does not, however, tell the complete story about him, because after being acquired at the end of spring training from Philadelphia with a contract of pitcher Wayne Simpson, when he played as a regular, he hit over 300. In fact, 305. Here's a pitch to him, and he chops one, third base line. Johnny Bench out after it, has it, throws, 1 out. The 1 pitch is all it takes to dispose of Bill Robinson, and now Rennie Stennett will come to the plate. Stennett is 1 for 2. He bounced to third in the first inning. He reached on an infield hit to third off Pete Rose's glove in the third inning. 4 runs, 7 hits, an error for Cincinnati. A run, 2 hits, and no errors for Pittsburgh. Here's Stennett, here's Norman. Strike is called. Freddie's 0-1 pitch. Stennett takes inside a ball. Here's today's scoreboard stumper. What individual holds the championship series record for most home runs in a game? I know the answer to the question. One of the few. 2 balls and 1 strike. Bob Robertson hit 3 against the San Francisco Giants at Candlestick Park. That win the prize today? Even Nuxall knew that one, I think.
No, I didn't. You didn't either.
Yes, I did. Here's a chopper foul at third, 2-2.
Somebody tipped you off.
No, I knew that.
They must have told you the scoreboard stumpers are going to be concerned with a championship playoff series. Things would happen. Something had to tip you off.
No, I knew that one. I really did know that.
Came right straight from the shoulder, huh?
The only way I knew that one was because of the special programs that we did during this past week, and that happened to be part of it. Okay. 1 out, 5th inning, 2-2 the count on Rennie Stennett. Norman delivers, Stennett swings and fouls it out of play. Four to 1 score, Cincinnati, 5th inning. Norman has had periods where he's had trouble getting the ball over the plate, but still he's limited the Pirates to only 2 hits, make it 3. Stennett hits a line drive single to left. Rennie with his second hit of the game among the three the Pirates have garnered off Norman, and his third hit in 8 times up in the series. Here's Manny Sanguillen. Bounced out second to first in the first inning, and then in the third, following Stennett's infield hit, Rennie was running on the pitch. Sanguillen hit a ground ball to Davey as he was moving toward the bag, and Concepcion turned it into a 6-3 double play. Jack Billingham goes back to throw for Cincinnati. Chase Stennett takes his lead. Norman comes set and now steps back off the pitching rubber. During the season, Stennett stole 5 bases in 9 tries. Pitch inside as Sanguillen spins out of the batter's box. Reds have turned the only double play so far in this series, and that came in the third when Sanguillen banged into it. 1-0 to the plate. That's inside, ball 2. Well, Norman allows a hit to Stennett and goes right back to the thing that has caused him more problem this season than anything else. That, of course, is possibly thinking too much out there and nibbling just a bit too much. 2-0, swung on and hit in the air. That should be out number 2. Geronimo looking skyward. He puts it away, and they're 2 away. Al Oliver 0 for 1, although was a base runner in the first inning with a walk. Hit to the mound in the third. Norman talking with Pete Rose. Freddie rubs up the baseball, and first base umpire Frank Pulley talking with Rennie Stennett. Frank Pulley, by the way, asked me to pass along to all our listeners today that he has gotten a haircut. Little problem with Sparky Anderson in the last series here against Atlanta. Showed me his hairstyle and said, just tell them all I've gotten a haircut. Ball 1. Might add that Frank appeared to have a permanent. I don't know whether he had that before he got the haircut or whether he... Well, anyway, 1-0 pitch. High inside as Oliver goes down on the seat of his pants. That was an off-speed pitch. 2 balls and no strikes. Freddie Norman and the Cincinnati Reds leading the Pittsburgh Pirates 4-1. Runner at first is Rennie Stennett, 2 down, and here comes the 2-0 pitch to the plate. Oliver checks his swing, and it's ball 3. Well, should Norman lose Oliver, he's going to have to deal with Willie Stargell. Norman has walked 4 already in the game. He has struck out 3. Now the 3-0. And Oliver takes ball 4. The Pirates have him at first and second, and here comes Mr. Stargell. Stargell is 1 for 1. He's been on twice with a walk. That came in the first. And a booming double into the outermost reaches of left center field in the 4th inning, and he has scored the only Pittsburgh run. 2 men on, 2 men out. Pitch. Stargell takes it outside. Well, the capacity house here at Riverfront Stadium getting just a little bit uneasy over Norman's all of a sudden inability to get the ball over the plate. He's walked Oliver on 4 straight. He's throwing 1-0 to the plate, and Willie Stargell. Here it comes. It is check swing. Nope, it's a strike. 1-1. One ball and 1 strike. Here's a pause and the pitch. That misses outside. Ball 2. 2-1. Jack Billingham heating up in the Cincinnati bullpen. Norman 2 balls and a strike on Willie Stargell with Rennie Stennett at second base. Al Oliver at first and 2 men out. The left-hander stretches and delivers. It is swung on and missed. And Stargell just trying to tie that baby up with one swing of the bat. Well, we've got a number of big names in the house today. Benny Goodman is here, and we just saw Roy Rogers come down and sitting down at this end of the Cincinnati Reds dugout. Norman 2-2. Stargell swings and just gets a piece of the ball to keep the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 4-1 to score. Cincinnati trying to make it 2 straight over the Pittsburgh Pirates and needing only 1 more win in the remaining 3 games to win the National League pennant. Johnny Bench heading out toward the mound to talk with Fred Norman. Richie Zisk, the on-deck batter for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and Jack Billingham, well, gotten a lot of throwing in down in that Cincinnati bullpen on this afternoon. Bench back behind the plate. Morgan, Perez, Concepcion, all very deep. Here comes the 2-2 pitch again. Strike 3 swinging. Big strikeout. The crowd comes to its feet as Freddie Norman has just struck out Willie Stargell, and boy, what a biggie that was. In the inning, no runs, 1 hit, 2 men left on. And through 4 1/2 innings of play, it's the Reds 4 and the Pirates 1.
Heathkit offers you a profitable way to spend your leisure time. What is Heathkit? A do-it-yourself headquarters offering you top-quality electronics in kit form. You do the assembling process and save. With no prior experience, you can build a color TV, stereo component, home appliance, in all over 350 different items. Heathkit provides step-by-step instructions, so easy to follow that even first-time kit builders can assemble, say, a digital wind speed indicator, a public address amplifier, even an electronic doorbell that you program to play your favorite song when the doorbell rings. Heathkit has something for everyone. Take a few minutes to discover a new world of fun and pick up your 1975 Heathkit catalog with hundreds of kit building ideas. Stop in today at Heathkit, just east of Cleveland Avenue at 2500 Morse Road.
It's the bottom half of the 5th inning at Riverfront Stadium, and Jim Rooker is out of the ball game by virtue of Robinson pitching for him in the upper half of the inning. The new Pirate pitcher is the young right-hander from Fairfield, Ohio, Kent DeCalvi. DeCalvi joining the Pirates on the 26th of June from the Bucks Charleston Farm Club. 28 years old, a side-arming reliever who saw limited action with the Pirates last season. This year, in 34 appearances, he won a game. He lost 2 for Pittsburgh with a .225 earned run average. It'll be Joe Morgan to lead it off as the Pirates now come with a right-hander, and the crowd after the announcement here that Roy Rogers is in the house, and they're really looking around and spotting him down by the Reds dugout. Here's a pitch to Morgan. It's missing inside a ball.
Roy wanted to arrive, kind of inconspicuous, but he had to get up and take that sombrero off, or whatever they call those things.
Got a full-fledged one on down there. How about a cowboy hat? I'll go for that. I think that's what he preferred to be called. Call strike, 1-1. Roy's making a motion picture comeback after being away many, many years. Here's DeCalvi's 1-1. Morgan takes a heater high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Jim Rooker went 4 innings, allowed 7 hits, 4 runs, all earned with 5 strikeouts. He didn't walk anybody. DeCalvi 2-1 pitch. Morgan swings, ground ball. 5 guys Stargell down the right field line. Here's Parker up. He's gunning to second. Morgan coming head first. He's safe. Close play at second base as Tavares took Parker's throw. Morgan coming in out a headlong slide at the bag, and now Rennie Stennett, who was nowhere near the play, is arguing rather than Tavares. Frank Tavares did not say anything, but it is Rennie Stennett who is arguing the call, and he's safe. Checking the replay, and well, a good call by second base umpire Billy Williams. In fact, Morgan came in the third base side of the bag to get that double.
Well, Marty, I think Tavares just more or less followed Joe into the bag, or trailed him, if you may, with his gloved hand, and Joe's hand appeared to be in ahead of the tag by Frank Tavares.
Well, there's another possible run if we can get Morgan around here, and let's see if Joe's going to try and steal third base. He certainly did yesterday. Here's Johnny Bench. He's due. He struck out twice against the offerings of the left-hander Rooker. Morgan gets another steal in this series. He will set a mark for the most steals in a league championship series set. Jacoby sights a sign. Backward glance at second. Pitch to Bench. Ball one is high. Clay Kirby getting in some throwing down in the Cincinnati Reds bullpen. Jacoby has given up a leadoff double here in the fifth inning to Joe Morgan. Stennett playing games with Joe out at second, causing Jacoby to step back off the pitching rubber. Bench waiting on the 1-0 pitch. Long look, here it comes. Swung on and fouled. Jacoby dropped down on John. It's 1-1 strike.
Marty, now Stennett's coming into the mound to talk to Jacoby, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Jacoby turn and throw back here, or at least bluff a throw back there, because I really believe Joe's kind of got his sights set on third base.
Well, as we pointed out earlier today, it has been a series that, if nothing else, has been highlighted by tremendous Cincinnati team speed. Got a total of 4 stolen bases in this game, 7 so far in the series. Anytime Morgan gets on, you better look out, as he exhibited in the first game here. Jacoby is even with Bench, a ball and a strike. Stennett again bluffs toward the bag. Here's a pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Boston now batting in the bottom of the 6th inning, deadlocked with the A's at 3 runs apiece. Oakland got 2 in the first on a Jackson homer, 1 in the 4th inning on back-to-back doubles by Rudy and Washington, but Boston scored 3 in the bottom of the 4th, 2 of them on a home run by Carl Yastrzemski. Here it's Reds 4, the Pirates 1. 1-2 the count on Johnny Bench. Jacoby steps off the pitching rubber. Morgan retreats to second, and I'll tell you, it has really got to cause the pitcher no end of consternation when you know Morgan is on and may run. Now the pitch, that's down low. Carlton Fisk has just singled in Carl Yastrzemski, and the Red Sox have bolted in front of Oakland 4-3 after 6 innings. Things are getting interesting at Fenway Park. Jacoby working carefully to Bench. Tony Perez is on deck. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, and Johnny Bench has struck out for the 3rd straight time in this game. Tony had a 2-run homer in the 1st inning and then popped out to Stargell in the 3rd. One man out, 1 man on. Kenny Brett getting ready to begin throwing again for Pittsburgh. Here's a throw back to second, and it went off the glove of Frank Tavares had hit something as he and Morgan end up in a pile out at second base, and Tony Barterone, the Pirate trainer, is now going to come out to take a look at Tavares.
Marty, I think the ball hit Tavares in the face. It certainly appeared that way.
Well, they're checking him out at second base as he now comes to his feet. They had a very close shot at getting Morgan. The ball appeared to hit off the end of his glove and hit off of then his forehead. Making sure that Frank Tavares is all right.
Trying to get the tag down on Joe because they did have a shot at him, but got to catch the ball first, of course, and the ball appeared to nick the glove of Tavares and hit him in the forehead above the left eye.
Well, Tavares is all right. He's going to remain in the game. And a very, very busy Pirate bullpen in this series. As we mentioned, Ken Brett has now started to throw. He has been up earlier in the game, and now Kent DeCalvi is going to get together with the Pirate double play combination of Frank Tavares and Rennie Stennett. So the wheels are turning here at Riverfront Stadium as the Pirates try and keep the Reds from any further run production. Morgan has opened the inning with a double down the right field line. DeCalvi has struck out Johnny Bench. And now we'll be working to Tony Perez, who has driven across 2 of our 4 runs with that homer in the first inning. DeCalvi looking around. Tony waiting patiently. 28-year-old right-hander from Fairfield, Ohio, now into the stretch. And the pitch. Inside, ball 1. George Foster on deck for Cincinnati. Reds have totaled 8 hits in the game. They had 7 off the starter, Jim Rooker, and now the double by Morgan here in the 5th inning off DeCalvi. 1-0 the count on Tony Perez. Outfield straight away. Here comes Stennett back to second. DeCalvi spins back that way, but does not throw. Well, if nothing else, they are bound and determined to keep Morgan from trying to steal third base. He's going to go. You got to feel he's going to go while Perez is at the plate. Ken directing his attentions back now to the plate. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Tony takes it just off the outside corner. It's ball 2. 2-0. Perez voted the National League Player of the Month in August, and as a result, he was the 3rd player during the course of the season, or rather, to be more precise, the third time during the season that a Reds player was named Player of the Month, and that Morgan was named twice. Tony looking for a pitch to hack at. Morgan jockeys off the second base. 2-0 pitch. Swung on and hit off DeCalvi. Downing third base line. He'll not have a play as he picks it up across the line at third. That'll be a base hit for Tony Perez with Morgan going to third. Tony hit that ball hard. Where it hit off of DeCalvi, Joe, I couldn't really tell. It looked like possibly the knee or above it.
Marty, I think it hit him quite possibly on the shin. Pretty good shot. Ken appears to be all right, but he took a pretty good shot. Just looks like just below the knee, but apparently he's okay.
Sanguillen and Stargell checking him out. Now George Foster, who has delivered 2 hits and is many times up. He has scored a run. He has stolen a base. First and third, 1 down. There's a man who had 2 home runs twice in 1 game this season. Once it came against the Dodgers here at Riverfront in the first series of the year, and then he hit 2 out of here off Jerry Royce to account for 5 of the 6 runs that the Reds scored that particular night. Morgan third, Tony first. Here's the pitch. Foster takes it low. Well, the Pirates would love to see DeCalvi get Foster to hit the ball on the ground at somebody. I'd like to see George just get a base hit. Next pitch. coming. That is swung on and popped out of play. 1-1. Through 5 complete innings of play, Norman has stranded 6 Pittsburgh runners. Through 4 complete turns at the plate for Cincinnati, Pirate pitching specifically speaking, Jim Rooker let 3 Reds runners on. Here we've got 2 men on, 1 man out. Foster even against DeCalby, a ball and a strike. The right-hander into his stretch. The pitch. And that just does miss outside. Ball 2. 2-1. Probables on Tuesday night. Gary Nolan, well, that's a definite fact for Cincinnati, but we mentioned at the top of the show today, there's speculation that should the Reds win this game and chalk up another win over another Pirate left-hander, Danny Murtaugh would go rather than John Candelaria, the rookie left-hander, veteran right-hander Bruce Thiessen. We'll see. Staccato clapping start. Foster swings. Chopper third base line. That ball is going to be a foul ball. Fortunately for Pittsburgh, it rolled foul. Send Morgan back to third, put Perez back on first base, and make it 2 balls and 2 strikes on Yahtzee. Foster batting .667 so far in this series with 4 hits and 6 times up, all singles. He singled to right in the first inning, singled to center in the 4th in this one. Oliver shading him a step or 2 toward right center. Disc well off the foul line and left. Severus, Dennett, Hebner a double play depth. The break-even pitch. Strike 3 swinging, and DeCalby has picked up a big out as he records his second strikeout. 2 away for Davey Concepcion, and he, like George Foster before that strikeout, has a perfect day going. Infield hit in the first, base hit right center in the 4th. Sanguillen, DeCalby meeting. Out in front of the mound. All activity has now ceased in the Cincinnati bullpen, but Ken Brett still down there for Pittsburgh. So we need a 2-out hit from Davey here. Morgan double to start the inning, a 1-out infield hit by Perez. Bench, Foster had struck out. Pitch. He pops it foul on a bunt attempt, and that one comes off the screen back of the plate. I'd like to send along our best today to Reds fans listening on WNTS in Indianapolis, Indiana, WBBY serving Columbus and Westerville, Ohio, and WETE in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Thanks a lot.
We're in the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Reds leading the Pirates 4-1, trying to get some more with 2 down and runners at first and third. Concepcion behind a strike. DeCalby steps back off the pitching rubber. Oakland now batting in the 7th, trailing Boston 4-3. Dick Drago has come on in relief. Reggie Cleveland, probably fingers pitching for the A's. Now the 0-1, Tony goes, pitch is swung on, ground ball third. Hebner gloves it, throws to first, and that's the inning. So Kent DeCalby able to work himself out of a 5th inning jam. The Reds with no runs on a couple of hits. 2 runners left on and through 5 complete. It's the Reds 4 and the Pirates 1.
What's good and cold and loved all over? Stowe's 12-can Stay Cold Pack. Because it's made to get 12 cans of Stowe's beer cold and to help keep them good and cold until you need them. And it's a neat package to have around. The cans are easy to get to. They roll right out when you need them. And you can dispose of the empties just by putting them back in the pack. For a party or picnic or any occasion where beer lovers gather, put a few Stowe's Stay Cold packs around. The beer stays cold and smooth and mellow, and it's right there at your fingertips when you're thirsting for a cool, fresh-tasting beer. So roll out the beer in Stowe's easy-to-carry compact Stay Cold 12-pack.
From one beer lover to another, Stowe's beer. From one beer lover to another, Stowe's.
Stroh's Brewery Company, Detroit, Michigan. Family brewers for 200 years.
We'll pause once again for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
Your most frequently frequented frequency. Stereo FM 104. WBBY, Westerville.
Gentlemen, back at Riverfront Stadium in the second game of the 1975 League Championship Series. Pirates down to the Reds 4-1. And for Pittsburgh, it's going to be Richie Zisk to open up the sixth inning. And we note that right-hander Bruce Keeson has now gone down to the Pirate bullpen to start throwing. Norman, through 5, has given the Pirates a run, and that scored in the fourth inning on Richie Hebner's hard ground ball to first baseman Tony Perez, who tried to get the double play. They got a forced play at second, but the return throw went into the Cincinnati dugout. Stargell scored, but all told in the game through 5, Norman has given him only 3 hits. Base hit by Stennett in the third, an infield hit, the double by Stargell leading off the fourth inning, and a single in the fifth by Rennie Stennett. Richie Zisk is 0 for 1. He had a fly ball to deep left in the first. He drew a walk in the fourth. Norman has struck out 4. He has walked 5, and boy, what a big strikeout he picked up in the fifth inning of Willie Stargell to kill off the Pirate threat and end the inning. Now his pitch on the way to Zisk, and it's taken low and inside a ball. Freddie's 1-0 pitch. That's ball 2 low. 2 balls and no strikes. Some question in the last inning, or rather in the fourth inning, about whether or not Norman was going to hit for himself. He eventually did, and had a sacrifice fly. Check swing and a strike is this. 2-1. Will McInerney goes down to the Cincinnati Reds bullpen, and he's going to be joined by Raleigh Eastwick. 2 balls and a strike on Richie Zisk. He takes it low, ball 3. Norman behind, 3 balls and 1 strike. And he pitches. That is swung on and missed. This tried to make it 4-2 with 1 swing of the bat. Bruce Keeson throwing for Pittsburgh. Double barrel action in the Reds bullpen with a right-hander Eastwick and the left-hander McInerney. Norman a full count, pitch to Zisk. He hammers one into center field, and that's a base hit. Now Dave Parker, who Norman has worn out. He struck him out swinging in the second. He struck him out swinging in the fourth. Johnny Bench out to the mound. That's been a very, very busy place for meetings in this game, both for Cincinnati and for Pittsburgh. And now Larry Shepard, following Bench's meeting, is going to come out and have a chat with Norman himself.
Marty, I really think that Shep's going to talk to Freddie about, starting like he started Zisk off with 2 balls, trying to make pinpoint pitches when you're 3 up. You like to see him challenge the hitter, and I would think that Shep might be discussing this with Fred and John at the moment. I don't know, but you just don't drop behind him, not with a 3-1 lead where if he hits it out, you're still 2 up, and your chances are much better to get somebody out when you're pitching out in front instead of behind.
Well, that meeting now breaks up as Larry Shepard has something for plate umpire Andy Olson, who had come out to hurry him along. Well, Parker stepping in. I'll tell you that Boston is now batting in the bottom of the 7th, and it remains 4-3 Red Sox. Craig Reynolds is beginning to throw down in the Pirate bullpen along with Art Howe, which would lead to speculation that possibly we're going to see a pinch hitter or 2 in this inning. Check swing, foul ball, strike 1. Reynolds a shortstop, Howe a reserve third baseman. But you would certainly think that possibly Danny Murtaugh is thinking about lifting Taveras for a pinch hitter in this 6th inning. Disc is open with a hit to center, the 4th Pirate hit. Ed Kirkpatrick has selected a bat down in the Pirate dugout. Parker swings and misses, strike 2. Also Bob Robertson. So Danny Murtaugh is covering all possibilities. Kirkpatrick, a left-handed batter, and Robertson, a right-handed batter. Norman out in front of Parker, 2 strikes. Dave has yet with a hit in the series, yesterday going 0 for 2. Now the 2-strike delivery. That's bounced foul off the first baseline. Four to 1 to score. Pirates' only run coming in the 4th inning. Reds with 2 in the 1st and 2 in the 4th. We've had 9 hits off of a pair of Pirate pitchers. Rooker, who went 4, and Tekulve, who has worked 1 inning. The 2-strike pitch, just missing, down and away at the ball. Parker had some big games against Cincinnati. One particular game here at Riverfront Stadium when he homered for 3 runs in the 1st inning of a game that Norman started. Parker takes it in the dirt. Bench knocks it down and just not going anywhere. 2-2.
Representative of the telephone company, please report to booth F as in Frank.
2 balls and 2 strikes as Norman, not liking the feel of the baseball he had, sends it in and gets another one from Andy Olson. Parker steps back in the box. Griffey extremely deep in right field. This guy can hit him a long, long way. He had 25 home runs during the season. Richie's just taking his lead at first base. Norman throws to the plate the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball hit to second. Right. Morgan underhands to David. David delivers to Tony. Double play. Four to 6-3 as the Reds turn their second double play of the game in the series. 2 away in the inning, and here is Richie Hebner. He's walked and reached on a fielder's choice in Boston. Rico Petrocelli has homered, giving the Red Sox a 5-3 lead over the A's in the bottom of the 7th, and they're still batting. Wonder what Charlie Finley's thinking. Okay, Norman to Hebner. Strike 1 call. I'll tell you one thing, you can talk about his control problems in this game, but he has come up with a big pitch when the situation is demanded that type of thing. Strike 2 call. Taveras moved on deck, but Robertson still with a bat in his hand. Norman 0-2ing to Hebner. He bounces one off the plate, bench running out to get it, picks it up, throws, got inside, retired. Hebner slams the batting helmet down in disgust, and that's all for the Pirates in the 6th inning. No runs, a hit. At the end of 5.5, it's the Reds over the Pirates, 4-1.
Buy now from Right Rug. Don't put off till tomorrow what will make your home more beautiful today. Buy now from people who are experts, specialists in their field. Buy now from Right Rug, where the selection is the greatest. Thousands of rolls of carpet in stock. Right here in Columbus, ready to be delivered and installed on your floors. Make your selection now from Right Rug's huge selection of quality brands of famous carpet. Be sure to see Bigelow's beautiful line. Bigelow, America's most experienced carpet maker since 1825. People who know buy Bigelow. Buy now. Right Rug will measure it, pat it, and carpet it with carpet you can choose from Right Rug's super stock. Right Rug has assured their customers of tremendous selection, huge savings, and outstanding service for years. Buy now from one of the Right Rug's 4 locations, north, east, west, and downtown. There is convenient credit and Bank AmeriCard or MasterCharge. Let one of the Right Rug's experts help you at one of the Right Rug stores or call Mr. Edwards, 261
888-281-6060.
1975 has been a great year for the Cincinnati Reds, and there's still a lot of exciting baseball ahead. But the Reds would like to take a moment right now to remind fans that it's not too early to start thinking about 1976 and Cincinnati Reds Action Plan season tickets. Everybody can make good use of Reds season tickets, as well as all the special bonuses which go along with the Action Plan. Why not give a call first thing tomorrow morning to Brooks Lawrence in the Reds season sales office? Kenny Griffey will open up the sixth inning for our side against Kent DeCalvey, who pitched admirably and battled his way out of a fifth inning jam. Reds had runners at first and third and only one down. He proceeded to strike out George Foster and get Concepcion on a ground ball to third. Griffey 1 for 2, grounded out in the first inning, and then had a base hit to left in the fourth to knock in a run. Now, Kenny has now knocked in 4 runs in the series for Cincinnati, more than anybody else. Here's a pitch to him, and it misses a ball outside. Reds out in front by 3 runs at 4-1. Wally Eastwood still loosening up in the Cincinnati bullpen. Here's a 1-0 pitch, and that's taken inside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Pirate pitching has not yet issued a walk in this game. Yesterday they threw a total of 5 at us. Royce walked 4, Demery walked 1. There's ball 3. So Kenny a pitch away from becoming the first Red to get a walk. DeCalvey 3 balls and no strikes. Geronimo is on deck. Right-hander looking and throwing. Strike 1 call, the fastball on the inside part of the plate at the letters. 3-1. Griffey swings, chopping ground ball is foul at first base. Stargell came up with it, but Pulley signaled foul ball right away. Run the count full. The Reds have had hits. They have come in bunches, 4 in the first inning. At that point, Jim Rooker retired 7 batters in a row before the Reds got another hit. Foster's leadoff single in the fourth, and then 2 more came in that inning when 2 runs crossed, and then 2 more hits in the fifth. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and hit to right field, a base hit. Kenny Griffey opening up the 6th inning with a line drive single to right. His second hit in the game, and his 3rd hit in 7 times up in the series. Here's Geronimo. Struck out swinging in the 2nd, called out on strikes in the 4th, but facing DeCalvey for the first time. Hebner coming in at 3rd base, and now Terry Crowley has moved on deck to bat for Fred Norman. Well, let's see what Geronimo does. The pitch to the plate, Geronimo squares and takes the pitch outside. Kenny Brett going down to the Pirate bullpen. DeCalvey's 1-0 pitch. Geronimo bunts foul and onto the netting behind the plate. 1-1. Geronimo trying to get Griffey into scoring position for Terry Crowley, who stands in the on-deck circle swinging a couple of bats. Hebner really in shallow at 3rd base. Turn, throw to first, Griffey back. One ball, 1 strike. Bottom half of the 6th inning. Another throw to first, and again Griffey back, and that one quite a bit of mustard on it to Willie Stargell. McCovey with a check. Another throw to first base. So 3 straight times he's gone that way. An even count on Cesar Geronimo, a ball, a strike. Let's see if he'll throw to the plate with this one. Yes. Taken outside, ball 2. 2-1. Chief had a career high this season, 25 doubles, 5 triples, 6 home runs he hit. Drove across 53 runs and had a .257 batting average. Gold Glove winner in 74, and you have to feel like he's going to get another one this season. He's out in front, 2 balls to strike. Throw to first base, and this time Tekulve just lobbing over there. Griffey with 1 foot on the carpet, 1 foot in the sliding pit. There he goes. Ball bunted through. Sanguillen high throw, no. That's 8 stolen bases for the Reds in the series. And the 5th in this game. Three balls and 1 strike.
Marty, they might set a record never to be caught in this series. That's 8 already in 2 games.
Ken Griffey stealing second base. Hebner is now backed up a step or 2, but still playing inside the front white line. Pitch. That's inside, ball 4, and Geronimo is on with a walk. Well, Terry Crowley was on deck. Now is he going to hit, or is Freddie Norman going to come on back and try and get down a sacrifice bunt? Crowley was in the on-deck circle, but...
Marty, I think we're going to see Ed Armbruster hitting right here, and no question about it, he's going to be bunting.
Ed Armbruster it's going to be. Ed was the second leading hitter on the club as far as pinch hits were concerned during the season. 7 and 27 at bats. Terry Crowley, who had been on deck, was the man who led the club in pinch hits. Getting an announcement now that the Reds have set 2 championship series records today. The 5 stolen bases in 1 game is a record, a major league record, and the 8 total stolen bases in league championship series play is another major league record. Armbruster batting against Tekulve with 2 men on, nobody out. Hebner looking for a bunt, so too is Stargell. He squares, he bunts through it, throw to second, here comes Griffey to third, and he's in. Well, it looked like they had him picked off at second base. But as soon as Sanguillen fired that way, Kenny came on to third, and that's another steal.
Well, poor Manning, I think he's probably about ready to get his gun out and start shooting because his arm isn't getting much done, I'll tell you that. It was strict Manning now, and, well, Armbruster's going to be taken down now, and Terry Crowley will go to the plate with a count of 2 balls, 1 strike. But I'll tell you one thing, Griff, he took 1 step back, and when Sanguillen let loose, he was gone. There was no contest at third whatsoever.
Well, Sparky Anderson changing pitch hitters in midstream after Griffey steals third. It'll be Crowley coming on with a 1-0 count, but an 0-1 count rather. But Don Osborne, the Pirate pitching coach, is coming to the mound, and we possibly could see Ken Brett. I'll tell you, they can talk about this series in 100 years, and it'll go down as a series of the big steal.
Well, now the Sparky isn't going to be taken in by Danny Murtaugh's move, and he's going to send Merv Retman up to hit for Terry Crowley. So I can't recall that happened at all this year. Well, he used 3 3 batters inside of 1 pitch, not 1 inning.
That's the case, as Merv Redmond has now moved on deck, and a call has gone down for the left-hander Ken Brett. So we've got a break in the action here in the 6th inning at Riverfront Stadium. We'll step out for this message.
It's the brew you choose with that happy hour flavor. It's got a taste all its own that can't be beat. Jackson's Apple Jack, that apple flavor coming through with the chew for you.
Hi, my name is Jackson, and I'd like to make an important announcement. For a limited time, if you buy just 1 pouch of my Jackson's Apple Jack chewing tobacco and send the empty pouch back with your name and address on it, I'm going to send you 2 pouches absolutely free. Now, to me, that's important. To my sales department, it's plain crazy.
It's the brew you chew with that happy hour flavor. It's got a taste all its own that can't be beat. Jackson's Apple Jack, that apple flavor coming through with the chew for you.
Try to limit it to 2 free pouches per customer.
New Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher is left-hander Ken Brett, making his 2nd appearance in the series. The left-hander worked an inning and a third yesterday, giving up a hit, no runs, chalked up a strikeout, and now is being called upon to pitch for the Pirates in relief of Kent DeCalvey, and as Joe mentioned before our commercial break, a real oddity, as we have seen 3 hitters inside of 1 pitch. Ed Armbruster sent up to bat for Norman. He took a strike as Griffey appeared to be picked off at second base, but ended up stealing third as Sanguin's throw went to second, and Kenny continued on to third base safely. Crowley was then announced as a pinch hitter for Armbruster to inherit a 1-strike count, and as the Pirates have brought on the left-hander Brett, Sparky Anderson has sent Merv Redmond up to bat for Terry Crowley. Pirate infield will come in with 1st and 3rd occupied. Griffey the lead runner. He's at 3rd. Geronimo at 1st by virtue of a walk. Redmond hit .239 during the year as a pinch hitter with 6 for 30. Here's a throw to 1st, and they've called a balk on Ken Brett. Brett has been called for a balk, and that will bring Ken Griffey in to give the Reds a 5-1 lead. Now Kenny Brett running off the mound over to first base umpire Frank Pulley to argue the call, but Pulley wasted no time at all. He threw his hands up, said balk. A run is home, and now Sparky Anderson is going out. As the plate umpire Andy Olson heads out toward the argument behind first base, Sparky is going to get in on it, but the second base umpire Billy Williams said, hey, you get out of here. You're not involved in this. Sparky is going to go over and talk to Pulley, but the balk has been called, and Brett has been out of shape.
I have no idea what Sparky's talking to him about. The balk's called. We get a run out of it. We got another runner in scoring position. The only thing I could possibly think of, did Brett call time to walk over there, which I don't know if that makes any difference because Geronimo did not attempt to go to third base.
Well, Sparky on back to the Reds dugout. And now a run is in without benefit of a pitch ever being thrown to Merv Redmond, and another runner in scoring position, Geronimo. 1 strike to count as Redmond inherits that. Here's the pitch. That's low from Brett, 1-1. Bruce Keeson has gone back to throw in the Pirate bullpen. 5-1 the score. Nobody out, a run home. 6th inning action. Merv checking things out with Alex Gramis as Pete Rose stands in the on-deck circle. 1-1 pitch. Redmond wants to bunt, and boy, he really spun out of there, but Andy Olson says strike 2. Redmond with a look of disbelief on his face. I don't think that he thought that pitch was anywhere near the strike zone. Brett bringing him a good old-fashioned heater with that one. He deals. Merv hits a fly ball right field. Parker going back on it. Geronimo with a tag. He will come on to third. And Redmond with a fly to right gets it cheap on down to third base as the first out of the inning is recorded. So Redmond did his job. He hit one deep enough to the outfield so that all it will take now is a fly ball off the bat of Rose to make it 6-1.
Well, Merv got the job done. The next best thing would be, of course, a base hit to score Geronimo, but we got him over at third now with one away and a big run because so many times we point out the Pirates are explosive.
Fired infield again in. Here's Rose, 1 for 3. Infield hit in the first. He scored a run. Raleigh Eastwick will go down to begin throwing again. Brett from the windup. Rose takes it outside. The run charged to Kent DeCaldy. Brett's 1-0 pitch. Rose takes it outside and low ball 2. Inning started when Griffey singled to right field. He stole second base. Geronimo walked, and Griffey stole third when they appeared to have him picked off at second. And Redmond's fly ball, after a balk by Brett, got a run in, gets Geronimo to third. Swung on and fouled away, and a ball is now loose out of the Pirate bullpen. Then a grand slam home run could not tie things up for Pittsburgh. Got to think about that now. This ball club has the capabilities. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and hit in the air down the right field line. Now Parker setting himself. He makes the catch. Here comes Geronimo. Here comes the throw, and he's out. Dave Parker with a strike to the plate to cut down Geronimo, and the 6th inning for Cincinnati is over. A run scored on 1 hit. Nobody left on, and after 6 complete, the Reds 5 and the Pirates 1.
Let me tell you about the kind of place that always makes me happy. Where the sun don't hide, the air is clean, it's easy feeling free. Me and my girl down by the singing river. Country life, country love, country me. Grassy knoll, fields of gold, you can almost see them grow. Sunday picnics with our friends, someone sure to bring the stroll. You can't stop a good thing when it's made the right way. That's why School and Meadow Strohs are still fireproof today for country life, country love, country me.
Conway Twitty for the Stroh Brewery Company, Detroit, Michigan. Family brewers for 200 years.
Okay, we head on to the final 3 innings of action here. The Reds leading the Pirates 5-1, and we've got a new pitcher on the mound. The Cincinnati Reds do. Here to tell you about him and call the 7th inning, Joe Nuxall.
All right, Marty, it's right-hander Raleigh Eastwick here in the 7th. Raleigh making his first appearance in the championship playoff series on the year. Raleigh was in 58 games, won 5, lost 3 with a 260 earned run average. Raleigh with 22 saves on the year, tying Al Rabowski for the league lead in that department. 90 innings, Eastwick allowed 77 hits, struck out 61, and walked 25. He will face Frank Tavares, and then we're quite sure a pinch hitter for Ken Brett, although we might see Brett hit for himself. Ed Kirkpatrick with a bat coming out of the Pirate dugout. Freddie Norman worked 6 strong innings, or I should say tough innings, not strong. Freddie allowed just 4 hits, struck out 4, and walked 4, allowed 1 run and 1 wild pitch. But Fred, some big pitches for him in the ball game, striking out Dave Parker in the 4th inning when the Pirates got their 1 run, and then with 2 on in the 5th and 2 out, he struck out Willie Starshall, and then in the 6th inning, after Zisk had singled, he got Parker to ground into a double play. So Fred had the big pitch when he needed it here in the first 6 innings. All right, Raleigh Eastwick ready to work to Frank Tavares. He is 0 for 2, has popped to Perez in foul territory, is grounded to short. Eastwick winds and delivers. Tavares takes it, a strike called on the inside corner. Reds leading 5-1. Getting 2 in the first inning on a 2-run homer by Tony Perez. Eastwick's 0-1 delivery. The bunt attempt is missed, and it's 0-2 as Tavares tried to drag one third base side. Now the Red Sox have picked up another run, and they now lead the Oakland A's 6-3 in the 8th inning. 0-2 the count to Frank Tavares. Reds got, as we said, 2 in the first, picked up 2 more in the 4th, 1 in the 6th. Eastwick's 0-2 delivery. That's high with a fastball. 1-2 the count. Pirates with 4 hits. The Reds have had 10. Had 3 extra base hits in the ball game. A home run by Perez, a double by Morgan. For the Pirates, Willie Stargell with a double. 1-2 delivery. Tavares swings and misses. Raleigh Eastwick registers a strikeout here in the 7th inning, the first batter he faces, and that'll bring left-handed hitting Ed Kirkpatrick to the plate to hit for Ken Brett. Kirkpatrick, a .236 batting average this year with 5 home runs and 16 RBIs. Had 5 doubles. Kirkpatrick against the Reds this year went to the plate 21 times, had 4 hits, a double, a home run, and 1 RBI. Bruce Geeson throwing in the Pirate bullpen. He will be the pitcher for Pittsburgh in the bottom half of the inning. Eastwick delivers high and outside the ball. After 8 innings now at Boston, the Red Sox 6, the A's 3. Ollie Fingers working for Oakland now, and for Boston it's Dick Drago. Eastwick the 1-0 delivery. Low and inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Eastwick's 2-0 delivery swung on, line foul to the Cincinnati bullpen. 2-1 to count. Patrick now heads back to the Pirate on deck circle and asks for the pine tie rag from the Pirate bat boy. Dave Justy going to the Pirate bullpen to start throwing. Patrick now back to the plate with a count of 2 balls, 1 strike. 1 out, bases empty. Outfield playing to Patrick about straightaway. 2-1 delivery. He swings and pops it foul. Back here at us. That'll drop into the seats. Count evens 2-2. Freddie Norman threw a lot of pitches in the 6 innings he worked. Don Gullett threw 137 in yesterday's complete ball game. Eastwick 2-2 with Kirkpatrick. Ed backs away from the plate. Now steps back in. Eastwick has the sign and is 2-2. Low and inside off the shin guard of Johnny Bench, and the count goes full. The Reds trying to make it 2 straight over the Pirates, leading here in the 7th inning 5-1. Pirates are stranded 6 runners through the first 6 innings. The Reds have stranded 6 also. Payoff to Kirkpatrick, swung on, and that's popped up shallow right. Joe Morgan out waiting now, and he has it 2 away. With 2 down, that'll bring Rennie Stennett to the plate, and Rennie owns half of the Pirate hits off Cincinnati pitching. Stennett, after grounding out in the first inning to Rose, singled off Rose's glove in the 3rd and singled to left in the 5th. Raleigh Eastwick in relief of Fred Norman. Winds and delivers, and Stennett takes it low and outside the ball. 1-0 on the way. That gets the outside corner called strike, and it's 1-1. Dave Justy throwing in the Pirate bullpen. Eastwick the 1-1. Swung on a foul tip into the mid of bench, and it's a ball, 2 strikes to Rennie Stenen with 2 outs. Right now, Raleigh Eastwick throwing Aspirins up there. Here's the 1-2. That swung on chopper off to the right of Mount Bench, chasing along the line, running through. He got him. That ball chopped off to the right of Mound, about 10 feet in fair territory, and Johnny chasing it, barehanded the ball, and goes on to Perez, and that retires the Pirates. Nothing across, and at the middle of the 7th, it's the Reds 5, the Pirates 1.
These are the times that try and then sense the new car value. Whether to save big money on a 75 or move confidently into a 76. Whatever your new car value, Jack Maxton Chevrolet has the kind of selection that makes comparison shopping a breeze. Jack has a large and growing inventory of 76s, plus a good selection still of 75. Get the best of both right now at Jack Maxton Chevrolet.
New pitcher for the Pirates is Bruce Keeson. Before we give you his record, we'll pause for station identification. This is the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
Rhapsody of the Rush Hour, Concerto of the Coffee Break, Overture of the Office. Great music all day and all night. From WBBY FM Stereo, Westerville, Ohio.
Bruce Keeson, a right-hander, becomes the 4th pitcher used by the Pirates this afternoon, and Keeson making his 3rd appearance against the Reds this year. He started twice against them. The Reds beat him twice. A 238 earned run average. Keeson on the year won 12 and lost 11. He will face Joe Morgan, Johnny Bench, and Tony Perez here in the 7th. Pitch on the way, and Morgan takes it high and outside the ball. Joe 1 for 2, 1 for 3, rather. Doubled his last time up in the 5th off Kent Picalvi. 1-0 delivery, that's low, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. Keeson against the Reds worked 11 in the 3rd innings, allowing 10 hits, striking out 4 and walking 6. Morgan takes high, and it's 3 balls, no strikes. Well, Joe had 3 stolen bases in yesterday's ball game, and Ken Griffey has 3 in this afternoon's game. 3-0 on the way, and that's high, ball 4. That's just the 2nd walk issued by Pirate pitching this afternoon. So Morgan moves on to first base, and Johnny Bench to the plate, and John has had a rough afternoon to this point. Has struck out all 3 times, twice against Jim Rooker, once against Kent Picalvi. The Reds with a 5-1 lead. Final now from Boston. The Red Sox 6, the Oakland A's 3. Boston Red Sox lead in the American League Championship playoff series 2 games to none. Ben swings and misses a fastball, 0-1. Outfield straight away to John. Eason sets, delivers, Ben swings and fouls to the screen, and it's quickly no balls, 2 strikes to Johnny Bench. Bench in yesterday's game was 1 for 3, walked and scored a run. The count to Johnny Bench. Morgan a good lead at first base. He splits the dirt and the turf, not near the lead he had against Jerry Royce. Easton delivers high and inside, and Bench has to lean away, and he goes down. A count of ball, 2 strikes to Johnny Bench. Well, they have not announced the crowd as yet here this afternoon, but I'm sure it should equal yesterday's crowd of 54,633. Easton throws over to first. Morgan steps back. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Johnny. Easton has the sign, the stretch. There goes Morgan. The pitch is high and inside. No chance for Stan Gian at all. But Joe Morgan, his 4th stolen base in the championship playoff series. That is number 9 for the ball club. And number 6 here in the ball game. Well, that's for certain a new record. Morgan, with his 4th stolen base, had 3 in yesterday's game. And he picks up 1 here, and now the Reds have stolen a total of 7 bases in the second game here. Bench takes high and inside, and the count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Well, let's see. Foster has 1. Concepcion has a couple. Griffey has 2. 3-2 on the way. John swings and a very high pop in the left field. Richie Zist back now coming in. He has it 1 away. The Reds with 10 stolen bases in 2 games, and they'll for sure to add more. All right, here's Tony Perez, and Tony is 2 for 3. A 2-run homer in the first inning. He popped out to Stargell in the 3rd, and then lined a single off the leg of Kent Jacoby in the 5th. Easton sets and delivers. Perez takes it low and outside the ball. Morgan at second base with 1 away. Reds have had base runners in every inning excepting the 2nd and 3rd when Jim Rooker set the side down in order. Easton delivers inside, and it's 2 balls, no strikes to Perez. The Reds, and I should say the Pirates, have went down in order in just 1 inning, and that was in the 7th when Eastwick got them in order. 2-0 the count to Perez. Stretch the pitch. Inside, 3 balls, no strikes to Tony. Ramon Hernandez throwing in the Pirate bullpen. George Foster on deck as Sanguin goes to the mound to talk with Bruce Keeson. Rooker started for the Pirates, worked 4 innings, allowed 7 hits, struck out 5, and 4 runs, all of them earned. McCovey 1 inning, 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, a walk, and 1 run. Ken Brett 1 inning. 3-0 delivery. Perez takes a strike. 3-1. Tony undoubtedly with the green light on the 3-0, but the pitch in on him. Morgan leads at second. Easton sets, delivers. Perez swings, ground ball, left field, a base hit. Richie just charges the ball. Here comes Morgan. Here comes the throw. He slides in, and the Reds lead it 6-1. So Tony Perez with his 3rd hit of the game, his 3rd RBI. The Reds lead it 6-1. So Tony having an excellent series, 3 hits this afternoon. Had a couple yesterday. All right, Perez at first. The pitch to George Foster. Line down the left field line. Foul ball. The Reds lead it 6-1. Perez at first base and 1 out. on his third RBI of the game. And his fourth in the 2 games. Reds now with 11 hits. He's in the stretch. His pitch. Foster takes inside, and it evens at 1-1. Easton to the belt. Delivers. That swung on. Bounced to Stinnett. He goes to Tavares. One relayed. Double play. Second double play turned in by the Pirates. That's it for the Reds. But in the inning, they get a run on 1 hit with no errors. No one left on base. And at the end of 7, the Reds 6, the Pirates 1.
In the mid-1930s, a super minor league slugger named Joe Hutchison was a member of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Joe had burned up the Southern League with his bat, and the Dodger manager Casey Stengel had high hopes for Hutchison. He was a great hitter, all right, but only in batting practice. Against those easy tosses, he would slam the ball to all corners of the park. But when the game started, it was different. The big lumbering rookie was an easy out. He went to bat 67 times at one stretch, and all he could do was hit 2 weak singles. After going 0 for 7 in a doubleheader one afternoon, Big Joe came stomping into the Dodger clubhouse and roared to Stengel, "The pitchers in this league don't want me to hit." Stengel slowly stroked his chin and gave Hutchison a long and steady stare, and then Casey very softly said, "You've got the idea exactly, Joe. I've told you this story because the people of the Stroh Brewery thought you might like to hear it. The Stroh Brewery Company, Detroit, Michigan, family brewers for 200 years.
Now, you look at the totals for 7 innings, and it shows the Pirates a run, 4 hits, and no errors. The Reds, 6 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error. For Pittsburgh, Manny Sanguin to lead off the 8th. And back to the action, here's Marty.
Okay, Joe, Manny is 0 for 3 today. Hit into a double play in the 3rd inning. Has also bounced out 4-3 and hit a fly ball to center. Raleigh Eastwick back for his 2nd inning of work after 1-2-3ing the Pirates in the 7th inning and picking up a strikeout of Frank Tavares. Eastwick can finish this game out. He'll pick himself up a save, and Freddie Norman, of course, would get the victory. Norman went 6, allowed the only Pirate run, and 4 hits. Pittsburgh held to 8 hits yesterday, and getting 4 of them in the last 2 innings when the issue had pretty much already been decided. They never had more than 1 hit in any given inning in this game. It'll be Sanguin, Al Oliver, and Willie Stargell in inning number 8 for Pittsburgh.
We'll be operating again immediately after the game. Both managers and several players will be brought into the interview area.
I'd also like to pass along that stolen base by Joe Morgan in the 7th inning allowed him to set 2 Major League Championship Series records. The steal is 4th in this series, which is a new record, and it is his 5th in League Championship Series competition, which is also a record. Here's a pitch to Sanguin, and it's in there for strike 1 call. Reds leading by 6-1 score. Swung on and hit off the end of the bat. Concepcion charges, running throw, got him at first base. That'll bring up Al Oliver, who's been on twice with walks. He's also bounced out to the pitcher, his only official at bat. Joe mentioned final from Boston. The Red Sox jumped out in front 2-0 in the American League Series, a 6-3 victory. Moret won it in relief, and Fingers lost it in relief. And again, they had a crowd of 35,578. That is capacity at Fenway Park. Here's a bouncing ball wide of first. Perez underhands to Eastwick, 2 out. Sanguin and Oliver with 8th inning ground balls. The batter will be Willie Stargell, who has walked, doubled, and scored and struck out. Now it appears that Raleigh Eastwick has suffered some sort of injury, possibly a muscle pull. Trainer Larry Starr has come out to check him, as he was bending his right leg back at the knee, and now he will be throwing down to Johnny Bench to make sure everything is in order and he's well enough to remain in. Started talking to him as Morgan and Rose had come in from their respective positions to check him out. And apparently Raleigh has satisfied Larry Starr that he is okay and will remain on to pitch to Willie Stargell. He really stomped at the bag at first base and possibly turned his ankle. That's exactly what it appears to be. As he hit the bag, he turned his right ankle, his right foot out away from him. Now he's throwing to Willie Stargell with 2 out, and Will swings and misses as Raleigh challenged him with that good fastball. I'll tell you, he can bust it up there in a flat hurry. 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2, and he ran that one in on him. Clay Carroll is throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen. Stargell quickly behind 2 strikes as Eastwick is throwing nothing but fire here to the Pirate first baseman. He's back again and just missed outside with a fastball. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. Bases empty in the 8th, 6-1 the Reds. Stargell hits a very high fly ball into left center field. Foster, Geronimo, who will play it? Foster will, and that's the inning. The Pirates are out in order for the second consecutive inning. And as we go to the home 8th inning, it's the Reds 6, the Pirates 1.
There's a neighbor of yours you ought to get to know if you don't already. He doesn't live too far away, maybe next door. His kids probably go to the same school your kids do. He probably likes a lot of the same things. And he's probably got a lot of the same problems, too. He's a hard worker. He laughs a lot, and he really likes people. In fact, this neighbor of yours likes people so much, he spends most of his time trying to help them. The neighbor I'm talking about is your marathon dealer. A pretty good man to know, because he believes in people. And it's pretty nice to have neighbors like that, don't you think?
Marathon people just like you. And just like me, who believe in people.
Marathon Oil Company. People who believe in people.
Cincinnati Reds 580 gift shop and newsstand has a lot of brand new championship souvenirs saluting the 1975 Reds. Stop by the next time you're in downtown Cincinnati. Some of the new items include a lady's charm, a men's tie tack, pennant, a souvenir ashtray, a beer bucket, T-shirts, buttons. The list goes on and on. 580 Gifts and News is located in the street-level lobby of the 580 building, corner of 6th and Walnut in downtown Cincinnati. Shop is open daily from 7:30 until 5:30. Stop by soon. Bottom of the 8th inning, Davey Concepcion will lead it off against Bruce Keeson, and the standing room only attendance figure today, 54,752, which betters yesterday's crowd of 54,633. Here's the pitch to Concepcion, swung on and hit into left field, hit number 12 for Cincinnati. That's the 3rd hit today for David, who joins Tony Perez in the 3-hit classification. 54,752, the second largest crowd in Championship Series history and the second largest in Reds history. Now it's Ken Griffey, who has bounced out, singled a run in, and singled again. Reds have now had a couple of hits off Keeson. Ground ball hit to second. Stennett goes to Taveras. Taveras goes to Stargell. Double play. That is the 3rd double play the Pirates have turned in the game. The 2 quickly down. The batter will be Cesar Geronimo, who's gone 0 for 2 with a walk. Looking ahead of the Pittsburgh Pirates 9th inning, they're going to have Richie Zisk, Dave Parker, and Richie Hebner in their last chance to avoid being swept in the 2 games here at Cincinnati and really putting their back squarely against the proverbial wall. Swing and a miss. Bat handle foul ball directly back. It's 0-2. Don't forget, we'll be with you on Tuesday night from Three Rivers Stadium on most of these same Reds Baseball Network stations with the pregame shows getting underway at 8 o'clock. Geronimo behind, 0-2. The right-hander Keeson kicks and fires. Strike 3 swinging, and that's the inning. The Reds are out quickly in the 8th inning. No runs to hit. And as we go to the 9th, it's Cincinnati 6 and Pittsburgh 1.
1975 National League Western Division champion Cincinnati Reds are on the air. The 75 League Championship Series with Marty Brenneman and Joe Nuxall. Reds baseball is brought to you by Stroh's, family brewers for 200 years, from one sports lover to another, and by the Marathon Oil Company, people who believe in people. By the First National Bank of Cincinnati, where your money grows safely in high-return certificates of deposit. By the Pepsi-Cola Bottling Company of Cincinnati, bottlers of Pepsi-Cola, Dr. Pepper, and Schweppes products. By Frisch's. Frisch's, sports or any kind of fun, they just naturally go together. And by Riverside Ford in Newport, a block and a bridge from downtown Cincinnati. Now, for all the play-by-play action of the Cincinnati Reds Championship Series, we go to Marty Brenneman and Joe Nuxall.
Good evening, everybody, from Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. Joe Nuxall and yours truly, Marty Brenneman, welcoming you to Reds baseball. Tonight, the third game of the 1975 National League Championship Series. And for the Reds, of course, it'll be a bid to win this series in 3 straight games. Right-hander Gary Nolan, a 15-game winner during the regular season, will go for Cincinnati against rookie left-hander John Candelaria. We'll be back to take a look at the starting lineups in just a moment. If you're ready now, here's the way they'll line up tonight for the Cincinnati Reds. Leading off and playing third base, Pete Rose. Batting second at second base, Joe Morgan. Johnny Bench will do the catching and hit third. Batting fourth at first base, Tony Perez. George Foster will be in left field, batting fifth. Hitting number 6, the shortstop, Dave Concepcion. Ken Griffey will be in right field, batting seventh. Hitting eighth in center field, Cesar Geronimo. And pitching and batting ninth for the Reds tonight, right-hander Gary Nolan. Again for Cincinnati, it's Rose at third base, Morgan at second, Bench catching. Perez at first, Foster in left field, Concepcion at shortstop. With Griffey in right, Geronimo in center field, and Nolan pitching. For the Pittsburgh Pirates, Danny Murtaugh not making any lineup changes whatsoever tonight, and that, of course, was indeed the speculation, although he's made a couple of changes in the order in which the Pirates will hit. The leadoff batter will be second baseman Rennie Stennett, and the Pirates are now taking the field. Batting number 2 at third base, Richie Hebner. Al Oliver in center field, bats third. Hitting in the cleanup spot at first base, Big Willie Starcher. Dave Parker in right field will bat fifth. Hitting number 6 in left field, Richie Ziss. Danny Sanguillen will do the catching, he'll bat seventh. Hitting eighth at shortstop, Frank Taveras. And batting number 9 and pitching for the Pirates is left-hander John Candelaria. Again, going over the Bucks lineup, it's Stennett at second base, Hebner at third base, Oliver in center field, Stargell at first, Parker in right, Zisk in left, with Sanguillen catching, Tavares at shortstop, and Candelaria pitching. This broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by Cincinnati Reds Incorporated solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of Cincinnati Reds Incorporated is prohibited. The announcers on this broadcast are employed by the Cincinnati Reds Incorporated. We'll pause now for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
The home of the $5,000 button, WLW Cincinnati. Plan ahead and be in the center of all the action in 76 with Cincinnati Reds Action Plan season tickets. For information and details, call or write the Reds Season Sales Office.
Rookie left-hander John Candelaria charged with the responsibility of trying to stave off 1975 elimination for the Pittsburgh Pirates tonight. And Joe, this young man, at least outwardly, does not appear to be concerned at all about the pressure, but you have to feel he's got to look upon this game as a little bit different.
Well, I'm sure he's aware of what it means to the Pittsburgh Pirate Ball Club and to the fans of Pittsburgh. And, of course, the Reds certainly wanting to wind it up tonight. And I think the first couple of innings could be a big factor in as to how John Candelaria fares. If the Reds can get to him early, why, it could be all over, but if he gets through a couple of innings and really calms down, why, he could be tough. The young man's a fine pitcher. He's had a fine year for the Pirates, and you got to give Danny Murtaugh an awful lot of credit. He says, I'm going with my three best, and Candelaria is one of the three best I have.
Well, he's ready to go as he winds and delivers to Pete Rose. The first pitch is swung on and fouled off to the right, and this third game of the 1975 National League Series is underway. Rose in the series has been up a total of 9 times, has had 3 hits. As Joe mentioned, Candelaria has pitched very well for Pittsburgh, and in fact, he's pitched 2 pretty fine ball games against Cincinnati. His 0-1 pitch is taken up high as the count evens at 1-1. 8 wins and 14 decisions. After his call-up from the Pirate AAA Farm Club at Charleston, he posted an earned run average of 275 and had 4 complete games and 18 starts. The 1-1 is again fouled off by Pete, and Candelaria is out in front of the Reds' leadoff batter and a ball and 2 strikes. Joe Morgan is on deck. He'll be followed by Johnny Bench as the Reds try to sweep the Pirates after 8-3 and 6-1 victories at Riverfront Stadium. An off day yesterday in which the Reds worked out here yesterday afternoon, and now trying to end it here in Pittsburgh tonight. Candelaria has a sign, his pitch, and Rose takes strike 3, a breaking ball on the inside part of the plate. John Candelaria punches Pete Rose out on strike 3 call. That'll bring up the second baseman, Joe Morgan. This, of course, has been the man who has led the way. The 10 stolen bases the Reds have had in the first 2 games. He had 3 on opening day Saturday and then came back with a stolen base on Sunday. The Reds as a team and, well, as far as Morgan is concerned individually, have either tied or set a bunch of Major League Championship Series records. Candelaria delivers to Morgan, who takes the first pitch inside. In the Pirate infield defensively, Willie Stargell at first base, Rennie Stennett at second, Frank Tavares at shortstop, and Richie Hebner playing in at third. Check the outfield in just a moment. Now the 1-0 pitch to Joe Morgan is swung on and fouled back. In left field, Richie Zisk. In center, Al Oliver. In right field, Dave Parker. Manny Sanguillen behind the plate. Candelaria, after striking out Pete Rose, is even against Morgan at 1-1 with Johnny Bench on deck. 21-year-old John Candelaria. 1-1 pitch, and that is taken for a strike. Son of Puerto Rican parents from Brooklyn, New York. An outstanding high school basketball player. Had 200 college offers, turned them down to go baseball, and so far it has been a very, very wise decision for him. He's ahead of Morgan. He kicks and he fires, and Morgan takes the breaking ball down and away as it evens at 2-2. Base coaches for Cincinnati, as always, at first base. George Sugar at third is Alex Grammas. The outfield, well, Oliver playing maybe a step or two toward right for Morgan. Joe, as a batter, has had a hit in 6 times up, and that, of course, does not tell the story. 2-2, strike 3 call, and Morgan knew it. you can't get off to any better start than John Candelaria has gotten off to, with called strikeouts of Rose and Morgan, and now Johnny Bench.
Marty, we have to say this for John. He certainly shows no emotion whatsoever as to the value of this ball game. He just made two super pitches to both Pete and Joe to get them on called third strikes. Had a fastball on the outside corner. Joe certainly knew it.
Here's Bench now. He's been up 8 times, has had 1 hit. He swings and misses on the first pitch, and Candelaria really bringing it up there in a flat-out hurry. Frank Pulley calling balls and strikes. Billy Williams at first. Tom Gorman at second. Art Williams at third. The 0-1 to Bench, and that is taken outside. Along the left field foul line, John Kibler, and on the right field line is Andy Olson. 2 men out, nobody on. Bench 1 ball and 1 strike against Candelaria. Should Johnny get on, the inning would be extended for Tony Perez. Candelaria looking down to Sanguillen. He's ready. The 1-1 delivery is swung on and missed, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. It has been a case here of simply the Reds doing everything right in the first 2 games of this series. Then strikes out swinging, and John Candelaria has struck out the side. He got Rose and Morgan looking. He strikes Bench out swinging, and a simply spectacular beginning by the young left-hander for Pittsburgh. 3 up and 3 down. The Reds scoreless after a half inning of play, with the Pittsburgh Pirates coming to bat. Well, after a top of the first inning that saw John Candelaria strike out the Reds in order, Rose, Morgan, and Bench, it'll be right-hander Gary Nolan trying to pitch the nail-down game for the Big Red Machine tonight. A man who beat the Pirates 2 times in 3 decisions in 1975, getting them 8-4 back on the 3rd of June, beating them by a score of 6-1 on the 14th of August, and then losing 5-1 on the 24th of August. Nolan, by and large, has pitched very well against Pittsburgh. In 20 1/3 innings, he's given up 14 hits and 9 runs, while striking out 9 and walking only 2. Rennie Stennett will lead it off for Pittsburgh. He who has been up 9 times with 3 hits. Over the course of the year, batted .286 with 7 homers and 62 runs batted in. The pitch from Nolan is taken way outside and all the way by Bench. Gary won 15. He lost 9 with a .316 earned run average. And if he's not the comeback player of the year in the National League, it's hard to say who would be. He's ready with a 1-0 to the plate. Stennett takes it inside, and the count goes to 2-0. Richie Hebner on deck. He'll be followed by Al Oliver. Should this game go to a 4th contest tomorrow night, it'll be Don Gullet against Jerry Royce. There's a strike to him, and it's 2-1. Reds would love to win it here and fly on back to Cincinnati and, of course, wait the outcome of that Boston-Oakland series, which certainly could also end tonight. Swung on, a fly ball hit to right field. Kenny Griffey pounds the glove, and he makes the catch. 1 down. Talking about changes in the Pirate batting order, with Gary Nolan pitching after the Pirates had seen 2 straight left-handers. Hebner moved from the 7th spot to the number 2 position in the Pittsburgh batting order. Parker going from 6 to 5, switching places with Richie Zisk and batting in the 7th spot tonight rather than Hebner is Sanguillen, who hit number 2 in the first couple of games. Hebner, left-handed batter, takes the first pitch inside and low, ball 1. Tony Perez at first, Joe Morgan at second, Dave Concepcion at shortstop, and Pete Rose at third base. While in outfield, a Foster left, Geronimo center, Griffey right. Bench hanging a sign for Nolan. The 1-0 to the 0-1 rather, as they call strike. Count even now at 1 ball and 1 strike to Richie Hebner. Boston and Oakland are underway. The Red Sox are scoreless in the top of the first at the Oakland Alameda Coliseum. That's Rick Wise against Ken Holtzman. Swung on and fouled back, and Hebner is behind in a ball, 2 strikes. Plate umpire Frank Pulley flashing the correct sign. They've got 2 and 2 on the scoreboard, but actually a ball and 2 strikes. Jose Pagan, the first base coach for Pittsburgh, Bob Skinner at third. Nolan ready with the next pitch to Hebner, and that is cut on and grounded foul between the coaching box and the bag at first. Holding count, a ball and 2 strikes. As was the case in Cincinnati, it is also outstanding weather here in Pittsburgh. Over 70 degrees yesterday, the same today, a very comfortable evening at games beginning here tonight. Hebner behind, Nolan deals. Swung on, a line drive hit into right field for Richie Hebner. So the first base hit of the ball game goes to third baseman Richie Hebner. Single to right field. The batter is Al Oliver. Nowhere near a capacity crowd here at Three Rivers Stadium tonight. Certainly you could not find a ticket for any price in Cincinnati with unbelievably big crowds. Here's a pitch to Oliver. It's a fastball high. At 54,633 on Saturday and 54,752 on Sunday. Sunday crowd, the second largest crowd ever to see a baseball game or game at Riverfront Stadium. Up high, 2 balls and no strikes. Sent him with a fly ball to right to begin the inning. Hebner is single to right field, and Oliver is out in front 2-0. Al up 6 times in the series has had a hit. Infield a double play depth. Nolan checking Hebner, delivers, Oliver swings, and here's a high pop on the left side of the infield. Rose backpedaling, now giving way to David. And behind the back white line, he squeezes it for the second out. Two down for Willie Stargell. Willie has had 1 hit and 7 times up, and certainly when you look at the productivity of the big bashers in this Pirate lineup, you can tell that while base stealing has seemingly been the name of the game for the Cincinnati Reds, the pitching has been outstanding. Here's a pitch to Stargell, taken for a strike. Don Gellett going all the way to beat him Saturday. Freddie Norman pitching 6 innings of 4-hit, 1-run baseball Sunday before Eastwick came on to give him 1 hit the rest of the way to get the save. Stargell swings and fouls it off to the left and out of play, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. On deck for the Pittsburgh Pirates is right fielder Dave Parker. Richie Hebner is a base runner at first base with 2 away, and Gary Nolan now on the backside of the mound goes to rubbing up the baseball. Signs all over the place here at Three River Stadium trying to implore the Pirates to come up with a victory tonight. Here's a pitch. Swung on and missed. He got him. Stargell tried to check his swing but could not do it. So Nolan out of the first inning as the Pirates come away with nothing on a hit, and Hebner left at first base. And after 1 complete, Cincinnati nothing and Pittsburgh nothing. No score at the end of 1 complete inning of play, and John Candelaria, after a spectacular first inning that saw him strike out the side, will be working to Tony Perez, George Foster, and Davey Concepcion. And Joe, you look back on the 2 games in which Candelaria faced us, and here's a man here in Tony Perez that burned him twice.
Well, we got him pretty good both times, and of course I imagine Tony is looking forward and hopefully get him a 3rd time. It wouldn't be a bad idea right now.
It was his first inning home run Sunday off Jim Rooker with a man on that, of course, proved to be all that Cincinnati needed. Perez has had a very, very good series with 5 hits and 8 times up, that home run, and 4 runs batted in. Candelaria into his motion, delivers to the plate, and Perez takes it high a ball. John Candelaria and Gary Nolan, you got a couple of guys that don't waste any time whatsoever out there. They get it right on. 1-0 pitch, swung on and fouled down the right side and out of play. Tony with 2 home runs against Candelaria, and each of them coming in the 8th inning with a man on. One here that won a game for Cincinnati. Or rather, one in Cincinnati that won the game 5-3. Here's his 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. He challenged him with a fastball up and in. Then Tony got him in the 8th inning on a game here on the 22nd of August with a man on that sent the Reds out in front briefly before Parker and Hebner hit back-to-backers in the bottom of the inning off of Will McEnany to give the Pirates a 4-2 win. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Candelaria has struck out 4 consecutive batters.
He played hardball with Tony there. That was a ball that Tony hit out of the ballpark on him, in fact, the last time here, but a little early yet.
That'll bring up George Foster with one down. George has had 4 hits and 8 times in the series, all singles. During the year, batted .300 with 23 homers and 75 RBIs and had a couple of home runs all in one game off Jerry Royce in a game that the Reds won in Cincinnati. Candelaria has fanned 4 pretty good hitters, Rose, Morgan, Bench, and Perez, and now will be working to Foster, who takes his time getting in there. Davey Concepcion on deck. Candelaria to the plate, and Foster swings and hits one into left field. There's Richie Zisk, and there are 2 quick outs. Here's another man who's had a good series, and Sparky predicted before it ever started that Concepcion would do exactly what he has done. 7 times to the plate, 4 base hits. No homers, no runs batted in. Only 2 home runs have been hit so far in the 2 games, one by Don Gullett, his first ever professional home run Saturday, and then the home run by Tony Sunday. Candelaria deals to Concepcion. A strike is called. Fastball letter high. We're no score in the top of the second with 2 out. Boston and Oakland have completed an inning, no score in that one. Swung on, fly ball, hit back into left field. Richie Zisk going back. It's going, a home run. Davey Concepcion has taken Candelaria deep to left field with 2 out here in the second, and the Reds have gone out in front 1-0. Well, the first Cincinnati hit, a long ball to left by shortstop Davey Concepcion. He gets a glad hand from Ken Griffey as he taps home plate, and the Reds have jumped out in front here in the second inning.
Marty, that was a fair ball that Candelaria hung up out over the plate, and Dave got into it. I think we had to help him a little bit there. Wasn't real sure.
So number 1 is on the board, 2 away in the inning, and here's Ken Griffey. Candelaria deals, fastball to the screen, a foul ball. Kenny and Tony Perez are tied for club honors and runs batted in, each with 4 apiece. Kenny has had 3 hits and 8 times up. And that big 2-run double off Jerry Royce with 2 down in the series opener on Saturday. Here's the 0-1, and that one is swung on and hit into left field along the line, just giving chase. And in foul ground, he cannot come up with it as he tried to make a catch very close to that fence separating the playing area from the Cincinnati bullpen. So a count that holds at 2 strikes. Davey Concepcion with a solo home run to left field here in the second inning with 2 down to give the Reds a 1-0 lead. Griffey with a fine year in 1975 at .305 with 4 home runs and 46 runs batted in. Looking for his 4th league championship series base hit right here in the second against Candelaria with 2 away. 2 strikes to count. He kicks and he fires, and that pitch is strike 3 call, and Candelaria has his 5th strikeout. But in the inning for the Big Red Machine, a run on a hit. Dave Concepcion's home run. And at the end of 1.5 innings of play, it's the Reds 1 and the Pirates nothing. Cincinnati Reds 580 gift shop and newsstand has a lot of brand new championship souvenirs saluting the 1975 Reds. Stop by on your next trip to downtown Cincinnati. Some of the new items include a ladies' charm, a men's tie tack, pennants, souvenir ashtrays, a beer bucket, T-shirts, buttons, the list goes on and on. 580 Gifts and News is located in the street-level lobby of the 580 building, corner of 6th and Walnut in downtown Cincinnati. The shop is open Monday through Saturday from 7:30 until 5:30. Stop by soon. Reds 1, Pirates nothing. Concepcion, a long ball to left off Candelaria in the upper half of the second. Here's Dave Parker beginning inning number 2 for Pittsburgh, and Nolan's first pitch is well in on him for a ball. Parker has had no hits and 6 times up so far. He looks at a strike as the count evens at 1-1. Had a particularly rough day on Sunday, going 0 for 4 and striking out twice as Freddie Norman tied him absolutely up in knots. Left-handed batter. A lot of power, had 25 homers during the year. 1-1 pitch is low inside ball 2, 2-1. Richie Zisk on deck, and then Manny Sanguillen. Pirates had a hit in the first inning, a single with 1 down by Hebner, but Oliver popped to short and Stargell struck out. Nolan delivers a 2-1 pitch, and that's ball 3 inside as Nolan tries to keep the ball in on Parker, but so far has been doing it too much so here. Reds outfield pretty much straight away for Parker. Griffey extremely deep in right. 3-1 pitch is swung on, hit into right field. Griffey coming in. He will make the catch. Almost overran the ball as he retires Parker on the line drive to right field. That'll bring up Richie Ziss. This 3 hits and 7 times up. No RBIs for the Pirates in the first 2 games. Right-handed batter. Reds leading the Pirates 1-0 as we play baseball in the home half of the second inning. The pitch to Ziss, down and away, a ball. Sparky Anderson pointing up the advantages of being able to possibly sweep this series, and that, of course, the club would have tomorrow off and then really go to work hard on Thursday, 5 or 6 hours so. Strike to him on the outside edge, 1-1. Boston and Oakland, the A's much the same situation, or exactly the same situation, against the Red Sox as the Pirates are against the Reds. Strike 2 is called as this. Red Sox beating them back-to-back at Fenway Park and trying to get the deciding 3rd victory tonight from right-hander Rick Wise. 1-2 the count on Richie Zisk, and he takes the curve down and away as it evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Manny Sanguillen on deck. Nolan into his motion. He pitches. This swings and fouls this one straight back. 2 straight years now the Pirates have been here in the League Championship Series. Last year they lost 2 straight at home to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Went to L.A., won the first game out there, but then bombarded in the 4th game. Foul back. Count holding at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, the Reds are trying to advance into the World Series for the first time since 1972, and for the 3rd time since Sparky Anderson took over the managerialship of this club beginning in 1970. 2-2 pitch on the way to Ziss. Strike 3 swinging. Nolan got him with a fastball, and Gary has his 2nd strikeout. 2 down in the Pirates' 2nd, and the batter will be catcher Manny Sanguillen. Manny much maligned by, well, I would say a large contingent of the news media covering this series over the fact that the Reds have stolen 10 bases, but Joe Morgan, of course, has led the charge and, of course, explained very, very emphatically that the Reds feel have been off the pitchers more so than they have off Sanguillen. Ball is outside to him. Manager Danny Murtaugh staying right with Manny for this 3rd game, despite the fact that he hinted possibly at lineup changes, of which did not come off to any degree whatsoever. The Pirates with the same lineup. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 down. The base is empty in the home 2nd. And a score of Cincinnati 1 and Pittsburgh 0. Nolan deals. Sanguillen takes off the glove of bench. It's ball 2 with a strike. Manny led the Pirates in hitting during the year with a .328 batting average, had 9 home runs and 58 runs batted in. Frank Tavares, the number 8 batter and Pirate shortstop, standing on deck. Nolan looking down to get the sign from bench. 2-1 to Sanguillen. Swung on fly ball right field, curving toward foul ground. Griffey giving chase, no play as it hits down into the Pittsburgh bullpen. Talking about bullpens, it was interesting, somewhat of a controversy here yesterday. Sparky Anderson feeling like the front slope of the bullpen and the Reds bullpen, the mound was somewhat flatter than the mound on the playing field. They went through measurements with the grounds crew here and everything. Curve misses down and outside, and Gary Nolan has gone a full count to a Pirate batter for the first time tonight.
Marty, what happened, of course, yesterday, the mound on the bullpen, there's 2 of them together, and it throws a little different light on the thing. It's the one out here in the playing field, of course, by itself, and it really does look much higher than the ones in the bullpen. But and found out that the drop-off was the same.
Sanguillen fouls back the 3-2 pitch. So Gary cranks it up again as he delivers, and Sanguillen hits a very high pop into shallow left field. Davey back, Foster in. Foster calls, and the side retires. Pittsburgh got an order in the second, and after 2 quick innings of play, the Reds won, the Pirates nothing. We'll pause now for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
The home of the $5,000 button, WLW Cincinnati. The Cincinnati Reds 580 gift shop is full of brand new souvenirs saluting the Reds' 1975 champions. Stop by 580 Gifts and News, 6th and Walnut, downtown Cincinnati.
We move into the top of the third. It's 1-0 Cincinnati, and Cesar Geronimo will open it up against John Candelaria. Here to call the action for you, Joe Nuxall.
All right, Marty, the Chief looking for his first hit in the championship playoff series. He's driven in 1 run. Reds leading at 1-0. A run coming on a Dave Concepcion home run in the second inning with 2 out. Candelaria has struck out 5 in the first 2 innings. Outfield for Geronimo will be straight away. Hebner in a bit at third. Candelaria into the wind, and his first pitch to the Chief is in for a called strike. Geronimo on the year hit .257 with 6 home runs and 53 RBIs. Candelaria's 0-1 delivery. Geronimo swings on it and fouls it off the mid of Manny Sanguillen, and quickly Candelaria out in front 0-2 to Geronimo. The Geronimo, Nolan, and Rose here in the third inning. Candelaria has the sign from Sanguillen, winds and delivers. Out, like 3 call. He gets the outside corner with a fastball, and he's knocking him off. That's 6 now in the first 2 innings plus. With 1 away, Gary Nolan to the plate. Gary, on the year, had 12 hits and 68 times to the plate. Drove in 7 runs, and Gary with a 176 batting average. Rose on deck. Candelaria to the plate, and Nolan takes it a strike on the inside corner. John Candelaria trying to keep the lights glowing here in Pittsburgh. Right now, trails 1-0. The 0-1 delivery, and Nolan takes it high. Count evens 1-1. Candelaria off with a cap. Now turns and looks into Sanguillen. And his 1-1 delivery on the way. Nolan swings and misses. A ball, 2 strikes to Gary Nolan. Outfield around to the right for Gary. As Candelaria is back to the plate, swung on and missed. Strikeout number 7. Now John Candelaria with 7 strikeouts in the first 2 2/3 innings, and that brings Pete Rose to the plate. Pete was called out on strikes, leading off the game. Pete, of course, on the year hit .317 in the championship series. Pete has had 3 hits. Has scored 1 run. Candelaria delivers, and Rose swings and sends a foul down the right side and well back into the seats. Joe Morgan waiting on deck. Play Pete around to the right in the outfield. The 0-1 delivery. Taken high and outside. Count evens 1-1. Oakland, after 1 inning, no score. And Holtzman and Reggie Cleveland in that one. Or Rick Wise, rather, for Boston. 1-1 on the way. Swung on, chopped foul at the plate. Down the ball, 2 strikes now to Pete Rose. They got a charged up crowd here tonight at Three Rivers. Reds leading it 1-0 on Dave Concepcion's home run. Candelaria, a ball, 2 strikes with Rose, 2 out. The base is empty. Shakes off the sign. Winds and delivers. That's swung on and looped down the right field line, chasing of Stennett and Parker. And Parker is there in third territory to make the catch. So the Reds out in order in the third, nothing across. And at the middle of inning number 3 here in Pittsburgh, the Reds 1, the Pirates nothing. All right, for the Pirates in the bottom half of the third, it'll be Tavares, Candelaria, and Rennie Stennett. Tavares has had 1 hit, has driven in a run in the first 2 games, the playoffs. Tavares, the right-handed batter. Gary Nolan has allowed 1 hit. That hit belonging to Richie Hefner in the first inning. He struck out 2. But Willie Stargell in the first, Richie Zist in the second. Rose in at third base as Nolan winds and delivers. Tavares takes it low ball. Frank for the year hit .212, drove in 23 runs. Reds lead 1-0. Nolan back to the plate. That's taken a called strike from the outside corner, and the count evens 1-1. Gary's 1-1 delivery. Tavares swings on it and sends it to center field. Geronimo drifting back and to his left makes the catch, 1 away. All right, here's pitcher John Candelaria. And, boy, he hits a big crowd here at Three Rivers. And through the first 3 innings, he's certainly deserving. He struck out 7. Candelaria hit 140 this year. Drove in 2 runs. He swings on the first pitch and fouls out of play. Candelaria, left-handed batter. Outfield well around to the left for John. Nolan's 0-1 delivery. That's strike 2 called at the knees. Gary quickly out in front, 0-2 to Candelaria. Rennie Stennett waiting on deck. Nolan has his sign, and his 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Bench tags him as he traps the ball, and Nolan has his 3rd strikeout, threw away, and Rennie Stennett to the plate. Stennett in the first inning hit a fly ball to Griffey in right field. Stennett on the year, a .286 batting average with 7 home runs and 62 RBIs. Nolan works, Stennett takes, strike 1 call. Gary, up to this point, very sharp. And going good, the 0-1. Breaking ball way outside. Count evens the ball to strike. Outfield for Stennett, shaded to the right. 1-1 on the way. That's ball 2, just missing down low. 2-1. Stennett looks to third base coach Bob Skinner. Now steps back into the batter's box. 2-1 delivery. High, 3 balls to strike to Stennett. Gary goes 3-1 to Stennett. He was 3-1 to Parker in the second inning. .3-1 delivery. Swung on, hit well to center field. Now drifting back is Geronimo. He has room on the warning track. In the middle of the warning track, he makes the catch. The Pirates are out in order, and that's 8 straight that Nolan has retired. Nothing across, and after 3, it's the Reds 1, the Pirates nothing. The totals, the 3 innings show the Reds a run on 1 hit. The Pirates no runs. They've had 1 hit. For Cincinnati, it'll be Joe Morgan to lead it off in the 4th, and back for the action is Marty.
Okay, Joe, at the end of 3 innings in Oakland, no score. The Red Sox and the A's here 1-0 on Davies' second inning home run to left field. And that, as Joe mentioned, the only hit the Reds have had off the man they refer to as the Candy Man here in Pittsburgh, John Candelaria. He has struck out 7. He has not walked a batter. Morgan looked at a third strike in the first inning. Hebner in at third. Candelaria to the plate, and Morgan checks his swing on a pitch high. Now with an appeal play to third base umpire Art Williams, Manny Sanguillen asking for it, and he goes the same way Morgan did, ball 1. Morgan with 4 of the 10 steals the Reds have had in the first 2 games. 1-0 pitch. Swung on, fly ball hit to left field. Should be a routine play for Richie Ziss. 1 out. We'll bring up Johnny Bench, who struck out swinging in the first. Morgan has 4 steals, Ken Griffey 3, Davey Concepcion 2, and George Foster with 1. Here's John now. 1 down, nobody on. Candelaria with a look in to Manny Sanguillen. Outfield pull well around toward left and deep. Candelaria still looking out of the motion. Bench takes the first pitch, a ball low. There is absolutely no tomorrow for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Their backs are to the very wall. Trailing 1-0 in the 4th inning. Bench strike to him on the inside part of the plate. Actually jumping away from the pitch, 1-1. Now the 1-1 offering swung on and fouled straight back, and that'll be out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bench with 1 hit so far in the 2 complete games played. That was a first inning single in the 8th inning on Saturday afternoon. He's behind here to Candelaria. The pitch on the way, and the fastball is up high. Ball 2. 2-2. Hebner deep at third. Tavares deep at shortstop. Bench trying to get on for Tony Perez will be up next. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. Swung on and chopped foul as it rolls over toward this end of the Cincinnati dugout. So a holding count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. Morgan with a fly ball to left to begin the inning, and this game continues to move very, very rapidly. With 1 hit for Cincinnati, the home run by Concepcion, and 1 hit, a single by Richie Hebner to right field in the first inning for Pittsburgh. Strike 3 swinging. Making 8 strikeouts for Candelaria, and the second straight time he's punched out Johnny Bench. The way this young man is pitching right now, you have to feel he's well on the way to a League Championship Series record. He has already set a new National League record with the 4 straight strikeouts in the first inning, and equal the League Championship Series record for the Major League. Joe Coleman struck out 4 batters for Detroit back in 1972. Here's a pitch to Tony Perez, strike swinging. He threw that pitch by. Perez struck out in the second as a leadoff batter. Two men out, bases empty. Candelaria coming with a strike 1 pitch. Perez takes it up, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. He fanned 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 2 in the third, and has gotten Bench here in the 4th for number 8. Perez steps away, now back in. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's high and outside, ball 2. You have to admire this young man's poise. He has had the same type of poise going for him from day 1 when he joined Pittsburgh from Charleston. Seemingly knows what it's all about, and I'll tell you, there are a lot of managers in this league that would love to have him wearing their uniform. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and hit to right center field, and hit well. Parker going back. He's there. He makes the catch, and that's the inning. The Reds are up and down in order for the 3rd time in 4 innings, and after 3.5, Cincinnati 1 and Pittsburgh nothing. If you're the kind of person who likes to plan ahead, then the Cincinnati Reds remind you that now is the time to start thinking about 1976 and Reds Action Plan season tickets. You can use them to entertain clients, reward employees, or to treat the family or friends to a day at the ball game. Let one of the members of the Reds season sales staff explain all the VIP bonuses extended to Action Planners. Make a note and mark your calendar to call the Reds office for all the details about season tickets in 1976. Leading off the fourth inning for Pittsburgh, the man who has had the only hit off of Gary Nolan, that's third baseman Richie Hebner, who singled sharply to right field in the first inning. Since that time, Nolan has retired 8 straight. Cesar Geronimo running in from center field and bringing a frisbee with him that apparently was pitched out of the center field seats. This one's going to be taken onto the Reds dugout. Joe mentioned, very, very vocal crowd and very enthusiastic crowd here tonight, trying to spur the Pirates on to a victory that would keep them in the series. Richie Hebner now with 3 hits and 8 times in the set. Here's a pitch to him from Nolan, taking a ball high. Ranked 7th on the Pirate all-time home run list, and a big month of June this season with 10 homers and 21 RBIs. 1-0 to the plate, swung on and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. Morgan behind the back white line at second, playing deep for the left-handed batting Hebner. Al Oliver, Willie Stargell to follow. Hebner swings and fouls this one out of play. It's a ball and 2 strikes now. A run on a hit for Cincinnati. No runs, 1 hit for the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're in the home half of the fourth inning. Nolan ready. Hebner behind. Fly ball. Left center field. Geronimo on his horse. He and Foster both there, but the Chief will squeeze it for out number 1. Oliver popped out to Davey Concepcion in the first inning. Boy, you look at history, and it would seem to indicate that the Pirates have little chance in this series. No club has ever come back from a 2-0 deficit to win a league championship series in either the National League or the American League. Foul ball, no, a swing, and there was a foul tip the bench hung on to. Meanwhile, in Oakland, Boston has scored once in the fourth inning. 1-0 Red Sox at the end of 3.5. Strike 2 swinging. Oliver quickly down to Gary Nolan, 2 strikes. Gary has struck out 3, has not walked anybody. In fact, neither pitcher has walked a batter. Inside a ball to him, 1-2. Down, collects his thoughts, and now comes back on top. Left-handed batting Al Oliver. Swings and pops it up back of the plate, but that ball will be out of play. Got a lot of babushkas in evidence tonight. Pittsburgh fans bringing them out. Count holding, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nolan kicks and fires. Oliver takes this one in the dirt. It kicks on by the plate. 2-2. Nolan has his sign from bench. Oliver with a fly ball to center field. Geronimo coming in, still on the run, tracking it, waiting, 2 out. The 2 fly balls to center field in the fourth inning, and now Willie Stargell, who struck out swinging in the first. I'd like to send along our best to Reds fans listening tonight in Huntington, West Virginia on WGNT, in Fort Wayne, Indiana on WLYV, and in Louisville, Kentucky on WXVW. 2 down, bases empty, Pirate 4th, Reds 1, Pittsburgh 0. Here's a pitch to Stargell. He swings and he misses. Gary Nolan and John Candelaria with some good stuff going for him tonight. Only one mistake has been made, and that was Davey Concepcion's home run in the second. Been the only run scored up to this point. Stargell looks at this pitch, starts to go, but holds up in time, and it's a ball and 1 strike. Nolan bringing it. Stargell swings, pop up, third base side foul ground. Rose coming over, and it'll be back about 10 to 12 rows. One ball, 2 strikes with 2 away. Nolan has now retired 10 consecutive hitters since the first inning single by Richie Hebner. All right, looking around, Tony Perez says something to him, and now Nolan apparently something concerning the rosin bag and the fact that it was on the turf back of the mound. He kicks it into the dirt back of the pitching rubber. Here's his next pitch to Stargell, and that one is bounced foul at first base. Willie way out in front of the off-speed pitch. Gary Nolan, all business. 15 wins, 9 losses on the year. Pitch. Fly ball hit very high in the air. Shallow left along the line. Rose is under. Pete calling, and he makes the catch. The Pirates are up and down for the 3rd consecutive inning, and after 4 complete, it remains the Reds 1, the Pirates nothing. Here in the top of the 5th inning for Cincinnati, it'll be George Foster who'll lead it off against John Candelaria, then Davey Concepcion, and then Ken Griffey. This game starting out like an old-fashioned pitching duel. The Concepcion homer in the 2nd to give the Reds their current 1-0 lead. Candelaria, not letting that shake him up one iota, has rolled along since that time, has set down 7 batters in a row, and of the 7, he has struck out 4. Foster 0 for 1, a fly ball to left field in the 2nd. He was the first man to make contact against Candelaria after he had struck out the first 4 batters to face him in the game. Foster now 4 for 9 in the series. Marky Anderson not making any changes at all in his lineup. Well, he shouldn't after the way this club has played in Cincinnati. And, of course, as we mentioned, after much speculation, Murtaugh went with the same 8 people. First pitch is fouled away. Well, they completed 4 in Oakland. It's still the Red Sox 1, the A's nothing. Manager Al Dark bringing Kenny Holtzman back after he pitched and lost the first game 7-1 at Fenway Park Saturday. 1 strike pitch. Just down low and inside. 1-1. Foster really coming into his own in 1975 after getting the opportunity to play on an everyday basis from May 3rd on, date in which Pete Rose came in from left field to third base. 300 at 23 home runs and 75 runs batted in. Candelaria even with him, 1-1 pitch. Swung on, fly ball again, looped to left field. In is Richie Zisk, and that's out number 1. Not a real popular guy right now in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Well, let's do it again, David. Fastball up. Candelaria coming with a 1-0 pitch. That's a strike to him with the letters. 1 ball and 1 strike. Oliver playing a couple of steps toward left center field. Swung on and lined down the right field line, but a foul ball. That hitting into the Pirate bullpen. This game, as far as the Pirate pitching is concerned, in direct opposition to the first game, where the Reds were able to get people on early and pretty much score early, although we had to come from behind Saturday after Pittsburgh put the first 2 runs on the board. Candelaria with no walks up to this point, and really pitching himself a fine, fine game. He delivers. Davey takes strike 3. He knew it. Breaking ball, and that's his 9th strikeout. 2 away in the inning. Kenny Griffey, who looked at a 3rd strike in the 2nd, will step in. Candelaria has struck out everybody in the Cincinnati lineup save George Foster, and he's gotten Foster twice on fly balls to left field. Of his 9 strikeouts, 5 have been called third strikes. Hebner a bit in at third. Griffey, 2 down, takes strike 1. Left-hander against left-hander. Here's the 0-1 to the plate, and that's a breaking ball that stays low, and the count evens at 1-1. Kenny not real pleased when initially he was told that he was being dropped down at the number 7 spot in the batting order, but you can look at the results that we have gotten from him in that position. He has certainly done some kind of job, as a 4 RBIs would attest. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 away. Swung on and bounced to short. Here's Taveras digging it out, and on the throw to first. He got him by a step, and the side is retired. 3 men up, 3 men down. We have gone halfway home. This third game of the 75 League Championship Series. After 4.5, the Reds won, the Pirates nothing. Before the Pirates come to bat in the 5th inning, we'll pause again for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
The home of the $5,000 button, WLW Cincinnati. Reds Line, the Cincinnati Reds baseball talk show, will be back again this winter on WLW. Tune Reds Line every Monday night at 7:05 starting October 27th.
Well, a murmur of anticipation going through this Three River Stadium crowd as Dave Parker strolls plateward to begin inning number 5 for the Bucks. He had a line drive to right in the 2nd inning. Here's his pitch, and the ball is hit in the air to left field. Foster heading toward the foul line, pulls up short and puts it away. And I'll tell you, there have been no tough defensive plays up to this point. They have all been routine for both clubs.
Well, I think, Marty, the thing about both pitchers, they're making good pitches, and of course, John Candelaria with an exceptionally fine fastball, and Gary's control, as we pointed out, has just been near perfect. He's been putting the ball exactly where he's wanted it.
Here's Richie Zisk, a line drive in the left center field. That's a base hit. Hit number 2 for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and this one comes off the bat of one Richie Zisk. That stops Gary Nolan's string of 12. He had set down a dozen batters in a row, and Zisk breaks it up with a 1-out hit. Manny Sanguillen, the batter, hit a fly ball to left field his first time up. So a single with 1 out of the 1st inning by Hebner, and the Pirates get their next hit here in the 5th with 1 down by Zisk. Greg Reynolds has gone down to the Pirate bullpen, apparently to begin loosening up, so we could possibly see a pinch hitter for the Pittsburgh Pirates here in the 5th inning should Manny Sanguillen get on and pose a Pittsburgh threat. Zisk leading. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled away. Frank Taveras is on deck, but Reynolds has gone down to begin loosening up in the Pittsburgh bullpen. Cincinnati infield deploys itself at double play depth. Zisk becomes only the 2nd Pittsburgh base runner. Now the 0-1. Swung on and hit in the air along the right field line. Ken Griffey will not have a play on it. It's 2 strikes on Sanguillen. Right umpire Frank Fuller dusting off home plate, and now Sanguillen requesting and getting the pine tar rag from the Pirate bat boy. Okay, Sanguillen back in the batter's box as this takes his lead against the holding Tony Perez. 1-0 to score Cincinnati. Dave Concepcion's 2nd inning home run to left field. Now Sanguillen steps away. Nolan gets back to looking at the sign. He stretches. He delivers. Sanguillen swings. Line drive hit to right field. Here comes Zisk on to second base. He'll stop there as Griffey returns the throw to the infield. And the Pirates have him at 1st and 2nd with 1 out. Well, the Pittsburgh Pirates trying to get back in it here, down by a run, and apparently Frank Taveras is going to be lifted. Left-handed batting in, Kirkpatrick has come on to bat for shortstop Frank Tavares as Danny Murtaugh goes to his bench here in the fifth inning to try and get some runs across.
Marty, you can't blame Danny right here because the way this game is going, you got to try to take advantage of every opportunity that presents itself to score a run, and this is by far their best shot in the ball game. And of course, Kirkpatrick, a left-handed batter, but likes to do a little 4-6-3 here.
Kirkpatrick been up one time as a pinch hitter in this series, and that was in the seventh inning Sunday when he popped out to Joe Morgan. During the year, he had hit .236 with 5 homers and 16 runs batted in. So he's coming on to hit for Frank Tavares with this at second. That's the tying run if the Pirates can get him home. And Manny Sanguillen at first. They've earned on back-to-back base hits. Left-handed batting at Kirkpatrick now stepping in. Nolan looking around. Now looking into bench who hangs the sign. To stretch the pitch. Swung on and fouled straight back. Oakland has made a pitching change. Jim Todd has come on in relief in the fifth inning. So Kenny Holtzman is out of there in his second start in 3 games, and now some activity underway in the Reds bullpen. Clay Carroll is up and throwing. One strike on Ed Kirkpatrick. Candelaria on deck. Here's the next pitch. Swung on and popped up. There'll be a play on that ball near the Pirate dugout. Johnny Bench has it, and they're 2 out. So Kirkpatrick with a pop-up to Johnny Bench over by the Pirate dugout, and now it'll be John Candelaria trying to help his own cause. He struck out swinging his first time up in the third inning. Bill Morgan talking with Gary Nolan. Morgan now heading on back to his second base position. Parker hit a fly ball to left to begin the inning. Sisk single to left center. Sanguillen went the other way with a base hit to right. Kirkpatrick getting Fort Tavares' pop to bench and foul ground. Pitcher against pitcher with 2 out and 2 on as Nolan tries to protect his 1-0 lead. His pitch to Candelaria swung on and foul. Gary now throwing in the baseball and getting another one from plate umpire Frank Pulley. Oakland's made another pitching change. Paul Lindblad has come on. So Boston apparently with something going in a big way in the fifth inning. Swung on and foul at the plate. It's 2 strikes. In case you do not know, the World Series opens Saturday afternoon in the American League Park. Saturday and Sunday games there, and then they go to the National League City Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights of next week. Off day next Friday, and then should games 6 and 7 be needed, they would again be in the American League City. No balls, 2 strikes. Nolan deals to Candelaria. He just got a piece of the ball, and Bench was not able to hang on. Frank Pulley had given a strikeout sign, but it was in and then out of John's glove. So the count stays at 0-2. Outfield playing Candelaria the other way. Nolan again walks out past the mound. Study and concentration. To the belt. Check of Zisk pitch. Strike 3 swinging. Bench bobble and now lost it. And now throwing on down to Tony Perez, and that's the inning as Gary Nolan fans Candelaria to pick up his 4th strikeout, and the Pirate threat goes by the boards. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. And after 5 complete, Reds 1, Pirates nothing. Well, this game a little over an hour old, and already we go to the 6th inning and a change in the Pittsburgh Pirate lineup. Craig Reynolds has come on to play shortstop. taking over for Frank Tavares, who was lifted for the pinch hitter Kirkpatrick in the fifth. The Reds will go this way in the sixth inning. Geronimo, Nolan, and Pete Rose. The Reds have been out hit 3-1, but lead 1-0 on a homer by Concepcion back in the second. Geronimo looked at a third strike in the third inning. Might be wondering about that run that Boston scored in the fourth. As Oakland continues to have problems defensively, making critical errors in the first game of the series in Boston as the Red Sox won that one and, of course, won Sunday's game also tonight. Claudell Washington dropped a line drive off the bat of Fred Lynn. Went all the way to second base on the error, and then Lynn scored on a Rico Petrocelli single. Candelaria, Geronimo. Left-hander with a motion, his pitch on the way to the plate and taken for strike one. Reds have not had a base runner. Concepcion had the home run. Nobody else has reached. Ken Griffey's ground out as a final out in the fifth. The first ball hit on the ground. Strike two is called as he gets it over on the outside edge. He really can't make any better pitches than Candelaria has made in this game. Say just about the same thing as far as Gary Nolan is concerned. 0-2. This is outside and high. Ball, 2 strikes to Geronimo. Chief has been up now a total of 7 times without a hit, although does have a run batted in on the sacrifice fly. They'll make it 4-0. Boston over Oakland as the Red Sox score 3 times in the 5th inning. Geronimo strikes out swinging as he chases a pitch down and away from him, and Candelaria is in double figures. That is strikeout number 10. Gary Nolan struck out in the third. So Boston 4, Oakland 0 as the A's bat in the bottom half of the 5th inning. And it would appear at this point as if Boston is well on their way to a sweep in the American League Championship Series. Here's Gary Nolan now, and he takes a strike all the way as he steps back away from the plate. I don't believe up to this point, Joe, that Candelaria has been a 3-ball count to a batter.
Not to my knowledge. He has really been around that plate and making some excellent pitches.
Strike 2 call to Nolan. Reds getting 12 hits on Sunday, 11 hits Saturday afternoon. Have had only 1 tonight, but that one is the one that has a run on the board. Nolan checked it on a fastball, and the crowd did not like the call by Pulley. Ball and 2 strikes. Blake Carroll, who had been throwing in the Reds bullpen in the last inning, of course, now has set himself down. Candelaria looking for his 11th strikeout as he delivers and gets it as Nolan swings and misses. Two away in the inning. Go back to the top of the batting order for Pete Rose, who is struck out and a fly ball to right field. Rose looking to get on for the first time tonight. Candelaria taking a little bit extra time, now works, and Rose swings and hits the fly ball back into right. Parker is right there, and the side is retired. 4th consecutive inning, the Reds have gone up and down in order against the slants of the young left-hander John Candelaria in the middle of inning number 6. Cincinnati 1 and Pittsburgh 0. If you're looking for a gift for a special occasion for somebody who's a big Cincinnati Reds fan, here's a suggestion from the Reds 580 gift shop in Newsstand. 4 very distinctive Cincinnati Reds art prints are available. Willard Mullen's Big Red Machine is a lighthearted watercolor. Artist Glenn Orleman has done 3 paintings, including 2 in the series of greatest moments in Reds history. Those are double no-hitter featuring Johnny Vandermeer and the home run highlighting Johnny Bench. One of these art prints will let a Cincinnati Reds fan relive some of the excitements of Reds baseball all year long. It makes a great gift. Stop by the Fred's 580 gift shop or call or write the Reds office for information. Upper third of the Pirate batting order. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Gary Nolan able to weather the storm in the 5th when the Pirates had 2 men on with 1 man out. Now goes to work against Rennie Stinnett. Stinnett takes the first pitch low, a ball. Stinnett is flying to right. He's hit one to deep center field. That drive caught in the 3rd by Geronimo. Here's a man who had 7 hits and as many times to the plate for a major league record in September against the Chicago Cubs. Swung on and fired down the right field line and out of play. Very well against the Reds, batting .388 with 3 homers, 3 doubles rather, a homer and 4 runs batted in. Bennett calling time as he goes to tying his right shoelace. Now steps back in to await Gary Nolan's 1-1 pitch. Hebner on deck, then Al Oliver. Pitch on the way. Stinnett swings, fly ball right field, and again this will find its way to the Pirate bullpen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pirate hits off the bats of Hebner in the 1st, and 5th inning singles by Richie Zisk and Manny Sanguillen. Only Cincinnati hit a 2nd inning home run by Dave Concepcion. Nolan ahead to the Pirates' second baseman. Sanguillen swings, ground ball short. Concepcion has it. He throws to Tony, and there's 1 down. Tell you, defensively, it has been an outstanding series. So much was said about the Pirate defense coming in, but Pittsburgh has played errorless baseball through the first 2 games. No errors charged against either club in this one. The only error has been one against Concepcion in the Sunday afternoon game. An error charged to him on an overthrow of first base on an attempted double play. Hebner 1 for 2, base hit, fly ball. Swing and a miss. Of course, the Cincinnati pitching has been outstanding. Gary with a 1-strike pitch. Hebner takes the ball low and inside. It's 1-1. Should there be a 4th game, and we certainly hope it will not come to that, be tomorrow night again at 8:30, and the probables would be Don Gullett and Jerry Royce, who opened the first one. Another foul by Hebner. 1-2, and now we note that left-hander Will McInerney has started to loosen up in the Cincinnati bullpen. Hebner behind. On deck is Al Oliver. Hebner away from the plate. Calls time with the plate umpire Frank Pulley, and now steps back in. Nolan winds, delivers. Hebner swings, line smash off Nolan's glove. Morgan running after it, picks it up, throws it down inside. The ball hit off of Gary Nolan's glove, rolled out toward second base. Morgan was playing deep, of course, for him. Tried to come in and, in fact, did get to the ball and threw off balance. But Hebner across the back has been credited with an infield hit.
Well, that was one of those that really wasn't hit that hard. I think Richie hit the ball off the end of the bat, and Gary reached for it just a little too soon. It's a tough one for any pitcher to field.
So hit number 4 for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and now it's Al Oliver. Popped to short in the first inning, fly ball to Geronimo in the 4th. Hebner at first, pitch swung on, fly ball hit back into deep left center field. Foster to the warning track. It's gone, a home run. Al Oliver has taken Gary Nolan out of here to left center field, and the Pittsburgh Pirates have gone out in front 2-1 here in the 6th inning. That's the first Pittsburgh homer in this league championship series, and it is a big one, because that one has sent the Pirates out in front by a run.
Marty, that's the second home run that Al Oliver's hit off Gary Nolan this year, and both of them have gone the same way in the same spot and same pitch. A fastball down and away, and Oliver hit the ball hard. There's no doubt about it. It looked like Foster might have a chance, but it got out of there pretty good.
That brings up Willie Stargell. He swings and fouls the first pitch. Well, he played comeback baseball in the first game. We'll have to do it here tonight. 5 hits now for the Bucks, and a big 2-run homer to left center by Oliver to put him out in front 2-1. Stargell checking his swing. It's a ball, and it's 1-1. Stargell has struck out. He's popped to third, and now the Pirates have had 2 hits in each of the last 2 innings off Nolan. Stargell with a foul ball back. Ball and 2 strikes to him. Second time in the series that Pittsburgh has led. Reds came back Saturday after spotting him 2 in the second to win that one going away 8-3. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 swinging. Stargell has struck out for the second time, and Gary has strikeout number 5. Now Parker, hitless and 2 times up. He's line to right, he's fly to left. Swing and a miss. Parker really uncoiling a bit to get that pitch. Pittsburgh 2, Cincinnati 1. We got a homer from Concepcion in the second. They got a 2-run blast from Oliver here in the 6th inning. Here's a fly ball hit well into left center field. Geronimo and Foster. Foster it is, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. Most productive 6 for Pittsburgh. 2 runs, 2 hits. As we go to the 7th inning, it's the Pirates 2, the Reds 1. Well, we got to go to work. We've had only 1 hit through 6 innings off Candelaria, who now is out in front of this game by a score of 2-1, thanks to Al Oliver's home run. We've got the big guys coming up in the 7th inning here to tell you about it and call the 7th once again. Here's Joe.
All right, Monty. Joe Morgan, Johnny Bench, and Tony Perez in the 7th inning for the Reds. They trail now 2-1. John Candelaria has struck out 11, has allowed just 1 hit through the 6th inning. A 1 hit, Dave Concepcion's home run in the 2nd inning with 2 outs. Joe Morgan, up for the 3rd time in the ball game, was called out on strikes in the 1st inning. Hit a fly ball to Zisk in left field in the 4th. The Reds now need 1 to get even with them. Blake Carroll throwing in the Reds bullpen. No activity in the Pirates end. Candelaria winds and delivers, and Morgan takes it high and inside the ball. Boston leading the Oakland A's 4-0. At Oakland, here the Reds trail 2-1, 7th inning. Candelaria the 1-0. Morgan bunts and fouls, and it's 1-1. Joe trying to push one third base side. A ball to strike. All 3 of the runs produced in the ball game have come on home runs. The Pirates have had 5 hits in the game. Candelaria looking into Sandian. Has his sign and the 1-1 delivery. That's high. It's 2 balls, 1 strike to Joe Morgan. Well, we need a base runner bad. Candelaria has not walked anyone, nor has Gary Nolan. Candelaria's wind in the 2-1. That's swung on and a very high pop in shallow right. Rennie Stennett there waiting, now moves in a step and makes the catch, 1 away. With 1 down, that brings Johnny Bench to the plate. John has struck out both times up tonight. Went down swinging in the 1st inning, again in the 4th. Outfield well around to the left for John, giving him a lot of room in right center field. Candelaria delivers, that swung on and popped foul. Back and out of play, 0-1. Well, base on balls hurt the Pirates, particularly in the first game, and Royce walked 4. Pirates walked 2 in the second game. Candelaria has not walked anyone here in the third game. As Ben swings and misses a fastball, it's 0-2. Down to struck out 6 times in the championship series. Candelaria out in front, 0-2 to bench. A line to pitch. Swung on and fouled, straight back and out of play. Now holding 0-2. Pirates leading at 2-1. After 5.5 innings, Boston leads Oakland 4-0. Candelaria again the 0-2. Swung on a ground ball. Reynolds has it at short. His long throw is a bobble as Sargent can't hang on to it. That'll be an error charged to shortstop Craig Reynolds. First error in the ball game and could be a big break for the Reds. That'll bring Tony Perez to the plate, and as Marty pointed out, Tony has got Candelaria twice this year, beat him a ball game. His first start against the Reds, and hit one here against Candelaria the last time in. Well, he got benched at first base with 1 away. The error charged to Craig Reynolds, the Pirate shortstop. Well, Candelaria will be pitching from the stretch position for the first time. He delivers, and that's swung on and fouled back and out of play. First error in the series by the Pirates. The Reds, as Marty pointed out, made Concepcion making one Sunday. 0-1 to count to Tony. Perez has struck out and has hit a fly ball to right center field that Dave Parker gathered in. Outfield playing Tony straight away. Bench leads at first. Candelaria looking in the Sandgate in the stretch. He delivers, and Perez takes a fastball high, and it's 1-1. And now Ramon Hernandez and Dave Justy are up throwing in the Pittsburgh bullpen. Clay Carroll continues to throw in the Cincinnati bullpen. 1-1 to count to Perez with 1 out. Bench at first base. Candelaria to the belt, and he throws over to first, and Bench steps back easily. Candelaria was not a particular good move at first base. Again the stretch. And the pitch that's taken on the inside corner, called strike, and it's 1-2. Candelaria, a ball, 2 strikes now with Tony Perez. Bench leads at first. The stretch. And the 1-2. Swung on and missed. That is 12 strikeouts for John Candelaria, and what a job he is doing. Right now, we'll pause for station identification. This is the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
The home of the $5,000 button, WLW Cincinnati. Artist Clint Orleman has captured Johnny Bench's playoff homer of 1972 on canvas, and prints of the home run are available at 580 Gibson News. For more details, call the Reds office.
All right, here's George Foster with 2 out and Bench at first base. George, both times of the plate, has hit fly balls to Richie Zisk in left field. Candelaria sets and delivers, and Foster checks his swing, but did he go too far? And they say, no, sir. Billy Williams, the first base umpire, says he did not. Oh, it's 1 ball, no strikes, and now Willie Scargill goes over to the mound to say something to John Candelaria. Thankfully, immediately checked with Billy Williams, the first base umpire, and Williams put out both hands, saying, no, sir. Foster hit an even 300 on the year with 23 home runs, 78 RBI. 1-0 the count. They wait on Foster to get into the batter's box. And Now George is set. Candelaria looks into Sanguillen. Shades George just a step toward left. The pitch. Swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. John Candelaria really putting on a performance here tonight. He struck out 12, has allowed the Reds just one hit, and that being Dave Concepcion's home run in the second inning. He's on deck. Candelaria slowed down a bit, mostly because of Foster. Here's 1-1 delivery. Bench goes. The pitch is taken to throw to second, and it's not in time. And Bench is 12-12, and the ball's in the right center field, and Bench will go in easily to third base. Sanguillen's throw gets through the shortstop, Craig Reynolds, and Bench is 12-for-12 this year in stolen bases. He moves on to third base on a throwing error charged to Manny Sanguillen. Count 2 balls, 1 strike to George Foster. John, very successful in stealing bases this year. 12-for-12 now. So the second error in the inning by the Pirates. Well, for a base hit right now. Candelaria will take the windup now with Bench at third base. John edging down the line as Hebner blushing back. Now Candelaria winds and Foster backs away from the plate. Justian Hernandez still throwing in the Pittsburgh bullpen. Clay Carroll has stopped throwing down in the Reds bullpen. I think Clay is ready to go if needed. Concepcion on deck with 2 out. 2-1 to count. Now Candelaria delivers, and Foster swings and fouls to the screen, and the count evens 2-2. Oh, a lot of pressure on a rookie, and to this point, he has really come through in magnificent fashion. Boy, he has pitched the ball game, but not out of trouble yet. Candelaria taking his time. He's still looking in, and now Foster asks for time as he backs away from the plate. 2-1, Pirates leading. Al Oliver's 2-run homer in the 6th inning over the fence in left center field with Richie Hebner on. Now the 2-2 on the way. High and outside with the fastball, and a full count for the first time in the ball game on George Foster that Candelaria has gone 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bench at third base. Candelaria, 3-2 with Foster, 2 away. Now Foster backs away from the plate again. George back in now, and again Candelaria looks to Sanguillen, his catcher, and George again backs away from the plate. George getting the crowd excited here at Three Rivers. All right, Foster back in. Candelaria into the line and delivers. High and outside, ball 4. And Candelaria saying something to George Foster, and that's the first walk in the ball game. And Yahtzee's at first base now with 2 away, and Dave Concepcion. Willie Stargell again heads to the mound to have something to say to Candelaria. Now Stennett comes in to talk to Candelaria, and apparently Foster's antics at the plate has upset Candelaria just a bit. Well, here's Dave Concepcion, and David is responsible for 1 run, a home run in the 2nd inning. 1 for 2 was called out on strikes in the 5th inning. He was Candelaria's 9th strikeout victim. Reds with a stolen base. The Pirates have committed 2 errors here in the inning. The stretch and the pitch, that swung on and popped out of play. Foul over behind the Pirate dugout. 0-1 the count. Well, the Reds trying to get even with the Pirates here in the 7th inning. Dusty and Hernandez continue to throw in the Pittsburgh bullpen. Ken Griffey on deck. Outfield is straight away. Foster leads at first, bench at third, the pitch. Swung on, bouncer up the middle, Stennett is there. He has it, goes to the bag, and forced to Foster, and that's it for the Reds. So in the inning, no runs, no hits. There were 2 Pirate errors, and 2 runners left on base, and at the middle of the 7th, it's the Pirates 2, the Reds 1. Well, a new pitcher for the Reds, it's Clay Carroll, and for Clay, this will be his first appearance in the championship series. On the year, Clay appeared in 56 games, winning 7 and losing 5, with a .263 earned run average. He will face Richie Zisk, Manny Sanguin, and Craig Reynolds here in the 7th inning. The Reds trailing 2-1. Reds with just 1 hit off John Candelaria through 7 innings. Gary Nolan worked 6 innings, allowed 5 hits, struck out 5, did not walk anyone, and both runs earned runs. John Candelaria has been just super here tonight. Well, we got 2 more punches at him, but right now we got to get the Pirates out. As Richie Zisk steps in, Zisk is 1 for 2, singled his last time up to center field. Carroll's first pitch is outside and off the middle. Johnny Bench to the backstop, 0-1. Gary Nolan pitching very good baseball tonight. Right now we trail 1-0 delivery up high with a fastball, and it's 2-0. Carroll back to the plate. High, 3 balls, no strikes to Richie Zisk. Johnny Bench to the mound to talk with Carroll. Now heads back to the plate. Play 3 balls, no strikes with Zisk. After 6 innings now at Oakland, it's Boston 4, Oakland 1. He's getting a run in the bottom half of the 6th. Carroll's 3-0 delivery. This looks at a strike, 3-1. And just 1 walk in the ball game. That was to George Foster in the 7th inning, but there's the 2nd walk in the ball game as Carroll walks Richie Zisk. Big time inside. So Zisk leads off the inning, drawing a walk from Clay Carroll, and that brings Manny Sanguin to the plate. Sanguin 1 for 2. He the fly ball to left in the 2nd inning, and single to right in the 5th. Richie Zisk at first base. There are no outs. Craig Reynolds on deck. Carroll the stretch and the pitch. There goes the run. The pitch is swung on and fouled, and a good job by Manny Sanguin. A hit and run, and Manny actually jumped almost across the plate to get a piece of that ball. 0-1 the count to Manny Sanguin.
The most strikeouts you have in a regular season game was 13 on June 26th versus the Chicago Cubs. It's tied for the 2nd line in the league. Montecito with San Francisco at 14, and they've already
0-1 the count. This leads at first, the stretch. And the pitch. That swung on, little chopper to the mound. Carroll up, he throws on to Perez. They get Sanguin, but moving to second base is Richie Zisk. Ball about halfway out to the mound where Clay fielded and threw to Perez. So 1 away, and Zisk now at second base, and that will bring Craig Reynolds to the plate for the first time. Tavares was hit for in the 5th inning by Ed Kirkpatrick, and Reynolds went into the game at shortstop in the 6th. So Reynolds up for the first time. Craig with a .224 batting average on the season, 4 RBIs. This is first appearance in the championship playoff. Now the stretch and the pitch, and Reynolds swings ground ball. Morgan backhand, turns, throws to Perez. They got him. Swings ground ball. Morgan backhand, turns, throws to Perez. They got him, and moving to third base is Richie Zisk. So Joe going to his right, backhanding, and throwing Reynolds out easily. Oh, it's 2 away. That brings pitcher John Candelaria to the plate, and well, he gets exactly what he deserves, and that is a standing ovation from almost everyone here at Three River Stadium. Out of near 45,000, and every one of them up. Pitch to Candelaria, swung on and fouled on a play. Richie Zisk at third base with 2 outs. Rennie Sennett waiting on deck. Candelaria was struck out both times to the plate. Arrow into the line and delivers. That swung on and fouled at the plate, and count 0-2. Well, Boston did not score in the 7th inning. They lead the A's 4-1. Oakland at bat now in the bottom half of the 7th. Arrow's 0-2 delivery. That's taken strike 3 call against the outside corner. So Clay gets his first strikeout, and that's it for the Pirates in the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left on base. And after 7, the Pirates 2, the Reds 1. Well, we've gone through 7. The Reds a run on just 1 hit, no errors. The Pirates 2 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors. Kenny Griffey to lead it off in the 8th. And back to the action. Here's Marty.
Okay, Joe. Griffey tonight is 0 for 2. He struck out 1 of 12 that Candelaria has had up to this point. That came in the second, a called third strike, and then he bounced out to shortstop in the 5th. Candelaria's season high at strikeouts in 1 game, 13 against the Chicago Cubs. He has rung up 12 tonight, and his only walk issued to George Foster in the 7th when the Reds had him at first and third and 2 down after that walk, and Davey hit into a force play at second to end the threat. So we need a couple of runs here, or else we'll be back tomorrow night for the 4th game. Take anything at all away from John Candelaria. He has simply been outstanding. Okay, Griffey is ready. Hebner is in at third base. Candelaria throws to the plate. Griffey takes the first pitch to third for strike 1. Other than Concepcion's home run, the Reds have not had anything remotely resembling another base hit. Geronimo on deck, and then the pitcher Carroll scheduled to hit, but Will McEnany is loosening in the Cincinnati bullpen. Griffey takes the pitch down and away, 1-1. One-run games during the season. The Reds won 32 and lost 20, while Pittsburgh won 17 and lost 20. 1-1 pitch on the way. Griffey takes it on the inside edge of the letters for strike 2. Well, let's don't make it easy for him the rest of the way. Let's take our hats up there. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ken Griffey, leading off the Cincinnati 8th inning, with the Pirates out in front of the game 2-1. Hebner still remaining in at third, but is back maybe a step or 2. Candelaria kicks, deals. Griffey struck out on a bad pitch as he went after a breaking ball way outside, and that's number 13 for the Candyman.
Candelaria, 15 strikeouts, tying him with Tom Seaver for the National League Championship Series record for 1 game.
That strikeout ties Candelaria for the National League Championship Series record. Tom Seaver also had 13 strikeouts in a game. Geronimo swings and misses a hop pass ball up. He's been up twice. He has struck out twice. Joe Coleman has 14 strikeouts for the Tigers in the American League against Oakland in 72. That's a major league record. He swings and misses at that pitch and lost his bat as it rolls out behind the mound. 0-2 the count on Geronimo. Merv Redmond has moved on deck to bat for Clay Carroll. Alex Travis goes out to retrieve the bat from his third base coaching box spot. John Candelaria trying to make that home run by Al Oliver in the 6th inning stand up. Give the Pirates their first win in this series. Strike 2 on Geronimo. He's ready and throwing, and that is strike 3 call. So that strikeout ties a Major League Championship Series record as he has picked up his 14th. That'll bring up Merv Redmond with 2 down. Merv, a pinch hitter in Sunday's game, and a fly ball to deep right field. During the year, batted .239 with 2 homers and 19 runs batted in. Still, the Reds with only 1 hit. The Concepcion home run in the 2nd. Candelaria to the plate. Redmond takes it high and inside, a ball. So we'll have a new pitcher when the Pirates come to bat in the bottom of the inning, and that'll be left-hander Will McInerney. Pirates have had 5 hits. All of them off the starter Gary Nolan, who went the first 6. 2 balls and no strikes on Merv.
There's the attendance. There's the attendance. 46,355.
Well, the attendance tonight, 46,355, which is more than the Pirate front office had expected to have. And Redmond now is a pitch away from getting a walk, as Candelaria has fallen behind at 3-0. Only in 1 inning has the Pirate bullpen been active. That was in the 7th when Justy and Hernandez were throwing. Redmond trying to get on with 2 down for Pete Rose. Here comes a 3-0 delivery. And that is ball 4 high, and Merv is on with Candelaria's 2nd walk.
Here's the line on Cal.
Pete is due. He has struck out, fly to right, and lined out to right field. Somebody's going to get up to begin throwing in the Pirate bullpen. It looks like Dave Justy will start. At the field, he's going to be joined again by the left-hander, Ramon Hernandez. We have not seen either of them in this series. The Reds have won by such lopsided scores in the first 2 games. Their services were not needed. Redmond leading at first base. Candelaria pitches to Rose. Swung on, fly ball, left field, well hit. It's got a chance. The Reds go out in front, 3-2. Pete Rose has just taken Candelaria into the seats in left field with Redmond on base, and the Reds have bolted out in front by a score of 3-2. Well, we've had 2 hits in the game, and both of them have been home runs. Well, Candelaria finds himself down for the 2nd time tonight as Rose really got into one. In contrast to Concepcion's homer, who got dropped over the inner wall in left field, Rose's shot found its way into the stands in deep left field to make it a 3-2 ball game.
Well, Marty, that was another breaking ball, and I think Pete was kind of looking for it, guessing, because usually ball in on him, he doesn't handle really that well, but I think he kind of bailed and just took a shot that he's going to get one in there, and that he did.
That he did. There's Joe Morgan, and the first pitch is a curve too much inside. Joe has struck out, fly to left, pop to second. Candelaria has been highly successful. Swung on, fly ball hit down the right field line. That ball is going to be in for a base hit. It bounds over the fence, and Joe will go to second base with a stand-up ground rule double. The 8th inning has been an amazing inning for Candelaria against Cincinnati. It has been a bad luck inning in every game he has pitched against us. And now Don Osborne, the pitching coach for the Pittsburgh Pirates, is on his way to the mound. Dave Justy is up throwing in the Pirate bullpen, a right-hander, and you've got Johnny Bench coming to the plate, and we may well see a pitching change right here. we can think back on both games in which Candelaria has faced us, and as we pointed out, in both 8th innings of those 2 games, Perez hit home runs against him, once in Cincinnati to beat him, the other here to put us briefly out in front before the Pirates came back. And now tonight in the 8th, after Griffey and Geronimo had struck out, Redmond pinch hitting for Carroll got a walk, and Pete Rose hit one into the seats in left field to make it 3-2, and Morgan has doubled to right. The call has gone down to the Pirate bullpen for right-hander Dave Justy. So here at Three River Stadium in Pittsburgh, we've got a break in the action. We'll in just a moment. Well, John Candelaria has just run to the Pittsburgh Pirates dugout amidst a standing ovation, which this young man so richly deserves after a brilliant pitching performance tonight, although he leaves trailing by 1 run, 3-2, and right-hander Dave Justy has come on in relief. Now we like to pass along a message for the fans back in Cincinnati and hope that we can again use it in our post-game celebration, if that be the case tonight. Fans are advised not to go to the airport in the event that this championship series is decided tonight to meet the team. The team will not be seen at all at the airport. The Reds will go directly to Fountain Square, where a welcome home ceremony is planned. There will be a band on the square shortly after the game if the Reds win this game. Fans are invited to head downtown and join the fun. The Reds will probably get downtown about 2 or 2:30 in the morning. WLW Radio will be keeping fans posted on the goings-on at the square and on the arrival of the team. So again, we'll remind you that if you want to greet the Reds when they return home, if we clinch this league championship series tonight, there will be a welcome home ceremony at Fountain Square sometime after 2 o'clock. 2 buses will come right out on the runway to pick them up as they get off the airplane. And if this game in the series is decided tonight, and the Reds win the National League pennant, there will be a big welcome home ceremony down at Fountain Square sometime about 2 or 2:30 tomorrow morning. Again, we'll be using this in the post-game wrap-up if we win this ball game. And right now, we've got a 1-run lead. We've got a new Pittsburgh pitcher and right-hander Dave Justy. And he is on to work to Johnny Bench with Joe Morgan at second base, 2 runs in and 2 men out. Bench is also due. He has struck out twice and reached on a throwing error by shortstop Craig Reynolds. Justy checks Morgan. He delivers, and Bench takes him outside, ball 1. During the year, Justy was 5-4. In 61 relief appearances, he had a .293 earned run average and saved 17 games for Pittsburgh. But, of course, not in a saving situation by any stretch of the imagination tonight. A base hit of any distance means another Reds run. Stennett playing games with Morgan. The 1-0 to Bench. Swung on a looper into right field, but it's going to hang up long enough for Parker to get there, and the sign retired. The Cincinnati in the 8th inning, 2 runs on 2 base hits. No errors and 1 man left on. And after 7 1/2, the Reds 3 and the Pirates 2. Here's a message for Red souvenir collectors. The official Championship Series program is available by mail from the Reds for only $2. The book is a thick 72 pages, and it's jammed with color pictures, stories, and statistics. The center spread features a big color photo of the Reds team. To get your copy, send $2 to Reds 1975 Championship Series program, Department 100, Box 1970, Cincinnati. That address once again, Reds 1975 Championship Series program, Department 100, Box 1970, Cincinnati. Well, it's the bottom of the 8th inning, and another pitcher is on for the Cincinnati Reds in the left-hander, Will McEnany. We saw a super pitching effort by that other young lion out of our bullpen, Wally Eastwick, on Sunday. And now it's McEnany charged with the responsibility of trying to get 6 outs. 6 outs that would give the Reds a 1975 National League pennant. McEnany was 5-2 in 70 relief appearances, a .247 earned run average. And he had 15 saves, and that's exactly what he's coming on to try and get here tonight. Leading it off for the Pirates will be Rennie Stennett, as McEnany will be faced with the big bats in the Pirate lineup over the last couple of innings of play. Stennett has hit a fly to right, he's hit a fly ball to deep center, and he has bounced out short to first. It was 1-0 Cincinnati. It was 2-1 Pittsburgh. It is now 3-2 Cincinnati, as home runs have accounted for all the runs in the game. Stennett bounces one to Morgan. Joe has it. He throws to Tony, and we're 5 outs away. We'll pause for station identification. on the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
The home of the $5,000 button, WLW Cincinnati. Plan ahead and be in the center of all the action in 76 with Cincinnati Reds Action Plan season tickets. For information and details, call or write the Reds Season Sales Office.
Here's Richie Hebner, a ground ball at first base. Tony Perez is up with it and races to the bag to get Hebner for out number 2. So Stennett is grounded to second. Hebner has bounced to first. The Reds are 4 outs away from the National League pennant. And here is Al Oliver, the man who has accounted for both Pittsburgh runs with a homer to left center in the 6th inning. McInerney kicks and deals. Oliver takes a strike at the knees. The Reds are leading 3-2. There are 2 outs in the Pirate 8th inning. Oliver waiting on the 0-1. He takes a fastball outside, and the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. A Pete Rose homer in the top of this inning with Merv Bretman aboard has sent the Reds out in front by a run. The 1-1 to Oliver. Strike 2 is called as McInerney keeps the ball away from him. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Al Oliver. Willie Sturgill is on deck with 2 outs. The Reds outfield is straight away. Mack back to the plate. Ground ball hit to second. Morgan has it. He throws to first, and we're 3 outs away from the National League pennant as the Pirates have gone out in order here in the 8th inning. After 8 complete, it's the Reds 3 and the Pirates 2. Well, we're in the top of the 9th inning, and Tony Perez will lead things off for the Cincinnati Reds. Tony, who has been up 3 times tonight with 2 strikeouts and a fly ball to right field. He'll be facing Dave Justy for the first time as Dave came out of the Pirate bullpen in the 8th inning following Pete Rose's homer and Joe Morgan's double to get Johnny Bench on a fly ball to right field to end any further scoring for the Big Red Machine. As we mentioned, this is Dave Justy's first appearance in the 1975 National League Championship Series. He's looking to Sanguilla. He is pitching to Tony Perez, and Perez swings and hits a fly ball into shallow right. Parker quickly in, waiting, calling, and makes the catch. 1 out. We'll bring up George Foster as Perez is retired on a pitch. George has hit 2 fly balls to left. He has also had 1 of 2 walks that John Candelaria allowed, and the pitching line on Candelaria, 7 2/3. He gave up 3 hits. 3 runs all earned. He struck out 14 and walked 2. 14 strikeouts tied a Major League Championship Series record. Foster with 1 out. Inning number 9. The Reds leading the Pirates 3-2. Here's Justy's pitch, and Foster takes it high a ball. Looking ahead to the Pittsburgh 9th inning, they're going to have the Hammers, Willie Stargell, Dave Parker, and Richie Zisk coming to the plate. Justy's 1-0 to Foster. Swung on and hit very high in the air. Left side, heading toward the seats as Hebner and Reynolds come over. They'll not have a play. 1-1. Time is running out on the Oakland Athletics. They are batting in the bottom of the 8th and trailing the Boston Red Sox 5-1. As Darrell Johnson's Red Sox have scored another run, this one in the top of the 8th. And the A's are now 4 runs down and batting in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Concepcion is on deck. Justy's 1-1. Foster takes it low and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now the 2-1 pitch. That's strike 2 call on the outside part of the plate. 2-2. This has been a truly outstanding game. By far the best game of any of the 3 that have been played yet. First 2 games, runaways for Cincinnati. But this one has really been something to behold. Foster shoots 1 foul without a play. Count stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gary Nolan off the hook on Pete Rose's 8th inning home run. The man who can win this game, if things continue as they are right now, would be Clay Carroll. Redmond hit for him in the 8th, and then Rose homered to give the Reds a 1-run lead. Justy is even with Foster, 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 man out. Concepcion will hit next. Justy taking his time. Now the veteran rocks, kicks, and deals. Foster swings and misses. Justy has his first strikeout, and that's a 15th recorded by Pittsburgh pitching tonight. 2 away. Davey hit the home run of the second that had the Reds out in front 1-0 until the 6th inning when Oliver homered to give the Pirates an edge. His only hit in 3 times up. Dusty trying to retire the Reds in order in the ninth. He delivers. David takes ball 1 low and outside. Both bullpens, well, we were going to say quiet. The Pirate bullpen is, but right-hander Raleigh Eastwood is loosening for Cincinnati. That would certainly cause speculation as far as the Pirate ninth. Strike to him, 1-1, because the first 2 hitters, Stargell and Parker, are left-handed batters. Then Richie Zisk, a right-handed hitter, so if McEnany has good success against the first 2, you may see Eastwood come on to try and get Zisk. 1-1 the count. Justy with Concepcion. Just missing. It's ball 2. The Reds 3, the Pirates 2. There have been a total of 8 hits in the game. The Pirates have had 5. The Reds 3, but 2 of them home runs. Strike to him. 2-2. 46,355 here at Three River Stadium tonight. Davey batting with 2 out and the base is empty. Justy throwing to break-even pitch plate where Concepcion fouls it to the screen. And the count stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dave Justy goes to rubbing up the new baseball. Now comes back on top of the pitching mound, goes to the rosin bag. Concepcion back in the batter's box. Shaking off the Sanguine sign. Shaking it off again. Now coming with a 2-2. David swings, hits a fly ball into center. In is Oliver, and the side retired in order. The Reds are up and down in the 9th inning, and now we got to hold it. As we go to the bottom of the 9th, the Reds 3, the Pirates 2. This is it. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning, and this Three River Stadium crowd is trying to get the Bucks going. They need 1 run to tie. They need 2 runs to send it to a 4th game, and Bill McEnany, who pitched super 8th inning baseball to get Bennett, Hefner, and Oliver, 3 pretty tough hitters, on ground ball. It'll be Willie Stargell to begin the 9th. He has struck out. He has popped the 3rd, and he has struck out again. Left-hander against left-hander. The defense pulling around well to the right. Concepcion maybe 5 steps from playing Stargell dead up the middle. Morgan midway between first and second behind the back white line. Here's McEnany's pitch, and Stargell takes strike 1 to begin the 9th inning. Raleigh Eastwick still leisurely throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen. Frank Pulley now calling time and looking out toward the right side, and well, now Johnny Bench, who was up out of the crowd, situates himself back behind the plate. McEnany has the sign. The 0-1 pitch to Stargell. Low and outside, it's 1-1. Now Concepcion is a step to the first base side of second. Stargell a base hit into left field, right into the hole normally reserved for the shortstop. Now the Pirates are coming out battling here in the 9th inning as Stargell singles to left. And that brings up Dave Parker, 0 for 3. A line drive to right and fly balls to left field twice. Willie Randolph is coming in at first base to run for Willie Stargell. So the Pirates have the tying run at first base, and they've got a speedy youngster in Willie Randolph running for Stargell. Here's Dave Parker. He's 0 for 3 tonight. The infield a double play depth. McEnany with a look in, and the pitch. Parker swings and fouls. Strike 1 as the ball bounds into the Pirate dugout. There has not been a double play turn tonight. And boy, what a good time for one right now. The Reds 3, the Pirates 2. Ninth inning, Randolph at first. McEnany's 0-1 to Parker. Swung on and fouled again at strike 2. You've got Richie Zisk on deck. As we mentioned, while the Reds were hitting in the ninth, he's a right-handed batter, and you've got Eastwick, who has been throwing now for the better part of an inning in the Cincinnati bullpen down the left field line. It is pandemonium here at Three Rivers. The 2-strike pitch to Parker. See, got around on it. That's strike 3, and that's one out here in the ninth inning. Now Sparky Anderson is on his way to the mound, and I would imagine that he's going to call on Raleigh Eastwick right now. A big out as Parker tried to check his swing, but could not do it. And now a real meeting on the mound involving everybody in the infield, with the exception of Tony Perez, and Sparky is called for Raleigh Eastwick. So Will McEnany goes an inning and 1/3, allows a base hit, and picks up a big strikeout. And it'll be the right-hander from Haddonfield, New Jersey, Raleigh Eastwick, who, as you know, pitched 3 innings of one-hit shutout baseball Sunday to record the only save that we have witnessed so far in this series. Eastwick taking the walk in from the left field bullpen. And Richie Zisk will be the man he will be first basing. And we noted that Willie Randolph did some running up the right field foul line to get loose while he has the opportunity here. So McEnany did a fine job as he comes toward the Cincinnati dugout. We will tell you that if this game ends as the score stands right now, both Joe and myself will be down in the clubhouse for the post-game celebration. And I'll tell you one thing, talk about certainties, it will indeed be a wild one. Eastwick has just now reached the Three River Stadium mound. Here's a young man who during the course of the 75 season won 5 and lost 3 with a 260 earned run average. He made 58 appearances. He had 22 saves. He came in Sunday and threw absolutely nothing but fire for 3 innings. There have been meetings of the infield. There has been a meeting of the outfielders, Foster, Geronimo, and Griffey. The runner at first base, Willie Randolph, represents the tying run. If the Pirates can get him around. Starch will open the ninth with a base hit to left. Parker has struck out swinging. And now Eastwick is taking his warm-up to Johnny Bench in preparation for pitching to Richie Zisk. Davey Concepcion homered in the second inning to give the Reds a 1-0 lead. And it remained that way until Al Oliver, following a Richie Hebner infield hit off Gary Nolan's glove in the 6th inning, homered to left center field to make it 2-1 Pittsburgh. In the 8th, after Candelaria had struck out Griffey and Geronimo, Merv Redmond, batting for Clay Carroll, got a walk. And Pete Rose jumped on what appeared to be a breaking ball and hammered it into the seats and left to give the Reds a 3-2 lead. That's the way it is right now as Eastwick, after meeting with Concepcion and Morgan, climbs back atop the summit to work the Pirate left fielder Richie Zisk. He has struck out, he has singled, he has walked, so he's been on 2 times tonight. He has home run power. He had 20 during the year. Randolph leading at first base. Eastwick stretches. He delivers. The pitcher swung on and a base hit to left field. Foster up with the ball as Randolph takes the turn and holds at second base. And Zisk has greeted Eastwick's first pitch with a single to left to put Pirate runners at first and second and bring on Manny Sanguillen. Pedro Bourbon has now started to throw in our bullpen. Well, the Bucs are trying to pull it out as they've had 2 singles in the ninth, and in between a strikeout of Parker. Sanguillen 1 for 3, a base hit to right in the 5th. Eastwick studies the sign. He checks Randolph. He delivers to Sanguillen. Swung on and fouled into the seats back behind the Pirate dugout. Strike 1. Raleigh looking around. Cincinnati outfield straight away for Sanguillen, and now again Frank Pulley looking out towards center field. Apparently everything is all right. Manny Sanguillen, an outstanding bad ball hitter. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. He swings and he misses, and he was trying to take it out of here with that cut. Strike two. No balls and 2 strikes. Craig Reynolds is on deck. The Pirates shortstop. Randolph at second base. Zisk at first. 1 out. The Reds infield looking for the ground ball. Raleigh Eastwood comes to the belt. The pause in the pitch. Sanguillen pops it up on the left side. Calling for it is Concepcion, and Rose makes the catch, and they're 2 away. So now the Pirates are down to their final out, and the Reds are 1 out away from the 1975 National League pennant. And Bobby Robertson is going to be called on by Danny Murtaugh to hit for Craig Reynolds. Bob Robertson, the man who will come to the plate and try and keep the 9th inning alive and try to get somebody across here. Robertson has been up twice in the series. He is 0 for 2. He has struck out 1 time. During the year, hit .274 with 6 homers and 18 RBIs. Trying to keep it alive for the men of Danny Murtaugh, and Raleigh Eastwood trying to nail it down. The crowd here is on its feet. So Robertson, a right-handed batter, stepping in. Eastwick windmilling his right arm, and now 3 or 4 umpires calling timeout, as apparently some fans out in left and right center are throwing things out on the field, and the appropriate announcement has just been made. Robertson standing off to the left of the plate, taking his cuts. The Reds are 1 man away from winning the 1975 National League pennant and going on into the World Series to meet, apparently at this point, the Boston Red Sox in the series that would get underway at Fenway Park on Saturday afternoon. But the A's have scored 2 in the bottom half of the 8th inning and now trail that one 5-3. Now, the focal point of interest. Raleigh Eastwick, a rookie, and Bob Robertson, a veteran. And again, time is called, as again something has been thrown out of the seats in right center field. Credit the umpires in making sure everything is of the optimum condition before Eastwick delivers to Robertson. The tying run at second, the go-ahead run and winning run at first base in Richie Zisk, and Bob Robertson, the man charged with the responsibility of, in the least, trying to keep the 9th inning alive for Pittsburgh. Here's Eastwick's stretch. Here's the pitch to the plate. It is taken inside, ball 1. Raleigh came on to face Zisk. He gave up a base hit to left. Sanguillen popped to Rose. Robertson waiting. Here comes the 1-0 to the plate. Swung on and missed, and the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Pedro Bourbon still loosening in the Reds bullpen. It's 3-2 Cincinnati with 2 out and 2 out on the Pirate 9th. Eastwick looking into bench. He goes to the belt. The 1-1 to Robertson is inside. It's ball 2. It bounds away from Johnny Bench, but not far enough to allow anybody to advance. 2 balls and 1 strike. Should Robertson get on, we'd have another pinch hitter for the pitcher, Dave Justy. Nobody as yet has moved on deck, although Justy is doing so right now. 2 balls and a strike. Eastwick against Robertson. The next pitch coming to the plate. Swung on and missed. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes as Robertson ticks it foul and Bench hangs on. So the Reds are now a strike away from the 75 National League pennant. Robertson away from the plate. He moves back in. Randolph taking his lead at second. Zisk at first. Eastwick looking down the bench, who hangs aside. The stretch and the pitch, and it's up high, and it's a full count. So with 2 out here in the Pirate 9th inning, Eastwick has gone as far as he can go with Bob Robertson. The runners will be on the move. Foster is deep in left. Geronimo shading him toward left center. Big gap in right center for Bob Robertson. He's back out. He's back in. 3-2. The stretch by Eastwick to pitch, and it is hit Popped up outside of first. Tony and Johnny bench over, and it cannot be played as it hits on top of the Pirate dugout. A matter of inches, and that ball hitting just on the lip of the Pittsburgh Pirate dugout roof and bounding back into the seats. So Randolph back to second, Zisk taking the slow walk back to first. Eastwick to the mound, Morgan to second base, Bench to the catching spot, and Perez to first. Robertson had stopped in the on-deck circle to rub the bat handle up with a pine tar rag, and he's coming back to the plate. Reds 3, Pirates 2. An eighth-inning homer by Pete Rose could be the blow that gives the Reds the title. Eastwick toes the rubber. He's looking. He stretches. The 3-2 pitch. It is ball 4, and the Pirates have the bases loaded. Wally Eastwick missed high with a fastball that fills the bases with Pirates. And Duffy Dyer will be the pinch hitter for Dave Justy. Well, the tension is so thick here, you can cut it with a knife. Eastwick losing Bobby Robertson, and now Danny Murtaugh has come out of the Pittsburgh Pirate dugout to confer with first base coach Jose Pagan. Duffy Dyer, it was thought by many, would be the Pirate catcher in this game tonight after the Reds stole 10 bases in 2 games. And now Sparky Anderson is running out to the mound to talk with Raleigh Eastwick. We told you that Bourbon has been throwing, and has been throwing ever since Eastwick vacated the bullpen to come out and pitch. It looked like Doc Ellis had gone out to first base to run, but now he comes back into the Pittsburgh dugout. On a very, very brief meeting it is on the mound. 7 during the year with 3 home runs and 16 runs batted in. So not only the tying run, but the winning run in scoring position for Pittsburgh. Dyer in scoring position for Pittsburgh. Dyer a right-handed batter. Eastwick out of the stretch delivers. Dyer takes the strike on the inside part of the plate, letter high. The Pirates are battling to stay alive in 1975. Randolph third, Zisk second. Robertson first. 2 men down. Here comes a 1-strike pitch to Dyer, and he takes it high, and it's a ball and 1 strike. Third base coach Bob Skinner pounding his hounds together in the third base box. Eastwick taking his time. Bourbon has now ceased throwing. The rookie looking in. He's ready with a 1-1 pitch. Dyer takes it just off the plate. It's ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Dyer watching him over carefully. The Pirates will run away with the sacks jammed and 2 out in the ninth. Now the 2-1 pitch to the plate. That is ball 3 inside. And Raleigh Eastwick is a pitch away from walking in the tying run. Dyer taking a look at Bob Skinner, and now steps away from the plate. Rennie Stennett is on deck, a walk here, and we've got a tie game. 3-2, 3-1 rather, the count on Dyer, and here's the next pitch. That is strike 2 call. So again, Eastwick has gone full on a Pirate batter. He was 3-2 on Robertson. He walked him, missing high with a fastball, and now 3-2 on Dyer. Here comes the payoff pitch. It is ball 4, and the Pirates have tied it up. Raleigh Eastwick missed low and away to walk Dyer and force in Willie Randolph with a tying run. Now it's going to be Rennie Stennett. As Eastwick has given him a run the easy way, walking Dyer with the bases loaded to force in the tying run. And now Rennie Stennett will see what he can do about winning the game for the Pirates. He's 0 for 4 tonight. Both times, Robertson and Dyer, we were a strike away from ending it, but Eastwick could not get it, and now he's got to go to work on always dangerous Rennie Stennett. The pitch, taken for a strike. Now we've got to hope this one will go to extra innings. What a ball game it has been in Pittsburgh tonight. Raleigh glances to third. His 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled straight back, and Stennett is behind at 2 strikes. The only man that counts now in the Pirates' scheme of things is Richie Zisk. If they get him home, they have come from behind to win it. A 2-strike count on Stennett as Eastwick kicks and deals, and he takes it high, a fastball. Ramon Hernandez, a left-hander, making his way to the Pirate bullpen. If we go to the 10th, he'll be the new pitcher. 1-2 it is on Rennie Stennett. Bases loaded, 2 out. Pitch from Eastwick. Swung on and fouled away. This crowd is really caught up in the excitement here in Pittsburgh as the Pirates have tied the score. 1-2 and holding on Stennett. The pitch on the way, swung on and fouled away again. So he's making Eastwick work. Plate umpire Frank Foley getting a new supply of baseballs. Stennett back in the batter's box. Outfield pretty much straight away for him. Here's Eastwick's pitch. It is swung on and popped in the air into right center field. Geronimo coming in. He's calling for it, and this game will go to extra innings. Here in the 9th inning, Pittsburgh gets that all-important tying run on 2 hits, no errors with 3 men left on. And after 9 complete, in Game 3 of the 1975 National League Championship Series, the Reds 3, the Pirates 3. Well, we're into extra innings as the Pirates come back to tie it up on a bases-loaded walk to Duffy Dyer. We'll pause for station identification on the Cincinnati Reds Baseball Network.
The home of the $5,000 button, WLW Cincinnati. Reds Line, the Cincinnati Reds baseball talk show, will be back again this winter on WLW. Tune Reds Line every Monday night at 7:05 starting October 27th.
Ken Griffey leading off the 10th inning for Cincinnati against left-hander Ramon Hernandez. The pitch to him is a breaking ball, swung on and missed, and I'll tell you, this guy's got a dandy hook. Changes in the Pirate lineup. Bob Robertson remains in the game to play first base. Rennie Stennett has moved to second with Willie Randolph playing second base. 3-3 lockup. Top of the 10th inning. Griffey waiting on the 0-1 pitch. He swings and misses at the curve and is quickly strike 2. Meanwhile, the A's are batting in the bottom of the 9th and trailing the Boston Red Sox by a score of 5-3. The Reds were so very close in the 9th inning, but it did not happen, at least not yet. 0-2 the count on Griffey. He bunts one out in front of the plate. Here's Sanguillen up with it, throws to first, not in time, and Kenny has a bunt single. Ken Griffey bunting one out in front of the plate on a 2-strike pitch. And by the time Sanguillen could come up firing, actually the throw was low. Robertson dug it out. And Griffey is on with a leadoff bunt single here in the 10th inning. Now it'll be Cesar Geronimo, who's been up 3 times and has struck out 3 times. Pedro Bourbon has gone back to throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen. Hebner looking for the bunt attempt. Here's Hernandez's pitch, and it's taken wide, a breaking ball that goes in and out of Sanguillen's mitt. In extra inning games during the season, the Pirates were 4-7. The Reds won 11 and lost 4. May sound redundant, but I'll tell you, this has been some kind of out-of-sight ball game. Unbelievable. Now the 1-0 pitch. Geronimo bunts it foul along the third baseline, and it's 1-1 strike. Ed Armbruster has stepped into the on-deck circle to bat for Raleigh Eastwood. Pitching line on Will McInerney. He goes an inning and 1/3, gives up a hit. He was charged with a run on the bases loaded walk to Duffy Dyer from Eastwick. McInerney had a strikeout, while Justy goes an inning and a third for Pittsburgh, picks up a strikeout. Reds had no hits off of him. 3 hits off Candelaria. Now a bunt single by Griffey here in the 10th inning off Ramon Hernandez. 1-1 nope, throw to first base, and Griffey is back in time. The Reds stealing 10 bases in the first 2 games in Cincinnati, have had 1 steal tonight. That's from Johnny Bench. Griffey has had 3 in the first 2 games. 1-1 pitch. And now a balk has been called, I believe. A balk has been called against Hernandez. First base umpire Billy Williams immediately called it. And now we don't need the bunt as Griffey moves to second on a balk by Hernandez. Let's see now what the Cincinnati strategy will be. That's his second balk called against Pittsburgh in this series. Ken Brett was charged with 1 on Sunday afternoon. Now will we see Geronimo trying to put a bunt down to get Griffey to third and force the infield in? That will have to wait a moment as Sanguillen goes to the mound to talk with Hernandez. And we've got activity underway in the Pirate bullpen. Left-hander Ken Brett, right-hander Kent Tekulve. And Bourbon still working for our side. It's the Reds 3 and the Pirates 3 in the 10th. Griffey bunted to begin the inning. He's moved to second on a Hernandez balk. Hebner still in at third, looking for a bunt attempt by Geronimo. The 1-1 pitch. Geronimo squares and takes it high, ball 2. 2-1. Nobody out in the top of the 10th. As far as Pittsburgh is concerned, in the bottom of the inning, they're going to have Hebner, Oliver, and Randolph. Now the 2-1. Nope. Hernandez steps back off the pitching rubber as Rennie Stennett plays games out at shortstop with Ken Griffey. Kenny taking his lead. Hernandez looking that way. Geronimo, he bunts at third base side, and that's a foul ball. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. It has been a yo-yo game. 1-0 Cincinnati, 2-1 Pittsburgh, 3-2 the Reds. And on a walk in the bottom of the 9th, to Duffy Dyer with a base to put down a fair bunt. Now waiting on the 2-2 pitch. And here it is. He swings. It's a ground ball right side. That's going to get the run of the third. Ball bobbled. Recovered in time, Randolph, to get the out. But that's as good as a bunt as Griffey moves to third on the ground ball to the right side of the infield. So when all is said and done, Geronimo did his job, and now Ed Armbruster, a little-used rookie, in 1975, can really become a man of note right here in this situation. He had 185 and 65 at-bats during the year, had 12 hits, a double, and 2 runs batted in. The Pirate infield is in. Speedy Ken Griffey at third base, representing the go-ahead run, and now Hernandez backs off the mound. The left-hander stretches, he delivers, and Armbruster takes a fastball for strike 1. Hernandez comes set. The 0-1 delivery. Swung on and hit in the air to center field. That's going to be deep enough to get Griffey in. Here's Oliver with a catch. Here's Kenny tagging. Here comes Oliver's throw. It'll be cut off by Randolph, and we go out in front 4-3. A sacrifice fly to center field by Ed Armbruster, and you cannot ask for any more than that, as he has gotten the go-ahead run across with a fly ball to center to send the Reds out in front by a run. It is all over in Oakland. The Boston Red Sox are the American League champions. They have defeated the A's 5-3. Rick Wise won it. Ken Holtzman lost it 49,358 at the Oakland Alameda Coliseum. And now the Red Sox await the outcome of this series to see who they will face Saturday in the opening game of the World Series. Pete Rose at the plate. A curve misses outside. He was the man who put us out in front of the 8th with a home run to left field off Candelaria. And now the Reds have jumped out in front of the 10th on a fly ball by Armbruster to score Griffey from third. The 1-0 to Pete. That's a fastball for a strike. Count is even at 1-1. Pedro Bourbon coming in from the Cincinnati bullpen. He will be on the mound in the bottom of the inning. 1-1 the count. Rose's homer is only hit in 4 times. It was a big one. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and looped to right field. That will be a base hit. So Pete has his second straight hit. A wrong field single to right. And as he took the turn, he decided to get quickly back to the bag at first base as the throw went to second, and he came diving back in. Here's Morgan. He's had a double and 4 times up following Pete's 8th inning homer. He doubled to right field. Pete leading at first base. Hernandez delivers. Morgan takes a pitch away from him. Ball 1. The Reds 4, the Pirates 3, 10th inning. Reds now with 5 hits. Morgan takes a pitch high. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Kenny Brett and Kent DeCalvi continue for Pittsburgh, and Jack Billingham has now gotten up for Cincinnati. Hernandez climbing back on top of the mound. Behind him, Morgan, 2 balls and no strikes. Rose a short lead at first against a holding Bob Robertson. Now a throw to first base, and Pete steps back. Hernandez directing his attention toward the plate. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on and hit hard to right center field. That ball is going to be through and all the way to the wall. Now Pete's got to get to the plate. Up for the ball is Oliver. He throws to Randolph. His throw to the plate. It'll not be in time. It's 5-3, and Pete is in with a run as Morgan goes to third. That'll be a 2-base hit for Joe Morgan. An RBI, and he goes to third on the throw home, and now the Reds have gone out in front by 2 big runs. Don Osborne, the Pittsburgh pitching coach, is on his way to the mound as Joe Morgan has delivered a run-scoring double to right center field, making it 5-3 Cincinnati, with Rose scoring all the way from first base on that blast into the gap in right center. And apparently we're going to get the right-hander Kent DeCalvi to come on and pitch to Johnny Bench. What a night this has been. That is all for Ramon Hernandez as he goes 2/3 of an inning and is rocked with 3 hits, a couple of runs. The first run set up, of course, by his own misdoing, a balk called against him that allowed Ken Griffey to go to second base. And coming in will be the right-hander from Fairfield, Ohio, Kent DeCalvi. Absolutely drained at this point. DeCalvi pitched an inning plus Sunday, gave up 3 hits in a run. And he will be pitching to Johnny Bench when play is resumed. Here in the 10th inning, Ken Griffey opened and was swinging and missing at 2 sweeping breaking pitches from Ramon Hernandez and really fooled him by bunting the 2-strike pitch out in front of the plate and bunting safely for a base hit. He then moved to second when Hernandez was charged with a balk and advanced to third on Geronimo's ground ball to second. Ed Armbruster then batting for pitcher Raleigh Eastwick hit a fly ball to center field, scoring Griffey to give the Reds a 4-3 lead. Rose followed with a base hit to right. And Morgan is in a rocket into right center field, his second double of the night, to get Pete in and make it 5-3 Cincinnati. Now it'll be Johnny Bench, who is 0 for 4, has struck out twice, has reached on a throwing error, has had a stolen base, our only steal of the night, and has hit a fly ball to right. Right-hander Kent DeCalvi, 28-year-old. Into his stretch, checks Morgan. Here's a pitch to Bench, high and away. Again, the 9th inning batter, rather the 10th inning batters for Pittsburgh. It'll be Hebner, Oliver, and Randolph. Bench trying to make it 6-3 if he can base hit DeCalvi and get Morgan in. The 1-0 is on the way. And that is a strike on the outside part of the plate, 1-1. Outfield pulled around toward left, a gigantic gap in right center. Bench looking for his first hit of the night as Morgan leads at third base with 2 outs. Now the 1-1. That is ball too high, and I think DeCalvi is questioning Pulley's call. 2-1. The Pirates staving off elimination, getting a bases-loaded walk to Duffy Dyer in the bottom of the ninth to tie the game. They have seen the Reds come back with 2 here in the 10th inning to lead by 2 runs. 2-1 the count. DeCalvi with Bench. To the belt. A look at Morgan to pitch. Strike swinging. 2-2. Again, we'll tell you that Boston has defeated Oakland 5-3. The World Series will open at Fenway Park Saturday, and boy, we hope we're there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 in. Morgan at third base. DeCalvi in relief of Hernandez. Bench waiting. Here's the pitch. Here's a fly ball hit well to left. This going back. He makes the catch, and that's the inning. In the 10th for Cincinnati. 2 runs on 3 hits. No Pirate errors, and 1 man left on. After 9.5, it's the Reds 5 and the Pirates 3. Well, we're in the bottom of the 10th inning, and the Reds enjoy a 2-run lead. That's the biggest lead we have had the good fortune of enjoying in this game tonight. And on the mound is right-hander Pedro Bourbon, making his first appearance in this league championship series. Petey winning 9 and losing 5 during the season with a 295 earned run average. He had 67 appearances and 5 saves, and he can pick up by far the most important save of his big league career right now. The win would go to Raleigh Easton if Bourbon can do a number on him here in the 10th inning. Hebner has had 2 of the 7 Pittsburgh hits and 4 times up. Petey is looking in. He winds and delivers to Hebner, who takes a fastball for a strike. Again, we'll remind you, we will be in the Reds clubhouse for on-the-spot interviews on our 2 post-game shows on most of these same stations. 1 ball and 1 strike. And we will again remind you to stay tuned for that message we passed along earlier concerning what will be going on in Cincinnati should the Reds win here tonight. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And we will tell you that fans are not advised to go to the airport to meet the team because the team will not even come through the terminal. They will board buses right on the runway and go directly downtown to Fountain Square. Here's swing and a miss, and Hebner is struck out. 1 out of the home 10th inning as Pedro Bourbon has just blown Richie Hebner away with a screaming ball. And here's Al Oliver. Oliver's had a hit, a 2-run homer, and 4 times up. Pitches outside, ball 1. The Reds are 2 outs away from the league championship of 1975. Ground ball to second. Morgan has it. He throws to Tony. They're 2 out. And now we need 1 more as Willie Comes to the plate to hit for the first time tonight. It is 5-3 Cincinnati with 2 out and the base is empty in the bottom of the 10th inning. The Reds are out away from winning the National League pennant and out away from sweeping the Pirates in 3 straight games. Randolph, right-handed batting rookie infielder. Petey looking for the side. He kicks and deals. The pitch is hit to Morgan. He's up. He throws to Tony. And the 1975 pennant belongs to the Reds. Pandemonium is breaking out down below as the Reds are mobbing Pedro Borbon, who has retired the Pirates in order here in the 9th inning, and the Reds have won the 1975 National League pennant. 5-3, the final score in 10 innings, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome once again to You Bet.
Well, it's all over here in Pittsburgh as the Reds have won the 1975 National League pennant by sweeping the Pittsburgh Pirates in 3 straight, winning here tonight by a final score of 5-3 as the Reds are up for 2 10th-inning runs. The winning run driven home on a sacrifice fly by rookie outfielder Ed Armbruster, scoring Kenny Griffey, and then the insurance run following a base hit by Pete Rose, a double to right center by Joe Morgan. The winning pitcher, Raleigh Eastwick, the loser, Ramon Hernandez, and a save for Borbon, who 1-2-3 the Bucks in the 10th inning. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors, with 4 left on. The great big winning numbers for Cincinnati: 3 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors, and 7 left on for Pittsburgh. And now for Cincinnati, it's on to the 1975 World Series that will open Saturday afternoon at Fenway Park in Boston against Darrell Johnson's Boston Red Sox. And boy, the Reds left no doubt that as far as the National League is concerned, they are indeed the finest ball club in the senior circuit of Major League Baseball. An important message for fans back in Cincinnati, because after the Reds tear the clubhouse apart here in Three Rivers, they're going to be doing it all over again at Fountain Square in Cincinnati about 2 or 2:30 this morning, and we'll have that information for you in just a moment. Well, we'll hold it right here, and again, we'll pass along the information that fans are advised not to go to the airport to meet the team. The team will not be seen at the airport. The Reds will go directly to Fountain Square, where a welcome home ceremony is planned. There will be a band on the square shortly after the game if the Reds, of course, wrapped it up here tonight, and so that is a certainty in Cincinnati tonight. Fans are invited to head downtown and join the fun. The Reds will probably get downtown about 2 or 2:30 in the morning. WLW Radio will be keeping fans posted on the goings-on at the square and on the arrival of the team. So again, we'll remind you that if you want to greet the Reds when they return home, there will be a welcome home ceremony at Fountain Square sometime after 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we urge you to avoid the airport and join the fun on Fountain Square. This broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by Cincinnati Reds Incorporated solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of Cincinnati Reds Incorporated is prohibited. The Reds have won the 1975 National League Championship, 5-3 the final score, and right now we'll sign it off from here in Pittsburgh, and we'll be back shortly with our post-game celebration.